Yeah. Oh, I'm good, man. You know what? In over the top fashion, man, these guys are already started. They're up and going. It- yeah. Yeah. So yeah. So we got a pretty good match. Good meta match here. Obi Force is the deck of the day right now. That and probably Lando Lake. Aura Singh has made its way through though. Data Vault's helped Aura a lot because it now carries more of the cool events it likes to play. Yeah, man. He's a fast player, guys. Always be cognizant. You said always be cognizant. I just made me think of always be closing. Yeah. So we're in the round. Yeah, we're in a turn three now. Yeah. Leaves him Gunji. Gunji does the two. Leaves Knights of Rhine. That's smart. Good start for Micah. He's going to give somebody, but Ara is used to this kind of situation where the other person has a bigger board early on. They really are. So they have a way, they have plans to get out of these things. The shields are going to be a problem. Yeah, okay. Thank you,
All
the
right,
NASCAR.
you can hear me now. Thanks for saying that, Austin. Uh, I actually welcomed you to the stream, and I was talking about how Micah's a very fast player and has been. Both of these guys sat down at the table. They rolled for initiative and then drew their hands in about like 3 seconds, to get going. But we
Yep.
are on the flip turn for Obi, Resource 5. Steve Boatwright, piloting Data Vault, has taken 5 damage um, and has a Knight of Ren in the ground arena. Micah has 2 Secretive Sages and a Gunji.
And
And
that's a feels bad moment. He had to rock into that Gunji. He couldn't clear the Gunji.
yep, and that was the
No.
experience. That was the experience that Obi gave last round.
Yeah.
All right, so he shields up a Sage. He's going to attack base. Obi says, "I'm the beatdown here. I'm just going to keep jamming your base. I'm not going to take care of your 4/4 with 1 damage on it." The unbuff Sage does clear the Knight of Ren.
Here comes Obi.
Terran Tayek
Oh,
hits. He
a
attacks
card that
Obi.
has seen a lot more play lately.
Yeah, and Terran Tayek's actually kind of a problem too because it has 2 health still, and he does not have there. That's Ezra Bridger from
Yeah.
Galactics. That promo, a 3/5 basically. It can not give an experience to any units that are out right now.
All right. So, Steve is facing a heck of a board now, though. This is a little more than he can handle, maybe,
That's a lot of
at
board.
this time here.
That's a lot of
There's a
board.
lot of board. There's a lot of bone on this one right here.
Now he
So,
does have initiative, so he's probably going to kill a unit here. We'll see what he does. He's
Do you
taking
kill
13.
Obi-Wan or do you go for a unit?
I think that Aura has to play control, so she's probably going to kill Obi-Wan, but we'll see. Does in fact kill Obi-Wan with Tarantayak. Tarantayak's
any more experience.
Yeah, it's an interesting card right now because it's really just a response to Obi and Talzin, but it does a good job there.
There's 2 units too, really. The one it came in on and the one it just killed.
Yeah. Well, it attacked Obi twice, so I mean it hit Obi once and then twice to get it to his 6 health, but took care of the leader.
Nice hold condemns. Cards like that help you get back in the game as Aura.
Yeah. We'll see what he does with the resources here. He could condemn. I think he's got a Lost and Forgotten too. He's taken 17 damage. So we'll have matches all day, all the way from the top cut. This is in Moline, which is in the center of Illinois. It's a 40-player PQ. When the standings update, I think that the player count will update on the ticker down there. And thanks all for joining us.
Yes, thank you.
All right, he gets a Churret out and a Yaddle, and attacks for another 5.
So the board is looking really good now for Micah. I don't know what's going to save R at this point. He's only at 7. He can't play SR. Well, can't even have that card. He has no board wipe card, so I'm not sure what R is going to do. The flip's going to kill something.
Yeah, so he can get like Churret on the flip. That leaves a whole lot of damage still out there. I mean, the Secretive Sage that doesn't have a shield, can maybe be cleared by the leader, but it's probably going to get an attack off first. All right, so Steve is considering his options here, looking into an aggressive ground board from Obi Kenobi. All right, it is, I believe, the Tree Remembers, which kills a 3-cost or less unit to take care of the buff Sage. He attacks with Churret for 3, bringing him to 25.
Yeah, I got to mute for a second.
And then Steve plays a Condemn on the Gunji. So Mike is still representing 4 damage. Yaddle comes in. 2 damage would have restored 1, but Micah hasn't taken any yet. Aura comes out, clears Churret. Micah has not used any of his 7 resources. If he resourced to 7 at all. He looks like he has 6. He plays an Obi-Wan Kenobi. That's a Sentinel on the turn it comes in. Claims, gets Yoda's lightsaber. And they're going to game 2. So Micah takes game 1.
Yeah, that was sorry, I had to step out for a second. My daughters.
That was a clinic on Obi-Wan Kenobi. If you didn't check it out, Blue Milk has a Patreon, and they released a guide on it that Carlos worked really hard on. So yeah, check them out. Give them a sub. So what do you think you're doing sideboarding for Aura?
Aura, I don't know what's in that sideboard to help him with Obi. He needs something to handle wide boards. I mean, Obi gets wide and builds units that clear whatever you put down, so the board sticks around. So, gosh, what's in green blue that can do a board wipe? I don't even know.
There's not. I mean, and that's on purpose. I mean, Aura, it's certainly, I don't think, not a hired control deck anymore in Blue-Green Villain. I mean, it's more like a mid-range pile, but it's pretty good.
I mean, you need to be able to remove at least a unit a turn, and he couldn't do that this game, because the units he was bringing in were not strong enough to clear a unit on entry.
Right.
Because of the ability. So, like, the board was sticking around. So he's going to have to figure out a way to combo his removal with Aura Singh's ability to clear out units.
Right.
And there again, the data vault. There is a real deal with data vault. You're getting data vaulted where your deck is just too thin.
Right. Yeah, no, and it's actually a pretty good start. I think that he went from Loopee to Knight of Ren, that turn, and it just still is hard to deal with. The 2 Secretive Sages on the 4 resource turn for Micah was very strong. It's there. Yeah, no kidding, that was fast, John. I mean, if you saw as we were going up, there was a player meeting, and we don't typically turn on the stream from the player meeting, but by the time I could actually click the button, both of these guys were on like the 3 resource turn because they play like lightning. But
it was the fastest setup I've ever seen.
Yeah, there was too. I mean, there's literally no time. The leaders went down, the thing went roll, and they drew their cards. I mean, there was no friendly banter or anything like that. They're ready to go.
R gets the token this time to start, though, so that's always different, when you have the initiative. And if he gets the right cards, I mean, R can do things.
They absolutely can.
I mean, there's things he can do. Let's see what he does. He never got to play Condemn. That's a game changer for him. That just literally shuts down something.
Right.
I don't know if Cantwell's in the deck. I'm sure it is. And at 7, he could have had a Cantwell.
Right.
So that's kind of the game they play where they lock you down. Kind of a tourniquet game style.
Right.
Painful. All right, so Mina's a good start, though. Mina Bonteri. I mean, it's restore again and card draw. It's like perfect. That's why it would be so good right now.
Yeah,
the 4 starting cards are good.
Yep, no, I think Mina's right, and it helps against any kind of discard strategy quite a bit as long as you can keep the disclose up to draw a card when she
you just can't go wrong with any of the 2s to start with out of Micah's deck, the Obi deck.
Now, Mina's downside is she's not a force unit. So
nope.
He'll be able to use the aura action to kill her.
But I don't get the card draw. He shows the Obi-Wan and a Gunji. Pretty good hand.
Right.
And then he played is that Lat Razi? Yeah.
That's Lat's. Great new card from this set. Yep.
Great card. Yep, great card. So that's a real nice board swing card where you can do damage and enter a unit. Sometimes you can clear a unit with it and get the real swing.
Oh, yeah, especially with Aura Sing. So this start is much, much better for Steve because he has a wounded Obi that either would kill. He's able to play a Krennic unit, get Gunji from Micah, which makes Obi a Sentinel. Loopee clears. There should be... when Micah's taking damage from the overwhelm of Loopee.
Hey, you don't see that very often.
That's Yaddle. Yaddle is going to be attacked by the Lats. Micah wisely does an experience to prevent the kill, and we go on to the flip turn. And though Steve is behind on damage, I mean, he's looking down at this point only the Yaddle and the Gunji. He has an answer for Yaddle. He's going to be able to kill it with the shielded Krennic. And, that's a lot better position than, how this looked in game 1. So we'll see. If Aura can stabilize here and then take Obi's Force Take, that's the game plan.
Yep.
All right, so is it Tarantayak? No, it is Craving Power. Oh, the theme.
That's a great card against Obi. That is probably the best card you can find against Obi.
Yeah, it's literally just keeping villain in the meta right now. But Micah does not have the Force Take, so he can't do an instant experience and protect the Gunji. He does go base, chooses not to take the shield off of Krennic. It's 7-1. Actually, he would have restored too.
We're going to clear the board here, okay? This is he can kill out Yaddle.
Yeah, he can kill Yaddle. I don't think that he can also kill the Obi leader and whatever is played this turn, but we'll see.
Okay.
Oh, but Krennic goes base. I'm kind of surprised by
Yeah,
that.
he wants to keep the unit.
So we got 10-4, the Roger Wilco score.
Well, he's probably afraid of being protected potted if he takes the shield away.
Yeah. John said he saw Ray in Micah's hand. That would have come in from the sideboard. Ray is a very good anti-control card. Blue leader comes in with no ambush, but with the going to the ground arena. So, boy, that escalated in a hurry. Now we got Obi-Wan Kenobi, Yaddle, and a blue leader all in the ground arena when it looked like
Just
Steve.
like that.
Yeah, when it looked like Steve was about to stabilize the board. We do have a backup table throughout today, so we'll flip to the second game if this one winds up quickly, so stick on with us.
Oh, another craving power.
That's a good
He
thing.
takes out blue leader. It's a 6/6 Director Krennic with a shield. That's a pretty good unit.
Our backup match is actually Sabe with Naval Intelligence HQ. So Sabe Red, played by the Sabine Red player from Madison, Xavier
Right on.
Howard. If you recall, he won the both last two Madison PQs with Sabine Red, and then did very well at the regional, going deep into day 2 there. So, interested to see his Sabe Red. I think this is the first premier event he's been able to play. There have not been a premier PQ anywhere close. This PQ, shout out to Joe Unit Monster who went to it. It's a 40-player PQ that was capped at 60. It's about 4 hours away from my house, but he was able to take the video rig. Micah was able to go down. All right, so we got Anakin Skywalker is pretty good for there. Yep. All right. I like that Anakin. Yeah, Ty was a great friend and Wisconsin player in the chat, says going tall against Shatterpoint is crazy. Well, I mean, you gotta do something.
Well, you got to make them have it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Got to make them have it.
And the Keller and Beck is an issue here because now the aura
That's
flip.
a big dog.
I think he claimed.
So he didn't even flip aura.
He did not. He could have. He's going to give a experienced Obi. That actually takes the Obi outside of the aura flip range too.
Exactly.
Yeah, every time it seems like Steve is getting ready to stabilize, it's just so much value spewed out by the Obi deck.
And now again, Protect the Pod is online with 7, something big, or 6. Can clear the Anakin or the Krennic.
Oh, that's I think Carlos has a good choice. Carlos is Micah's teammate. Is there villainy in the discard? I don't believe so. I believe that there's a Loopee lookout and a Lats. But
Now we're going to see a Lawbringer. -2/-2 to everything on the other side of the mat. That's a 5/5 and a 1 or a 2/4. So now he can't clear the Anakin Skywalker. He can actually clean up this board on the flip and then do the cleanup kill if he wants. Looking pretty good for Aura Singh. Steve has to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah. The Lawbringers.
Well, the only thing he can really do is maybe Shatterpoint the Lawbringer at some point.
Yeah, it's the space units now. He's got a giant unit there. With Keller
He's
and
one
Beck.
away from people.
Mm-hmm.
He has to deal with the Beck.
Yeah, no, I think he can though because he still has his flip available. And there's the Ray though. Now that is a problem.
That's gonna do it. That is probably going to do it.
Steve's considering his options. All right, on to the next turn.
So,
and I think that Steve is conceding.
Is he really?
There's the handshake. Yep, no, he didn't have an answer for both Ray and Kelleran.
Yeah, right. Ray did it.
Yep. All right,
That's
so
too big of a
that
kill Ray.
Was a monster match. And boy went fast. Quite Micah, who is an excellent player, improves to 1-0, and we'll see if we see him again later on. We're going to go to the second game here. They're already done.
They're already done.
So
yeah,
all right.
We're gonna need the backup after
these
guys.
Well, it was another aggro. So I mean, Xavier's an aggro player. He played Sabine Red, all throughout, and now he's on Sabe Naval Intelligence, which is Sabe Red. So I presume that he has a fairly aggressive deck as well. All right, so we will be back with round 2 after this. Well, there's movement there, but I think that's some lady with her purse. All right, we'll be back after this. Stay with us for the Planetary Qualifier from Moline, Illinois. Platform might be back later. I'll be with you all day.
She's safe. Is she all right? is the way.
It's a trap!
Hey, we don't serve their kind here.
Rebellions are built on hope.
Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
This is the way.
trap.
Hey, we don't serve their kind here.
I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope.
Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? It's Loopee at Late Night Gaming, and we are here for round 2 of the Moline, Illinois Planetary Qualifier, and I am here with Doom, who I think I've run into Carabas a couple of times, and did we play like a league match or something a while ago?
We played a few league matches back in the day, back set 1, set 2 era. I believe the last one was Akira versus Sabine, where I learned the power of timely intervention. Today we got, looks like Tobias Beckett Green versus the meta staple of Obi-Wan.
Yeah, and this is Michael Overlay again from Blue Milk Gaming on Obi-Wan, which everybody knows all about. I mean, that list is kind of like the gold standard for the Obi-Wan list now. But I am excited about the opponent. We got Tobias Green. What's going on with that?
Yeah, Tobias Data Vault. I ran into this and I saw lists like this earlier on in the season. It's not as aggressive as the aggressive version, or the aggression aspect deck would be. I'm curious to see what tools he has. I know it's Tobias, so we should expect a lot of tricks.
Yeah. I'm gonna hazard a guess that it has likely AT Hauler in that list. It's Alexander.
We're definitely looking at a stolen AT Hauler, Rio Durand, and probably a lot of other things that play with Rio. I think Rio's an amazing card, so we're looking at Latz Mazzy. Probably a lot of other smaller units. This deck could go pretty wide. Not sure what it has at the top of the curve, though.
Yeah, no, it'll be interesting. And a shout out to Joe, Unit Monster, for picking these matches. Doing a good job. I also, prayed with him to try to slow the players down a little bit from how the round 1 started, so that we have something to watch. And here we go. So, they're both resourcing. I mean, I would think that Obi's going to posture as the control here till he looks otherwise. Without red, Tobias can't do aggressive negotiations. But
not necessarily. You can still play that card off aspect like a lot of decks are doing.
That's a good point. And maybe very well that is what it is. I actually just added...
and there's one.
There's one. We found it. All right. We're on to him. All right, Alexander, let's see.
He may have just resourced it.
Yeah,
but he has the Lats. No, he kept it in hand. He looks like he resourced the Lats. He does have a stolen ATR. It looks like he has a second Lats.
All right. Leppy Lookout comes in doing 2 damage. It was 3 damage, but then he had the restore from Yaddle, so he didn't mark it. And we have AT Hauler and Obi-Wan Kenobi.
and these guys are slinging them quick, which is to be expected. Not a lot of time in these rounds for 3 matches. If you're going to a game 3 and you have to make those decisions, you want to have the time and space to do so.
So how does that AT hauler play in a deck like Tobias?
It's probably its best home. It goes face. It goes face hard. It goes face often. They kill it. They can't play it back. Even after Tobias' flip, they can't play it back because Rio Durant is always a threat. Right,
and you see that Micah actually invests a Shatterpoint, which is, I mean, he's only got 3 of those for the entire game. So
yeah, he's got a few more options. I can see the OB being a mid-range pile here and just trying to keep pressure on while controlling what they can.
Yeah, and now we see Lats come out, which is a card that Tobias Red can't play. But great neutral blue-green card. Has a strong when played.
And a great interaction with Rio Durant. I'm not sure we're going to be seeing a lot of the pitching of units from Tobias like we do in the red version, where it can kind of like pitch away on the ground and have a heavy space presence. This one seems to be pretty wide focused, staying on the ground.
Right. And we see both units that Alexander have shields. Lats takes care of Yaddle. Not going to be a problem anymore. Yoda's crying somewhere.
Yeah, I do believe this match may get to those 8 resource turns, so we may actually see Yoda himself come through.
Yep. All right. Have a Lats. Tobias is really a fascinating leader. I think he's good.
He's one of my favorites. I've been trying to make him work time and time again. Haven't come back to him yet, so I'm really interested in this green version and how it can hold up to what is a definite top 3 deck in the format right now of Obi-Wan.
Yep, and we see Chirrut. That's a big play for Micah. I know from my Talzin exploits that Chirrut's a very good card in Tobias.
Chirrut's just a very good card in all of these Force decks. He is really hard to get through, and we do have a plot.
Unveiled Might? Cool. So
that is a big Tobias coming in now at 6'9", I believe.
Oh, getting bigger. And here's the Ascension cable. Let's go.
Just going to negate all the power Chirrut has right now, and that is a big Tobias, evening out the life totals. Actually, with the data vault, Tobias is ahead.
You're ahead of me. Remember that Alexander starts up 5. Against the 28 health force space.
Yeah, and that could be extremely relevant with this large Tobias and with how hard it is to interact with leaders currently in this format. Unless Obi-Wan is running Retaliates, this could be a problem.
Oh yeah, that Ascension cable is gigantic. I see Alex Krez having a moral quandary in the chat about whether to root for the fellow Alex or his teammate Micah. So the struggle is real, Alex.
As a caster, I got to maintain neutrality, but I am very hyped right now for what I'm seeing from this Tobias Data Vault deck.
Oh, yeah, he had me at the Ascension cable. Still going base. Micah is saying I can get to you. Aggressive negotiations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 extra plus Tobias. That is a lot of damage.
That is an 11-point hit.
That's usually like Yularen territory, where you casually hit for 15.
I've been hit with the double Battle Fury Yularen more than a few times recently in Karabast. But this Obi-Wan's on 1 HP left on base, and all it takes right now is a claim from Tobias. If Obi can't do 12 damage to that Tobias, there's a problem. and we're seeing game 2.
Yeah,
very
no,
soon.
he's got to clear the leader, and I don't know that he can. I mean, maybe if he has 2 upgrades in his hand, so he just kills Obi into. He must have a way, given that line.
Yeah, the Chirrut going base
And a blue leader to finish. But he can't answer Loopee, can he?
Well, he's got the Sentinel.
He's got Chirrut. Yeah. And other than Ascension Cable...
So unless we see another Ascension Cable, or maybe he's running Galen Urso.
Ooh.
Or he does have blue-green. He could have some other removal, and there's the Lost and Forgotten.
Oh. Yeah, I feel like I gotta root for my local boy and friend, Micah, but at the same time, this Tobias deck is excellent. I like it.
Definitely giving us a great game 1 here. I was trying to get a peek at his hand because I feel like he's got a lot of units. He can have a nice wide turn. He's got a credit left.
Well,
but we're also entering into Yoda territory.
Yeah. Oh, and he needs a Yoda in the worst way. I mean, he's got to have Yoda here, or I think the game's more or less over. Maybe a Yoda saber and an itinerant, but he can't regain the Force. Because Maz is not a Force unit.
Right. He would not be regaining the Force this turn. If I was Alexander, the first card I play here is my Sacrificial Lamb.
All right. If anybody in the chat has any... Lando! That's what we got. That's a heal 6. Except he can't do it, right? It's just a big gritty boy.
But he can't kill it.
Yeah.
Shatterpoint doesn't kill it. Pod doesn't kill it. Yoda doesn't kill it. And he needs... Obi-Wan needs a miracle.
Yep. What would it have to be? I mean...
Would assume another Sentinel? Another Chirrut?
Yeah, because it would have to be... Yoda Saber's unique. And then Constructed Lightsaber can't go on Maz, so there's not 2 upgrades isn't going to get it.
Even if you were to heal 5 this turn with playing Yoda, it doesn't kill Lando, and Lando has grit.
I think he does have the Force, so Shatterpoint could kill it.
Oh, he does have the Force.
Yeah, but he can't use it more than once. So I mean,
that is a cool Force token.
Yeah,
that's not used to it yet.
The Premier Games Force token. If Alex or Carlos wants to DM me the code, I'll put it in the chat. They're sponsored by Premier. Rex delays things. Now
it buys them some space.
Can't Alexander just claim here?
I would say it's risky.
All right.
If he can just widen this board a little bit, he's gonna have to force Obi to claim.
Yeah, well, all right, but I don't think that there was anything that Micah could have cast for 3 that could have cleared Lando. I mean, if he had Shatterpoint, he would have cast that instead of Frax, and that costs 4 anyway.
Truth.
So, because Rex is not a Sentinel. So, I was talking about this in the Yularen stuff. You got to watch out for Obi's conditional Sentinels. A lot of times, you just have to look for that claim. Right, oftentimes not playing anything, because with initiative, Rex isn't a Sentinel. With not initiative, he's a 7/7 in the way. All right, another Loopee. We got furry snipers for days.
Yeah, I was thinking that he wouldn't need to claim if he had the removal in hand. He does have. Is that a Rio and a Troidarian? So the Troidarian is going to hit the board.
Yep, so that's a non-conditional Sentinel.
Oh, but look there, Loopee.
Is it Yoda?
You see it? No, or look on Alexander's hand. He's got the Ascension Cable.
There you go. So Micah has to open. He's trying desperately to stabilize. I thought this game was over, but he's played very well to stay alive. Just like a disco song. I mean, I think he needs to attack, right? And he's going to kill the Twadarian. Takes 2 back. Rex becomes a Sentinel, and I believe it's an on attack, so he could have made the Twadarian a Sentinel. He doesn't have to give another one to Alexander's units. Right? Or is it when attack completes? I'll put up Rex.
I want to say when this unit attacks, but oh, Finn coming in, doubling up a shield on one of the Loopee lookouts.
It is completes an attack, so he did have to give a Sentinel to something.
And looks like Micah scoops to save time.
All right, what a match! You know, just Tobias knowing his matchup. And knowing that the Ascension cable is strong, I mean, I thought that Michael was in an exceptionally good position having played the turret, but, you know, the giant saboteur makes it. And he was able to kill Tobias the next round, you know, through grit and determination. But the two...
Yeah, a lot of his resources were spent to kill that Tobias, which, when he has 12 HP, and he needed to go.
Right. And he did not have... He did not have Yoda, I presume. Maybe he had it at the end and he scooped to save time because he was, you know, way behind. But both players are sideboarding. I mean, the Tobias list, you know, I don't know exactly what's in there, but I would expect to see...
I have not a clue, and I would embarrass myself trying to imagine what he could have in there.
Well, I think we could say that anything that has Saboteur, you probably want to add. There's a lot of good cards in green-yellow. I mean, one thing that I kind of think right now is green-yellow really is in large part where it's at. I mean, you have Boba kind of holding up Villainy, Boba and Yularen. Yularen through his upgrades and Boba just through the broken topple interaction. But...
Yeah, we saw a handful of masteries in his deck. Looks like he has taken out a couple nimble prowesses.
Yeah, I think you. So, and one thing about Obi is, you know, it does not have upgrade removal. You know, they locked upgrade removal to red, and because they did that, you can get somewhere by playing a bunch of upgrades, particularly on your leader. If they're not on the leader, they could be shatter pointed or a couple of other things. But, you know, I would not be surprised seeing any additional copies of Mastery in the board go in. I mean, for Obi, I mean, he knows what's coming. He's probably just going to add anything more support for the ground arena. He might have more turrets. He might have more Rexes. And I don't think that they actually have any hard upgrade removal. It'd have to be out of aspect. But
it would have to be out of aspect, which, with these Voltron strategies becoming more and more popular again, it wouldn't surprise me if there was anything out of aspect that he can cast for 5 or 6. There's also, in blue, there is Retaliate, and it has been gaining some traction in forums all over the internet, just about its ability to, you know, just take that one hit and they don't get a second one.
Yep.
But like everything else, this is a card game, and you do need to see the card at the right time. So if he did board in Retaliates or any off-aspect upgrade removal, if Tobias flips and he doesn't have it right then and there, we could see another repeat of game 1.
The other thing that I think could be, you know, interesting for Tobias is Terran Tayek is a neutral card, and that is very much an anti-Obi card. That's why that's getting play right now. So it wouldn't overly surprise me if he had access to that in the board.
I think that card's great with the power and presence of Obi-Wan. Talzin's still around. There's a lot of blue villain force decks making the rounds. It's a great addition to any green sideboard.
Right. All right. So opening round, Alexander plays Loopee Lookout to match Micah's Yaddle. Two of the best 2-drops in the game.
Very similar
right
to
there.
game 1.
Yep. Obi-Wan, I think this is so far exactly as game 1 was. Yaddle will clear the Loopee.
Yeah, Obi's going to need to keep this board clear, keep that damage off of base.
Ooh,
But a shielded Lats is...
How good is Lats right there, Doom?
I think Lats is always good. I think this card is incredible. If you're playing blue-green, you're not playing this card, you're probably doing something wrong.
I mean, I think Aura uses her best because, with Aura, it basically kills a 4-drop.
Of course.
But
kill a 4-drop and kill it.
I'm with you. I think that's a card. It's kind of the changing nature of blue-green, and in particular blue-green villain, in that it's kind of... What's that card? I don't even know that yellow card.
2/3 for 2. If you didn't pay resources to play it, like you only used credits, I believe it comes in with an experience token. But it's 2/3 Saboteur.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen that in pre-release. I know what you're talking about. I still don't recall the name of it. Man, I love the there. Austin, I conceivably could have access to their deck list, but we don't talk about the deck list till the top cut in specific. Just for the competitive integrity. So we just talk about generally. WeK Pirates. I knew somebody would have it for me. Thank you, Flash.
New pirate. But Lats has lost her shield. Take out the Yaddle last round. We got a Gungi and a Secretive Shade over on Obi's side. So Obi's spreading out. He's got a lot of toughness and a shield to make these trades. And
update.
The trades begin.
Update from the ISB. The Yularen player on table 1 just screamed to Vader. Has advanced to
That
the 2-0.
was quick.
That's right. So, you can count on me to keep track of the Yularen in the field and their exploits. So shout out to Madison Housechild.
I saw someone call Yularen just ground Vader.
No, it was Space Vader. It was Vader.
Right, Yularen is the ground version of the
Oh,
Vader.
I see. Yeah. Pretty good decks.
Looks like it's a Galen Urso. I'm assuming it named credit, but this version of Tobias doesn't seem reliant on those credits. It's not like the red one where you're trying to pump out a Chrysanthemum.
Right. I wonder whether Maz Kanata's in this deck. I'm just fascinated by Alexander's deck here. What's all in. I see he has an Essential Cable in hand.
Yeah, he definitely has an Essential Cable in hand. If he can take down Micah on that Obi-Wan, could be making some waves. We'll definitely have to pay attention to his journey throughout the event today.
Yeah, Austin has a good point. I mean, not excited these guys in Premier or in Limited, and here they are in Premier. I mean, with Tobias, it makes some sense, and it could be a sideboard card. I mean, we don't know if he brought that in, but it does have Saboteur, which is something you want against Obi.
I saw the WeK Pirates in his hand last round.
Okay. But look at what I do see now. That's our boy, the Terran
And there is a force unit in the Gungi, which means that Galen Urso is probably out of here because it's not enough to kill the Gungi. Gungi's got 6 HP right now.
Tobias is just going to hit base. Catch the overlay up.
And the Gunky goes into Tobias, trying to start chipping him down.
Right. Looks like we're going to see the two-headed twig. Maybe not. Maybe it's Terrantaic. Maybe not. Okay, looks like 5 is the final answer. Maybe. Nope.
Nope.
Yep, there we go.
And there it is.
And, you know, that's just fine. Think about your moves, folks. So, it's a 2/4 Sentinel. If you don't use the thing that gives credits, but I think he wants the Sentinel to protect Tobias's health.
Yeah. And there's the Ascension cable. A little surprised he didn't play it earlier on Tobias. The extra bit of damage on base. We saw last game it was down to 1. Those don't trade.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, Micah's in a lot better position this game going into the 6 resource turn. He has a Gunji with an experience, but 4 damage, so 2 remaining health. A Secretive Sage with no shield, but an experience, which is a 3/3. A Galen Urso with an experience, which is a 4/6, and then Obi-Wan Kenobi with 2 damage. He's a 3/6. On the other side, Alexander has Tobias with an Ascension Cable with 3 damage on him, and a Two-Faced Twog with 1 health left, which is a Sentinel. But has only taken 2 damage. So, you know, one way to look at this is that Alexander's up by 9 total. There's the Terrantaic finishing off Obi.
And did Alex not resource? Trying to get that aggressive negotiations to be as big as it can be.
Not this turn. Let's look at Ascension Cable. We'll put that up for everybody. I believe it adds 1/3.
It's 1/3 gain Saboteur, and it just got applied a kill switch.
Oh, kill switch. Always a bummer to see that card. If you're having it cast on you.
I'm never sure how it feels to have kill switch versus nimble prowess. Personally, I would prefer to play a nimble prowess. Buff my guy, exhaust your guy.
Yeah, nimble.
And it costs 1 less.
You know, I'm kind of in the position where I'm kind of embarrassed that I didn't realize nimble prowess is as good as it was last set, because that card should definitely play in Kylo Data Vault. It's just a lot of stability on the flip. I haven't added aggressive negotiations to that deck yet, but it probably actually should be in there. We have a Saboteur Terrantaic. Let's go. Correctly realizing that he was going to kill Tobias with Galen.
Yep, and the Saboteur instantly relevant.
Yeah, I think Austin says that Obi needs options that go cross-range. I think that's probably the reasoning. Now,
yeah, one of those options is Pod and Shatterpoint, and both are online to remove this Terrantaic.
Yeah, and we have not seen yet. What's that? Covering the Wing. All right, let's go. We got Covering the Wing coming up in this piece. That's actually a good card. I think that's an excellent card.
I'm actually a little speechless right now of the deck that Alex has put together here is constantly giving us surprises, and honestly a bit impressive to watch it be piloted also.
What did Galen name if it's not credits? That's a good question, Carlos.
Nothing relevant anymore.
Yeah, but now
as the Galen dives into a shield token.
I'm curious. Oh, it could have been AN. Yeah, that's a good point. Looking. All right. Let me get the damage. Obi's taking 12 now. Didn't want to shout. Alex
We
is
see a
also
Rio
one.
Durant. Is that? That is Rio. That's that promo Rio.
Yeah,
That looks so good.
Yep. Cool Rio. Yeah, no, he's got some excellent bling going on over there.
Fun tidbit of playing Tobias a lot previously. Even if Rio doesn't get his when played, he's still a 2-5 and a great target for mastery.
Is that Yoda? Yep, that's the Prestige Yoda. So that's a kick in the you-know-what. Now, Tobias probably runs Lost and Forgotten. In fact, I see one in his hand.
Surprisingly, he's letting more Yoda triggers go off. So Yoda would have been kill on spot against Obi-Wan. He can kind of machine gun out that when the Force is used ability.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to game 3.
I think Alexander recognized his error and saw himself in a spot he could not come back from.
All right, so Micah takes game 2. What did you think of that match?
I thought it was very interesting until Alex decided to not remove Yoda. Not instantly removing that Yoda was instantly punished with Obi-Wan's ability to just machine gun out that ability with the leader ability to use the Force, and just was in an insurmountable odds. But until then, it was 9-9 damage on base. It was a very close game.
Yeah. Yep. No, it was there. I mean, Yoda is a strong card. I mean, but they want to make sure that they have enough time for the game 3. They should. I'll see if I can get a time checking around. So
they should, but this is also the benefit of playing quicker earlier, is that if you do get into these game 3 situations, you can take more time. You're not feeling rushed when it really matters.
All right, I just a couple of updates from Melee. Mickey D won his match to improve to 2-0 as well. One of the nice guys. Great player from Iowa. Drove over to Central Illinois for this PQ. What else we got?
And I was looking at Moline before the event, because I'm like, I have no idea where anything in the Midwest is. Look, this looks like it's on the border of Iowa.
Yeah, no, it's not far. Illinois is a big state. Like, if you drive south out of Wisconsin, going to Florida, you'd be surprised.
It's a long state.
It's a long state.
It's like a
lot of Illinois.
It's like Florida or Jersey. It's like it goes in one direction.
And it's very flat. It's very flat. All right, and then on table 4, we had Brad Gregg improved to 2-0. And on table 5, we have Alec Veranda improved to 2-0. Table 10, which would be the last one, we had Jacoby Veranda improve. Bill Raines looks like he went to 2-0 on table 11. And Chris DeGuide on table 15. So there are the 2-0s here. We're going into game 3. Alexander.
And there's going to be 6 rounds today?
There's going to be 6 rounds of Swiss, followed by a top cut of 8. Great prizes on the line, in addition to coveted Galactic's qualifier points. Micah is in the running for a flight and hotel. He's near the top of the standings overall. So, looking to do that. Performed well at the regional. I believe he lost in the last round of Swiss to not top 8. It was close. And one of his losses was to his teammate. I believe.
No loss is ever fun, but there's also not much worse than losing to your teammate.
Right.
In my opinion and experience, when you're both been trained together and you get, as a competitive person, you want to be the best on your team, and when someone on your team is just edges you out, you're like, oh man.
All right, so we got about 24 minutes in round right now. I'll start the timer. That's about accurate.
Yeah, but plenty of time for a nice, well thought out game 3.
Micah's a very fast player. You know, decisive, knows the deck well. I doubt that time will become much of an issue here. And I'm enjoying the match.
I am too.
So apparently, what Galen named was Unveiled Might. So that sounds weird when you first think about it, because
it sounds weird. But it may have won that game.
It takes away the plot. You can't plot. You can't plot Unveiled Might if Galen has named it. So even though generally, like, naming experience with Galen is a bad play, always, because it's there. He hits base with the Canyon Frontrunner, and there. But
wait, Canyon Frontrunner attacked first. Shouldn't he have neg 0?
But Maz gives it +2.
Oh, the Maz, yes, Maz does give that +2. The Fleet Lieutenant of the Force.
Yep, absolutely, and. Great sequence there, because I thought that the aggressive play was good, going into the base and then giving the Secretive Sage -2, so it couldn't kill the Canyon Frontrunner, and then we had a response with Maz say, well, now it is going to attack for 2. All right. Game 3, we have Loopee played by Alexander.
And Alexander holding a Tarantech and a Mastery in hand with a third card, I think is a Finn.
All right. So Micah does have the Force, which is super relevant.
Incredibly relevant with Chirrut. That card is so powerful in these Force decks.
And Lats was used with the shield mode, so would not do any damage to Chirrut if the Chirrut passive was be used, which I imagine it would be. Now, he wasn't...
Yeah, he just would have been giving up initiative and a shield token at that point.
Yeah, he wasn't able to give an experience to Chirrut, because that would have depleted the Force tag and made it so he was killable, or damageable. All right, I believe... Oh, Alexander's going to go into Chirrut for 3. He uses the Force, takes only 1. Chirrut attacks for 3, regaining the Force.
Still, the Tarantech's not enough. Unless he wants to sacrifice Latz's shield.
Now, that might be the play, though, because Maz can't regain the Force, and then you would have an opportunity to finish with Tarantaic. Because Obi needs to deploy.
I'm assuming as Alex has done in the games prior, he's going to want to sacrifice the shield and pitch the Lats afterwards.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's worried that if Maz is going to
trade into Lats. Yeah, I think you got to do this. I think this is the line, though. I mean, you got to...
This is the correct line.
Yep. So, and then Obi could deploy here, or Maz could go take care of Lats. He deploys Obi. Here comes the Tarantaic, I believe.
And the Galen plot.
All right, so last time he called Unveiled Might. Oh, he gives Lats. I don't know that that's the play. Yeah, don't do that, Alex.
No. He's like,
didn't complete
Like,
that.
just kidding.
All right. Tarantayak for 5. Ascension Cable was called. Yeah, Unit Monster coming in. Yeah, smart play by Micah with his calls. Now, Ascension Cable would still give stats, but it would not give Saboteur. Now he's going to give Lats. Here, Obi have a Lats. Obi will consider swinging to base.
If he's debating passing to try and set up an ambush next turn. And it looks like he did pass.
Okay, 3 into Tobias.
Yep. And he's got these 2 credits. Nothing to do with them.
Is there
right
a weak
now.
is there a weak pirate in the house? All right, he does play covering the wing. Is what he ended up doing.
It's a solid option. A 2-2 for 2 and a shield on your leader is a good line of play.
All right, and then we have Chirrut coming down for Obi. He, I think, still has an Ascension Cable in his hand, but it was named by Galen. We know. That is Haymaker.
A Haymaker.
Great card.
Great card when there's not a lane dodge happening.
Yep, and you got to deal with the ground arena against Obi. So could have been a sideboard card coming in. We'll see. That's a Gunji coming down for Micah. How big was that Haymaker?
That was a 5-powered Haymaker. So now Tobias is no longer shielded, but still he's a 5/7 with 3 damage on him. So Galen is lethal here. Or not lethal, but can kill and trade.
Yeah,
and does not get traded back.
And I think he resourced the Ascension Cable, but it actually would have been worthwhile to cast there, even without the Saboteur, because then it would have made it kill Galen, and I think he would have survived. With the extra
the plus 3 health is very, very important. Is that a... Well, yep, that is a Lando in hand.
Oh, Lando's pretty dang good right now.
And
so, yep, the token goes away because it can't be captured, but he heals 6 down to 1. And Micah's
gets a big body.
Micah's a little on the ropes here. That's probably Shatterpoint.
Had a big body.
Yep. Gunji goes in for 3.
But that heal 6 is not irrelevant.
Yep. He's way ahead on base damage, has no board. So can Alexander find a way to get some threats? We haven't seen a lot of space units from this Tobias deck. Internally coherent comments, a Lando and Hando. Who doesn't like a Lando and Hando?
Now, I'm wondering if that was the best line of play he had in hand, because he has some ambushers in hand, and defeating your own space unit that's getting 2 a turn to heal 6 when you were at 7, it didn't seem like it was that, unless he was trying to be like, do you have it, and didn't really care. But I feel like I'd rather have that Lando than have that Finn. And this is what Obi-Wan does best, in my opinion, and why it's solidly a tier 1 deck at the moment, is just its ability to just keep pressuring, and like you're going 2-drop, 3-drop into Kelleran and Itinerant Warrior, and he's right now this game's almost back at parity on life, but on board it's looking like Micah is about to run away with it.
Not parity at all.
Yeah.
Can Alexander find a way to reload? I mean, boy, what would he do for a Kelleran right now? Something to play multiple units at once. That's Hunter for Hire. All right, we got a Hunter for Hire played. And killed. But let's look at the Hunter for Hire. Did not have that on my bingo card to see today.
You gotta fill out that 60 cards of the Data Vault list with something.
Right. That's mastery on it. It costs 4 though, so can't do that. It's a Seasoned Fleet Admiral is the green card. It's a 1/4 raid 1. When the opponent draws a card, you can give an experience. Draws a card other than in the normal way. And Alexander's going to scoop. So Micah survives the onslaught from the Tobias deck. What a match. All right, so
what a match! What a deck! I just we may have seen that bit of downside of why Data Vault has 33 health. It's because you do lose some consistency.
Yeah. Ty asked if we saw Rhydonium. No, we did not, and that's definitely what he needed. I presume it's in that deck somewhere. All right. So looking at table 2. Table 2 is done. So our backup match is complete as well. We got 12 minutes or so in the round, and we will be back with round 3 of Swiss after this.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
This is the way.
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? It's Loopee at Late Night Gaming, and we have round 3 coming up very quickly at the Moline, Illinois Planetary Qualifier. But before that, we have kind of the whole commentary crew here. Loopee, and I think Doom is still here, which commentated last rounds, and then we have RT and Victor joining us. And
hey. Hello.
Let's talk about the meta a little bit. So this is what was brought to the tournament. What sticks out to you guys?
I mean, it looks very much like we've expected lately. Maybe Talcine being slightly more represented than what I would have thought. But apart from that, it looks... I would have expected slightly more Yularen and Shui as well.
We do have an undefeated... The one Yularen in the field is undefeated.
All right, nice.
In Madison, so I requested whether that can happen for the next feature match, because the Yularen match should be one of the quicker ones. It doesn't surprise me seeing Obi and Lando that high. Vader yellow is interesting. What do you think's going on there?
Goes very well into Obi-Wan, and if they were expecting Obi-Wan, they might have brought the right deck, but I don't see it doing too well into the Bobas, the Yularans, the Auras, or the Landos.
I think it's fine into Boba, but it's really, really bad into some of the other space stacks, right?
And it's bad into Aura also.
Yeah, I bet.
So
I bet it's really bad. It should be good into Mother Talzin, though, right? Should be almost free into Mother Talzin.
Vader?
Not necessarily.
No,
Talzin is adapted.
Yeah, Talzin actually has synergies into Vader in the first place. So as long as you can keep them off Victor Leader, Talzin can kill a TIE fighter every turn. So that actually is a very specific part of that matchup where Vader is one of the pilots that Talzin, I'd face Vader 6 days a week rather than a Boba Lake Country because the ability to, manage the TIE fighter. Now you do have to find a way to kill the Victor Leader. The Victor Leader can get you behind, but having played a lot of Talzin in the last couple of weeks, I don't mind Vader that much. It's still not ideal because it's a space aggro deck, but it's not dead in the water either. And
no.
To RT's point, you're exactly right. The Talzin lists are running significant anti-space as well. We actually saw another part saying that Hyperspace Disaster was actually the most included card in the decks, which is cool and interesting.
Yep. It's not going to bode well for the Vaders.
Right.
Because pretty much every blue deck is at least going to have that in the sideboard.
All right. And I just got the standings. So what else do you guys see? This is the leaders and bases.
Lots of Aura.
Yep.
Aura's been on the rise, and I think this is her weekend.
And she's really good in the Lando, especially the Lake Country build. But there is a fifth Lando out there that we're pretty sure must be running. It's either running blue or green.
All right, because Aura, you've seen the rise of Aura Green as well lately, and it's doing better and better, I think. Even though Aura Red is probably the most represented, right?
No, it's green is the most represented.
Oh, it is. Really? Yeah. Because it really feels like when you're playing with or against it, it really feels like old-time green-blue villainy. It's that flavor of control, but with units. It's not soft control necessarily, but it's not either hard control. Like
It's mid-range. It's I play units that have a lot of value. Everything I do has a lot of value. And you just try to outvalue your opponent and grind them down.
Yeah,
grindy mid-range, of course, could be a good term for it as well.
Yeah, and into this field, I'd feel pretty good about it. It does really well into Lando, does well into Vader, because you're just killing all their units every turn with Aura. Obi-Wan is winnable, but it can be tough.
Right. Obi-Wan is so weird because it can be so quick. While it still has good removal options as well. So it can take care of your huge units once they come.
Yeah.
All right, we have gameplay going up here. I see that the camera's late because there's de-sideboarding from the last backup. So we'll be right back with round 3 after this.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to the Moline, Illinois Planetary Qualifier. We're here with round 3. I'm Rebel Trader, joined by Victor from Nordic Takedown here for commentary.
Hello, guys. Great to be here. Hope to get to see some really cool through. I know we're going to go to watch Yularen this round, right? I think that's an exciting deck. It really has. It's trying to be the standard bearer for actual aggro. Maybe you could say that Shui also works in that field, but it seems that Shui is getting more and more mid-rangey by the minute. Shui blue being sort of the favored color as of lately.
All right,
So
it looks like we've got Obi on the other side of the table here, and we're sort of jumping into it. 000 on the side for the Yularen.
Right, and that 000 does have a has used a haymaker. We can only assume because there's one in the discard and one experience token on that 000. Using the ability, he can now hit base for 6 then, which is quite a lot.
Looks like we're now on the mutual flip turn here.
Yeah, Obi is already out. We get a Shuret to start and try to protect that base. Obi takes out the 000.
That's going to make the trip
5
big.
back. Yeah. Taking 5 back, just 1 HP left on Obi, but giving it experience, of course, to Shuret.
Ooh, that's craving power. That's a craving Shuret there.
Yeah, that's very good for Yularen, and it is looking very strong for Madison here with a Yularen that is now 6 powered, and going into around 6 resource round. We know that you have some really strong cards on 6 resources. You have the L3 that can bring out a bunch of more droids and just repopulate the board.
And invisible hand.
Yularen decks. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So there's kind of just getting rid of that Sentinel is really important here. It doesn't look like there's anything that will just remove it right away, but 1 experience token on Yularen will be enough, and Yularen will survive that hit.
But with the experience on to the wreck, now the Yularen can't kill it.
No, and he does sacrifice himself into Yularen as well, just to make sure that there's no shenanigans. So now Yularen just can't afford to trade there. It takes initiative instead, which will allow him to hit with both units, of course.
Yeah, that's the thing with Yularen, is that you get so much tempo on the action. Is that lethal? She's hitting for
let's see, what's that?
11. Not quite. With aggressive negotiations, it's lethal.
Yep, any kind of boost really, and he is even to the commence the festivities would do it, I guess, because he should be behind on resources now, right? But
she, I
doesn't
believe,
look like
right?
it. Yeah, she. Yes, sorry. Yes, it doesn't look like there was any bump. I couldn't see any boosts in the hand there though, so. We might just have to go to base, and it'll end up on what, 26, right?
26, yeah.
Yeah, that's 1 off. But then you could have the casualties. What's it called?
I know the card you're talking about.
The 2/2 unit, 2/2 base. 3 cost event. It's called. Blanks. Collateral damage. That's the one I'm looking for. Yes. So we do get to 26 there, and now we spend resources. What will it be? It's a space unit. Bringing out a droid, probably. Yes, there is a tap droid there. There is.
The Pro Droid. Pro Droid can kill the experience and kill the Rex.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. That's perfect for him right now. So that's probably no. He's taking 000. Sorry, BT1. Triples, good mate. The other murder droid.
I still think either way, Madison's in a good position here. Yeah, it looks like Micah had to just claim to try and find something and couldn't get it. And yeah, shutout win for Madison in that first game.
26-0 is quite a resounding win. We're going to sideboards here, and I know you have some trivia for us, don't you?
Yeah, today is a very significant day in Star Wars Unlimited history, and I want to see if anyone in the chat knows what it is.
Yeah, I'm not in the know here, so it'll have to be someone in chat pointing it out. What do you think that Obi brings in here? Are there any more Sentinels he could bring in? He's probably running Typhos in main deck already, or maybe not.
Yeah, if he doesn't have those are coming in for sure.
Right. Definitely he's got turrets, we saw that. But you're probably running either Obis or Typhos in your main board. But I think against Yularen, Typhos the only one that's really securing up the lane in a good way because of how he can always just claim and go 2 units to base.
Yeah.
Is there anything else? Like, the Yularen decks aren't playing all that much space, so if there's any space-centric defenses that might come out, right?
If they don't have all 3 shatter points in the main, I might bring that one in to deal with, like, Invisible Hand.
Yep. Yeah, because I can't think... Do you run MC30 in Yularen nowadays? I don't think you do. So it's only the... Of course, Late Night Gaming has a very, very good Yularen in the Yularen decklist video in the series. What's it? The Masterclass series.
Or it's actually separate from Masterclass.
Oh, it's not in that. It's not a Masterclass. All right.
But Loopee's telling us that Madison's list is very close to his own. So
yeah. And of course, in the Late Night Gaming Discord, there's one of the most prolific Yularen forums available. So you could check that out as well.
All right. It looks like we're getting started here, and because no one got my question right, I'll just give the answer. Today was the day in 2023 that the game was announced for the first time.
Oh, really? Very good. All right, so we have resources down. We get Mina Bontari for Micah, which is a very good start into HK, which is a decent start for Yularen. It's a 2-4, but just the stickiness of it is very good, even though Mina Bontari isn't known for trading units out that much. Just having sticky units early is really good for Yularen to be able to utilize the ability as much as possible.
Yeah.
Mina
we didn't quite get the first couple turns of the last game, but it looked like from what we saw, it was a lot of trading units, and with these bigger units, it's probably going to be less happen in this game.
Right. And we have a 000 entering the field as well. So both of these units being full powered, they might be able to stay on. Of course, Obi can just buff our good friend Ezra there to be able to actually take out 000, but probably not before 000 can go to base.
Yeah, and we'll see if Madison has a haymaker.
Right, because that would also do the trick, of course. But starts by taking out HK with Ezra, so that's probably not in the cards for Ezra right now.
Yeah,
000 then
units get to survive, which is important.
Yeah,
the restore for Mina can be pretty valuable.
Right, exactly. And also 000 now, of course, able to do the replace a card into the deck thing and hit for 5 though. So pretty good value still. But we do get some heal of the itinerant warrior there. tapping down Mina and discarding a card.
Ooh.
That's very
Hard
good.
cast on the Interadroid for 4 resources.
Yeah, but could be worth it here because you get a card as well. Yeah, the discard is very reasonable at 4 in this case, I think. Also threatening 3 damage, which is enough to take out 2 of the units. So he'll have to kind of trade. If Marco wants to trade, he'll have to do it with Itinerant Warrior, which is also the only unit that could either take out 000. So he's going to have to choose between the 2 units if he wants to stay on the board with wherever he's training with. And he is taking out 000 instead. That makes sense.
Yeah.
It's doing a lot more damage.
And this game at this stage in the last game, Mike had an empty board.
Yeah. And
so
a lot more damage.
Yeah. This game's looking a lot better for Micah.
Much so. Of course, Micah, having been with the late night team up until just recently, has probably practiced a fair amount into Yularen. Yularen plotting Palpatine here. Yeah,
that's
very
great.
good.
This
very
scenario.
good. Just repopulating the board, even though they are small, it is going to keep his units alive. Yeah, it's very, very good.
Oh yeah, that would be perfect.
Obi would really like Battle Fury here. It'd be a very good play. We got Pod, which is enough to take out Yularen. Very good.
That walls off the Battle Fury.
Mm-hmm. Now, I guess Madison will just try to get that board as healthy as possible and then claim. Mina gets to take out the other spy here while still staying alive, and Ezra can now take something out, and it is BT1 that's chosen. Makes sense.
Interesting, taking out the BT1 and not the Interadroid.
Yeah, because of how you can use Yularen on the combination there. Yeah.
Well, I guess no, they're all 2, so I don't think you could. She couldn't use it. I think it's mainly just. Oh no, Palpatine's a 3. That's right.
Exactly, Palpatine's a 3, so you can use Yularen there. If he would have taken out Palpatine, that wouldn't have been the case. But you know, Micah isn't in such a bad position still. It's only 9 damage on that blue base, and the board certainly looks to be favoring Micah at the moment. We have the Invisible Hand hit the board again, and let's see what we can get off of that. There's a L3 that you could just take to hand. That would make sense. And there's a
droid, I think.
probe droid. Yeah, it's good to take off the experience, but you know, I'm not sure if I think it's worth it. L3 is such a good card in this position. I might have taken that instead. Forgets to trigger. He should have been able to. He should have been able to take off of the experience from Ezra there. Oh well. Is that a May trigger? It is a May trigger. Yeah, right.
Constructed is major here. It's going to allow Micah to start racing.
Yeah. And I think being so far ahead also, both on board and on damage, I think Micah's in a very good position here. This is almost over.
Yeah, I think he probably is lethal as turn 3 for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah. And
even with...
I think actually if she'd remembered to kill the experience token... Actually, no, because Obi's going to get another experience this turn, so I don't think it would have saved her. But
it's still going to be lethal, probably. Lauren, of course, gets to attack with 2 units here. And I think you'll have to trade here, so he's kind of have to go with the 2 ground units. Yep, and that's what's happening. Oh, going both of them to. Why? That makes no sense to me.
Yeah, that's. I mean, maybe she was playing to her outs.
Yeah. Oh, she's got aggressive negotiations in hand, so she was probably hoping to be able to actually do lethal here. Is that possible?
I don't think so.
I don't think
the
so.
highest that gets is like 20. I think there's 4 cards in hand. One of them's EAN.
Yeah. So that would only be 6. That would only be 9. Needs 17 damage. So it's not happening. But does ward off the lethal anyway with the shatter point. I think that was.
I think it was a haymaker from.
Oh, it was a haymaker. All right. Oh yeah, of course. With the experience being put on the droid there.
So it looks like a Benthic.
Yeah, I think that's 2 tubes. The new one, the 3-1 that pings. The 3-2, I mean, that pings. It's a really good card. I really like that card. But, one off lethal for a Micah, I have a hard time seeing how Madison is going to come back in this game. Especially with Obi-Wan being upgraded and really big. Yeah.
She's still thinking, but I don't think there's anything she can have.
But yeah, exactly. What could that even be? There's no cards in the deck that does that amount of healing / killing. Yep, and we have a scoop here. Going to 3rd.
Someone in chat said Mike is probably used to playing on stream. He's real good. Yeah, he is very much used to playing on stream.
That's an understatement. Micah has been achieving a lot in his career so far, so for sure. He used to be the premier Palpatine player in the US, as far as I know. But
no, that was Rando Mando.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm mixing up my late night players here. Micah is currently ranked 31 in the world on the Holocron rankings hub thing. On the actual leaderboard, that is. On the Holocron ratings board.
I've got it pulled up right now. 21.
21
overall.
So doing real well.
The BMG team overall, I think, is the 2nd highest rated team, at least last I checked.
Yeah, I have the team room open, and they are the BMG is 3rd after Eclipse and KTOD, and then we've got a bunch of European teams for that. So, we have the 3rd game starting here. Just resetting our overlays.
Madison's going to have initiative this time, which might make a difference depending on what her open is.
Certainly, with the right opening, it can be huge. It looks like she's got a BT in hand there, which is a very good opening card. It can trade or go to base. She's very versatile.
Yep, I'm absolutely looking for 2/4s, as you learn in this matchup.
Right, absolutely. And that's what we get to see. Of course, Yaddle is a very good 2/4 answer from Micah. We see HK droid there being resourced, I think. Or maybe he kept it. He kept it. All right. A quick run and gets to ping Yaddle for 1. Yaddle can still survive hitting BT, which she will do. But she is at 3 damage, and BT can kill her off of his trigger next turn.
That's
and
true.
We do get the
Dengar.
Losing the Dengar, thank you. The new Dengar, the credit Dengar. And we do get a Sentinel or a conditional Sentinel in Obi there.
And a 3/5, importantly, which is going to be able to eat the Dengar, because the Dengar is a 4/3. But Madison does get to use the alarm to attack with both these units before either of them can die.
Yep. And he can ping with the BT ping if he likes. So 2 to base, gets a red card, and that exactly, that doesn't kill Yaddle since she's now upgraded, of course. Get experience.
All right.
Nice experience. He's taking Dengar out of range for Obi. He waited a little bit too long with taking it out there.
And interesting that Mike is going to base for that Yaddle, not wanting to lose his restore unit.
Right.
It's actually, I believe does it give it restore to Jedi? Well, Obi's a Jedi and Force, so he's got
Obi is so he's going to be restoring here. And I think that's why you keep Yaddle at this point. And he could possibly have more Jedi Force units in hand as well. So Yaddle could be quite important here, actually. Shadow Point, taking out Dengar anyway.
All right, but BT is now lined up to be able to kill this Yaddle off the trigger if it's a hit.
Right. And there are quite a few red cards in this Yularen deck, so I'd say you have a good chance at doing that. He could actually just trade into OB at the attack as well.
Yeah, that might be the wise thing to do.
Yeah, I think that's what you do here, but apparently not.
Ooh, it's a miss.
And it's a green. It's a mess. That is not good, because now Yaddle can go to base again and give 3 restores at least if there's... Yeah. Oh, this is nice, though. Tartek is perfect here. We'll take out Obi-Wan if he wants to, either of the two. Takes out the
small OB.
Oh, yeah, it can only take out the small OB. That's correct. It's a 5/5. I somehow think it has to set a stat line of the MC-30 ship, but it does not. It does not have raid. So we do get Yaddle taking off board as well. And now Yularen flips with no resources to plot for.
Ooh, and the second game in a row that Protect the Pod comes out.
Oh!
Kill the Yularen right away.
And that's such a good play for Micah there. And then he can clear BT1. And we are going into the 7th round with only Obi-Wan leader on the board. This isn't looking too good for Yularen, for Madison.
If you can get another Terran Tatak, that would be ideal.
Yep. Terran Tatak would solve a lot of this problem. Also, L3 could repopulate the board and get something sticky. Invisible Hand is good as well. It will be able to get a droid on the board. Oh, perfect. He can tap down. He can take the interrogation droid, tap down Obi-Wan, and have Micah discard a card. That's very good. And that's almost certainly the play we have here, yeah.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Mm-hmm. And cards are so important right now in Micah's hand, since he is very much...
Did you forget the discard?
Looks like.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, there's no discard if it's a 5 cost, of course, yes. We do see Craving Power in the hand there, right? Which would also take care of Obi-Wan.
Yeah, looks like it.
So that would be good. It unlike Haymaker, can go across arenas, so...
But do you take the risk and play it, or do you just go to base to play around removal?
You kind of have to get Obi off the board somehow, don't you? Because otherwise, like a 5/5 shielded itinerant warrior is not ideal.
It looks like another Interradroid picked up by this invisible hand.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Very good. Gets to tap down Obi this turn. That takes care of the problem with experience on the itinerant warrior. Instead, it gets a lightsaber. That's a problem.
Yup.
That is a problem. And we've got restore back on then. So I do like Sit and March here because of the sort of incidental ping there. But Madison needs to get... Oh, there's another Sentinel. Madison needs to get some more offense going than just the invisible hand. Can't really make out what's in that hand. Is that... Did she just resource AN?
I don't think
it was
so.
Definitely a red event, but you wouldn't resource aggressive
It might have been like
right?
collateral damage or one of the other ones.
Could have been. And collateral doesn't do enough here, so that makes sense if that's what she resourced. Yeah, because commence the festivities would have been too good here. He wouldn't resource that either. So we have Yularen ability here. Using the hand going to 17 and triggering. And there's another probe droid. Wow. That's amazing. Yep. A no-brainer.
And yeah, it's going to target the warrior, which is going to get the discard this time.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Should definitely get the discard this time. Oh, 4 cost. It's 3 or less on the probe droid. I thought it was 4 as well. Now, Obi-Wan gets to buff up Chirrut there. And technically, he could have buffed the itinerant warrior as well, but having it tap down, that's less interesting.
Ooh, aggressive on the droid, which
kills.
Does that kill it? How many cards do you have in hand?
Enough. It depends on how many cards he's got in hand. I think he's got 3, so it's not enough because he did have the force, but it does do a fair amount of damage still. Gets the force back with Chirrut, and this is quite even still. Using the aggressive negotiations to just put damage on Chirrut, I'm not sure I agree with that.
I don't know. I mean, you got to break through the turret somehow.
Right. But you could have used it on the invisible hand next turn. You only need 10 damage, so just not resource and use it on your invisible hand, and that would be lethal, right?
Oh, it would have been, yeah. But I guess, like, I mean, there's so many rules, like with Yoda or Shatterpoint. It's kind of rough.
Kind of couldn't gamble on that sticking around. Maybe it makes sense. There is an event still in Madison's hand there, a red event, so that could be the 3rd aggressive negotiations in hand already. Not sure. At least the probe droid will kill Chirrut now, even if the force is used. So hacking with the probe droid and then going immediately with Benthic or something would make sense. Maybe ping off the shield from the itinerant, or just go with Sit and Morsh. You can't go with Benthic.
Yeah, if you want to use Yularen's Madison, you have to go Zeton first.
Right. I think the play is to go probe droid into Chirrut and then Zeton into base, but that still just takes you to 18. And I think maybe at this point Micah is lethal, right? Is that 14 damage?
7, 12. Yeah, that's easily 14, even if the turret dies.
Right, exactly. So maybe you should trade Obi with Citon instead of going to base there, right? But that's not what's happening here, is it?
Well,
No,
I mean,
he
you have
takes...
to get rid of the turret first. And
And
your two
Citon
are
has to
both 2 costs.
attack first. Yeah, Citon has to attack first. So that means you're probably going with Benthic 2 tubes into Obi-Wan to take him out, right? With the ping and the attack.
Yeah, I would do that.
Just to get off lethal.
I think you gotta.
I think you got to. And that's what's happening here, yeah. You do get a ping to base then as well, off of the one defeated. So, it's something.
But now can you clear both these units or set up lethal yourself?
Right, because you got to do one of the two. I doubt there's any way to clear both of them. So how do you set up lethal?
I mean, you gotta do 15. Well, all three interrogation droids are gone.
All three interrogation droids, yeah. So it's not much hope.
Yeah, it looks like we kind of skipped for a second, but it looks like Madison didn't have anything.
Nope. That's it.
Down in 3.
Yep. 2 out of 3 is good enough. That was a really interesting game, though, because of how good it looked originally for Madison. Yeah. We still are looking if we can get the backup game online, but I did like how Micah was able to sort of course correct after sideboarding there and be quite convincing in the manner he took the two last games there. Was there any?
We got Maul Blue.
Oh yeah, this is the backup game setting up, right? So that is a Maul Blue, definitely, which was one of the more played decks tonight. As of what our graphics said, I think Maul Blue was the 6th most played deck, with 2 copies of it in the field. So
ooh, and there's an aura. That's what I like to see.
Oh, all right. So we have this is going to be wild because this is kind of controller deck styles, both of them. So that was not the game that's not our backup game, it appears.
It looks like we're doing a bit of time travel here.
Yeah. We are trying to figure out how to get the backup game for you already.
We're going back in time to stop the shooter on the grassy knoll or something.
So,
because it was aura, right? I mean, I gotta say it. If it's aura, the sniper.
Right. Especially aura green then, being on the grassy knoll.
Yeah.
Right. So, do we have? Because this is round 2 and round 3. Round 3. That.
All right, looks like we got it imminently.
So, round 3 coming in. Backup game for round 3. We do have 39 participants in Moline, which is a decent size for a PQ, I think.
Oh, okay. All right, so it's still an aura game. Going against Talzin Yellow.
Right.
And we got the Purgle King down. Yeah.
Well, I guess it's sticky.
And
So
this
we
looks
have-
to be a pretty dominant position for the aura.
Right. With 20 damage on base already, a very healthy space lane there with the Purgle King, as well as a big ship. I can't really tell, but I think it's the 7/7 ship, which will still hit for
the
one.
Lawbringer, I think.
Lawbringer, yeah. So still actually hitting for one. We have some quick plays on the ground there, and then Lawbringer comes in for one. Revealed units to debuff it. And then we have another Lawbringer brought in to clear it.
Yeah.
That's also a way to get rid of Condemn.
So now Taliesin has to answer all three of Lawbringer, Lats, and the Purgle King. And it looks like...
And it looks like, yeah, that's a no-go.
That was game
Taliesin
2,
won.
so Taliesin got 1, so we're going to game 3 now, it looks like.
That's interesting. That's cool. Now, I really do like these playmats. The over-the-top games playmats are super cool. I do like them. Very 80s styled.
As an Aura player, I would generally feel pretty good into this matchup, but it's certainly not free, because the Taliesin deck, it can aggro you, it can like outvalue you with the assassins. Generally as Aura, you don't care as much about the assassins, but I mean sometimes it just it can just catch you off guard completely.
Right. But you do start 5 HP ahead as Aura, and a lot of the gameplay in the mid game for Taliesin is about the ambush units and seeing how Aura is playing units that aren't easily ambushed.
Yeah.
She's probably fine there. So we get where that Tobin is playing Aura. So I think the names are reversed here, and it's Brady on...
So it's Brady on Aura, Nick on Taliesin.
Oh, okay. Right, so Brady on Aura saying, and Nick Tobin on Taliesin yellow. So did they sideboard again?
I don't think so. I think they were just shuffling up.
Yeah. All right.
Could be, yeah. I'm not sure if that was live, but Loopee just mentioned that he often will side out, hold for questioning going second.
Right.
Or side it in going first, I guess, because he would be going first this game.
Yeah, that could make sense. Have some resource decisions here. Really tell what the turn 1 play was there. There's a ambush unit there at least. I think that's the 5/5 ambush unit, right?
The Kill the Ambush team?
Yeah, with the reddish background.
Yeah.
Nope, that was not.
Oh, it's the
shadow thing that
I don't know
we
what
give
that's called. It's
ambush.
It's a 2/3, right?
A 1/3, and it gives ambush when it's defeated to the next unit you play, I think. Or is it overwhelm?
I think it's ambush, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's ambush. But better play for Aura with the Gonk Droid.
Gonk is great. Potentially allows Brady to ramp here.
Mm-hmm. Which is exactly what happens into a glad out card that I really can't tell what it is.
Was that the expendable?
Could be. It seems to have cost 5.
You're really looking for the expendable mercenary here to get that permanent ramp going. Bosk also would be great. I just can't see through the glare.
It's really hard to make that card out. Gonk Droid is offline now, and you're correct. It is a 2/3 apparently, but it's a Bosk.
Okay,
That's nice.
that's still great to have here.
Yeah, and it'll be able to clear the unit if it likes to, but probably just go into base, right?
Yeah, but is it a 3 or 4 health unit?
It's 5. It's 3/5, and it buffs a unit and debuffs.
Well, no, I mean, Bosk is. I'm talking about the Talson's unit.
Oh, it's a 2/3. 2/3.
Oh, so then the Bosk should have just been able to kill it with its ability, or the aura.
No, the ability only affects the power, not the health.
Pretty sure it affects.
Bosk's ability isn't +1/+1. I think it's -1/-1. I think it's just minus in power.
No, Bosk is -1/-1.
It is. All right, then you should have been able to kill the shade.
Or just that's weird.
He could have chose not to, I guess.
I guess maybe he didn't want to take the ambush.
Right, because of but yeah, I don't know.
That should only be 3 damage on that stranger.
Yeah, should only be 3. Bosk hasn't attacked already, so he's not buffed at this point. Craving power to take out the stranger.
Yeah, and that'll work either way, so the extra health doesn't matter.
Didn't really matter. And since we've already spent resources this turn, now Brady might as well kill the shade.
Yeah.
If that's indeed how it works. And it seems to be. So that's exactly what it's doing. And then we have the Talsin flip, of course. And apart from Talsin, this is a clear board now. Which I guess suits Aura fine. Just need to find a way to deal with Talsin, and he does.
Condemn works, yeah.
Condemn would do the trick.
This can sometimes be a bit of a rough spot for Aura because we don't have Power of the Dark Side anymore. So like if it's just a leader unit left, there's oftentimes like, unless you're running the Tragedy Darth Plagueis or the shuttle, it can be kind of annoying to deal with a leader unit.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Condemn is a very good way to deal with it, but especially a leader unit like Talsin that is more dependent on its ability than its stats, really.
Yeah. All right, so now we're into the Aura flip turn, and this looks like a good enough board for Aura that I think Brady should be able to just take this game over.
Right. He'll only kill a really small carries here, but why not, you know?
Yeah.
We do have the Force, so he can give -3/-3 to Aura here, but -2/-2, sorry, yeah. But Aura, on the other hand, is also a leader that isn't that much dependent on her stat line. So that's probably fine.
Oftentimes you kind of want the Aura to die early so that you can get back to her other side of being able to kill one health unit.
Well, yeah, almost. Like she isn't doing all that much on the board anyway. So for sure, certainly could be the case. So the assassin can't really kill Aura, only put 4 damage on her. And then we have, I think that's a Dedra.
Yeah, that was a Dedra.
Behind her, there's some...
It was the spy that Dedra made.
It's the spy. Oh, right. The Dedra spy. Dedra is off the board from a Shadow Point, I think. And then the spy hits the base for 2 more, taking Talsin to 15 damage.
Yeah, looks like 15. Now up to 18.
Talsin, this board isn't doing much, but Talsin is so behind, and she doesn't play the kind of late game that Aura does. So I think this game is over.
There's the Purgle King, and that should seal it.
Yeah, it should definitely seal it. Of course, you do have shatter points and other things in Aura that can get there, but yeah, I don't know.
Purgle King has got to be my favorite card to play in in this Aura deck. It's just so fun. I've drawn 3 cards off of it before, which is great.
It's just a crazy card. I've made fun of it a lot when my friends play it, but it can really be very good as well.
Up to 20 damage on next base now.
Yeah. And of course, Talsin was able to handle the Purgle King, but yeah, it's really hard to make out what's happening with the glare. But the spy is just still there and still hitting for 2 every turn, and Aura is most turns also hitting for 3. So that's another Purgle King that will draw a bunch of cards, and that is game. We have Nick fist bumping it, extending it. So yeah, I think, like we said, this game is certainly favored for Aura, so it's not a shocking outcome.
Yeah, well played to both players there. The Condemn on the Talzin really just did a lot of work, and then the Aura was able to turn the corner. I really like the Dedra play there. Dedra's not one that's in my current list. I've always liked the 8th brother more in that slot, and I've been moving increasingly towards resupply carrier in the 6-drop slot. Dedra played well in that game.
Yeah, it certainly did. And like you said, it's not a given that she's going to win automatically or anything. We have in London the round 8 is finishing up here. It looks like it might actually, it is just done. We have 2 undefeated players, Luke Walter from Two Moons team and Quattro Salti GG from the Italian team. Those are the only undefeated. We do take a lunch break now for an hour or so, and then we will be back with some more through from Moline. See you in a bit. All right, Ray Tan has qualified for day 2 in London.
Oh, interesting.
He's the only American I can see on the list that did make it.
He's Canadian, isn't he?
Is he? Oh, maybe, yeah. All right, yeah. He's North American anyway. It's got...
Yeah, Ohio hardly counts as American.
Is it? All right.
No, I'm kidding. Ohio's probably the most American state, actually.
Oh, my future teammate from the team I'm trying to get together here just bubbled out. He's the top 503. No, he's in. 503 is in.
Yeah, 503 is in.
Oh, nice. Filter's in day 2. Awesome. All right. Yeah, all right. See you back when my next one is on. All right, have a good one.
Yeah. See ya.
And I'll follow the schedule as it is right now, right? Yep. All right, cool. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right. See you.
I'll show you the dark side.
rebellions are built on hope. Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
All right, can you hear me? I switched my headphones. All right.
1 second here. I can't hear it at the moment. I gotta figure out my output options for this headphone. So dumb.
Where is Padme?
Is she safe? Is she all right?
This is the way.
It's a trap!
Hey, you don't serve their kind here.
I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope. Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
Hey, we don't serve their kind here.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
This is the way. Hey, you don't serve their kind here.
I'll show you the dark side.
Two. What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? It's Loopee here at Late Night Gaming, and we are back. We have round 4 about to start of the Moline, Illinois PQ, and we are joined for this round by Doom from synonymously named, casted with me round 2, and Kyle Kraft from the Colorado Tinkina crew. How you guys doing?
Hey, doing well. Excited to be here for a round and get to participate. We got a local PQ going on. I was not able to make today, so happy to be watching some games. Thanks for putting this on.
Yep, thanks very much. So here's where we're at with the dashboard for this event, which kind of has summary information. What do you guys think about the meta and the game so far?
Yeah, I got to catch at least the first few games going on right away. Several rounds of Obi-Wan, I believe it was with Micah to start the tournament. Not a terrible surprise. We see a lot of Obi-Wan going around. I was curious to see, though, if it was going to stick as much as it has over the previous weeks, because looking at the numbers the last couple of weeks, it started to fall down a little bit in win rate and conversion rate. And I think part of that has to do with its 4 matchups into both Lando and Vader Pilot, which are the other 2 top represented decks here at this event. So we'll see if Obi-Wan can poke its way through. It's gonna have a tough road.
Yep. And we have a treat for you. Our feature match is going to be Mickey D from Team ECL piloting Aura Singh Data Vault versus Boba Lake Country piloted by Bill Raines.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, big Mickey D fan here, so I'll accept that treat. Friend of mine, I enjoy watching him play, but it's also an interesting matchup, right? So this Aura deck is becoming more and more prevalent in the meta. I think a little bit more of the green than the red. I know our local meta here in Colorado is kind of turning into Aura City. I don't know, Doom, how's it looking down there for you guys?
So most of my testing has been online recently, and I've actually been testing Aura Data Vault quite a bit, and I think it has great game into decks like Lando Lake Country, which is such a powerhouse in the meta. It can deal with Boba. It can play into Obi-Wan. I'm curious to see how it does into Talzin here, right?
Yeah, this is a matchup. Actually, we were just play testing last night. Okay. Yeah. So Aura itself is a deck that very much feels like, when I play it anyway, it feels like the old kind of Kira days, Kira Green 30 or the Kira Data Vault type deck. So you can categorize that as kind of a grindy type deck, or maybe even a soft control variant, especially with the Aura ability. So I think this matchup is really going to come down to is the Boba deck going to be able to put on enough damage to get there with the Data Vault HP? So it's a long ways to go, and if Aura can get control of things, it's going to be a difficult battle. Is this one you've played tested much?
On the Boba side, mostly, and I've been playing a lot of Boba Blue personally. I think that having a board wipe option is very important, and having two of them is even better. It's somewhat 50-50. I'm curious to see how Lake Country can deal with, going against another high HP base, as well as a deck that can really control the board well, and also have late game power. I mean, the Purgle King is going to be a big problem for Boba if that hits the board.
Yeah, one of the questions I would have, or interests I would have, would be, is Boba running Planetary Bombardment main deck or not? I know this has been a question for some of the people on my team. Do you put one in the main? How many do you have in the side? What's the total number in the 60? But this could be a matchup where both boards end up getting kind of cleared over and over. There's not a lot of units going on during kind of the middle of the game, and that's when Planetary can really bridge that gap of damage you're going to need to close out the game. So, do we have it game one? I'm not sure. I haven't looked at the list yet, but seems to me that could be a helpful tool if it is.
Definitely can be. I board in Planetary Bombardments into the Aura matchup. One edge that I do believe Boba here will have with Lake Country is consistency of drawing the cards that he needs at the right time, compared to Aura, which with Data Vault, they actually don't have a ton of redundancy. They have a lot of really good cards, but they all do something a little bit different.
Yeah, and this isn't quite the same as where we were pre-rotation with like Akira Data Vault. Just the density of kind of good cards you have up and down the curve was reset in a way with us turning over with rotation. So we're kind of at the minimum number of sets we're going to have at the beginning of a rotation here. So some of the cards you're going to be playing in decks like this aren't the kind of overly powerful plays at every single resource turn, right? And so when you talk about consistency with the Data Vault deck, you're going to be less consistent with your overall draws, just playing more cards. And then your overall power level is going to be a little less than it will be another set or two from now, right?
Yeah, well, once we get back to a full 6 set meta, it's going to be a whole different ball game.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, we're about to get ready here into game one. Both bases hitting above 30 HP, right? So this is probably a matchup that's going to lend itself to longer games. So both players are going to need to be playing with a little bit of pace here should we go to game 3, or get 3 games anyway. Okay, and looks like the timer started right as we began and right into the action here.
The Han Solo open from Aura isn't something I've seen too much come out of that deck.
Yeah, I've seen more Hans appearing in this deck because he's a unit that can grow, and then being with shielded, you can get impact out of Aura twice, perhaps being able to attack into something with 3 HP, finish it off with Aura. Your unit lives, and then you'll get another opportunity the following turn. So he's a threat that can grow, but can also, get 2-for-1s with you with the Aura ability, which I'm assuming that's what we're going to have here, attacking into Pride, and then we're going to be able to finish it off with Aura Sing potentially. It should be 2 damage, right, if Han grew there?
Well, it was
okay. Yep.
Yeah, the Boba units have attacked into Han just to get that shield off early. I'm sure he's more than happy to trade units here.
Yep. My apologies. I thought we had hit base, and Han's going to go into base on the other side.
The collateral damage, I'm very high on this card. It's very good into a lot of matchups, and it can do exactly what it did here, which is kill a unit and deal 2 to base.
Yeah, and I expect to see that a lot more, right? So that was one of those cards in your Boba deck you were trying to decide if you were playing or not. But with Lando creating all these spies on ground, I think at this point it's probably a no-brainer to main board, and it's helpful in this situation as well.
And we got the droid 4-2 ship when defeated. On Boba's side, followed up with the expendable mercenary, the worst super laser tech.
Yeah, but we have less options to ramp here post rotation. So for Aura, this is probably one of the best things to see early in this game, especially considering we were able to trade out our units turn one. Aura's just trying to keep the damage low at this point and get towards that end game as fast as possible. I think Boba's more interested in getting damage on base, which is what we're seeing so far.
Yeah, and the lane dodge there is very good, but this indirect here is it's going. Okay, it was a tree remembers, so there is no indirect coming off of that droid ship. But the indirect from this Fet's Fire Spray should be going on to that expendable mercenary, because he is expendable in a bright way. Yep, and some players might not have triggered the Boba there, but I guess removing that unit, he's accepting the ramp. He knows it's inevitable and going to happen, so why not just let it happen now and not take that?
Yeah, I suppose I actually don't know. Had he not put the damage there, could Aura Singh have killed his own unit to ensure that we got the opportunity to ramp that turn? Obviously wanting to get to 7 so that Aura could flip. I have to look at the leader side on that one. But either way, Aura Singh coming out, taking care of the Fet's Fire Spray, which is important here. It took away the target for the Fett leader to deploy onto immediately here. And Aura doing her thing, continuing to just keep that board clear, which is essentially what this deck does, right?
Yeah, Aura loves it when their opponent has one or fewer units out. That the green-blue does not have the best time of dealing with a wide board.
Yep. Yeah, and this is a deck where you'll see some people still running the shuttle. It's a card that's come in and out. It's essentially the new power of the dark side. But if you're in a situation like this where you're able to keep the board clear and it's 1-for-1 trades, it's a very effective card to have in the deck, especially towards the end game if your opponent's trying to play larger threats. All right.
Yeah, now if you were the Boba player here, flipping to the ground and going base would be a viable option here. You don't want to obviously go into the Aura themselves.
Yeah, I think you have to. I mean, you've only got 10 damage on base here. And the longer this game goes, the better it is for Aura. So you need to start getting that pressure to where you can at least threaten lethal in the next few turns. I think if you're sitting far enough away on damage, it's going to be hard to get there. He does choose to go into the Aura, remove the threat. Sometimes as an Aura player, I actually appreciate that because I want my leader side ability available to me.
Yeah, it does open up that leader ability again, but also it does take away the ability for craving power.
Yep, fair enough. All right, so we've got a condemned 000 hanging out, and then our Boba leader. So, a little bit of damage on the board, but I'm assuming that Mickey D here is going to have some answers to stymie that Boba damage and then start to extend a threat of his own.
Yeah, Boba's been holding on to that Devastator since turn 0, and looks like he also has a charged with treason in hand that can help answer many threats, but not enough damage to take care of this Caldwell carrier.
Yeah, so Cantwell going to be able to tap down Boba. That's going to keep it tapped down until it's been dealt with. So an answer to the leader here. Looks like we're going to charge it with, I believe the red one is treason, to put 5 damage on, start chipping away. Attacking with the 000, though, we had just seen the disclose, so we knew that the available option of no glory only results was there.
You got to keep them honest.
That's right. Make them do it anyway. And these players, kind of, we talked about at the beginning, these can tend to be longer games in this matchup with kind of both can be slower in nature decks with more HP, but playing at light speed here. So if we do get 3 games, we're going to get it in well under time.
Yeah, and the Lawbringer on Aura's side is something that deck loves to see. It's going to get in for some damage. It's going to shrink the incoming damage. It could even be a removal spell here and only take 1 back, really limiting Boba's options for retaliation.
Yeah, against Boba Lake Country too, you're playing mono color, right? So all of your cards are aggression. So Lawbringer going to be very effective as you can call aggression every time and it will hit the whole side of the board.
Yeah, I believe they only have 2 cards that dodge that: the TIE Bomber and the Fet's Fire Spray. But even right now on this board, if that was the case, we're going to name Villainy. These guys are slinging some cardboard.
Fast. Yeah. So Mickey continues to clear the board. We now have 2 condemned units. No glory only results still there. Now, Dedra Miro here is a card that I didn't see in initial builds of Aura Data Vault and starting to be more prevalent. I think it's a good call because, Dedra herself is essentially removal with the ambush capability, but then being able to extend a threat with a spy, it's very helpful to start to chip that damage in to actually close out the game. Blue-green villain. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, blue-green villain used to have the option to try to go for a mill strategy to win the game, but that's not as much a thing anymore with vigilance rotated. So you have to get some damage in to close out.
Yeah, and I like Dedra a lot more than the 5th brother in 9 out of 10 cases, just because she does give you scaling damage. Every time she attacks, she's creating that spy. She's adding more bodies to your board. But now we have the Purgle King, and this is the card I was mentioning before the match that can really just end this Boba matchup. It's 12 health, restore 4. It's not easy to deal with.
Very astute. I agree. The restore is a huge deal, right? And it looks like our Boba player is actually going to just scoop here upon seeing that Purgle, the writing being on the wall of, I don't have a good way to remove this, and that restore is going to eliminate all the gains I'd had to this point. Once my damage starts to go down, Boba player having no way to actually close this game out. So we're going to go straight to game 2. Sounds like you've had more experience with the Boba side. When you're looking at your sideboard, what do you think about bringing in?
Planetary bombardments, if they're not in the main, definitely need to be coming in. I like forcing those decisions upon my opponent. And if you have a Devastator, it is one of the few ways you can cleanly deal with the Purgle King.
Oh my goodness. And looking at the Aura sideboard here, Mickey is kindly showing us his sideboard. It is a problem for our Boba player here. You're seeing much of this sideboard geared towards anti-space hate generally, but a lot of good options, right? So bringing in more Tree Remembers, bringing in ambush space units that's going to be able to keep Bill off of a turn 1 or potentially turn 2 play, and even the shuttles for more 1-to-1 removal. So I think this is going to be a real challenge for our Boba player, having dropped game 1 and now going to be even more challenged into game 2, trying to get a foothold in space.
Bringing in Retaliates too, knowing that he's not going to have initiative. He may not have the same start he had last time. Boba could easily go onto a ship, and then none of the blue removal can really cleanly answer it. So you're going to get hit once, might as well have something to answer that.
Yeah, have you played much Retaliate in your blue decks? I see it seems to be getting more popular recently, which surprised me because it was a card that I saw to begin with to deal with, say, a Luke pilot. Luke being less popular these days, but Retaliate on the rise seemed counterintuitive to me. But it is a good answer to any sort of leader unit, especially in an Aura deck if you have a hard time dealing with it otherwise.
I think it's become better as we were getting more and more ground leaders taking on the Voltron strat. It's not just these big pilots in space. My preferred game plan used to be just keep them off of ships, play all of the removal I can, direct hit I played a lot, but Retaliate has a much broader spectrum of decks it's good against. It's good against Tobias, Yularen, Obi-Wan, all the Boba variants, all the pilots. So I think it's a very smart sideboard card.
Well, ever since we lost Rivals Fall, right, this has to fill that slot. We don't have real efficient leader removal. And I really like the design of Retaliation because it used to feel bad when you would flip your leader and have it immediately removed, right? At least now you get to swing once before Retaliate might do that thing. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where we're headed in SWU in general, is kind of more conditional based removal, like not just an execute remove, but you have to meet this condition, right? It has to be a space unit or it has to have a cost of X. It has to have attacked in this case. So, I think that's the new world post rotation.
I think it's a good direction.
Yeah.
But I'm also a fan. I do want to bring it back to the governor shuttle.
Mm-hmm.
In a world without Power of the Dark Side, this card has a role to fit, and it will do a similar thing as Retaliate, where it can take care of those Voltron deploys, where if you've been able to keep them clear and they deploy out, you kill their leader right away.
I think it does come as a surprise as well. Yeah, so it appears that one of our players here is changing sleeves. As you can see on the right side, Bill is re-sleeving the deck, so it's going to be just a minute here before we start game 2. But following up on your shuttle plan there, one of the things that it's good for too is I think it can be very surprising. I mean, we have seen it in and out of this Aura deck, so if I were sitting across from Mickey right now, I'd be thinking, well, does he have it? So you flip your leader potentially onto a ship thinking you're getting at least one swing in, but shuttle comes down, shuts you down, and you just have no way of knowing it's coming until we're kind of later in the tournament and expecting maybe open deck lists.
And the sportsmanship here by Mickey to speed it up. Hopefully they are going to get an extension if they need it. Hopefully they don't need it. The way they were slinging cardboard in game 1, I'm sure that they probably won't.
Yeah, I would say with the pace that these players were playing in game 1, it was almost hard to keep up with the action that was going on the table to try to do kind of live play-by-play. We got into more discussion rather than calling the play-by-play because so many cards would hit the table mid-sentence. But it is frankly the way I play the game as well, so I kind of like it.
Same. I like to have my first games go as quick as I can for reasons like I get a longer break the quicker my game ends. I get more time between rounds to reset, rebalance myself, figure out what went right, what went wrong. But also, if it does go into a game 3 situation, you aren't rushed. You get to take your time and really focus on this important game.
Yep. Yeah, it takes some practice. I mean, there's times to slow down and there's times to play fast. Generally playing at a fast pace, I prefer. Personally, I prefer when my opponent does as well, but it's understandable when you have a critical decision in the game or a critical turn to stop, slow down. In fact, probably recommended to really think it through. A lot of times that ends up being the flip turn, rather obviously. But, speed it up, slow it down, but, recognizing those important cues and those important times to really make sure you sequence properly.
And just a quick note to anybody at home that is looking to increase their play speed. Maybe you've had a few too many draws and you do want to start playing faster. Make sure you're not taking too many shortcuts. Don't be assuming that something is happening, or don't assume that your opponent knows what you're doing. Make sure if you're playing fast, you're still communicating clearly.
Yeah. We had a question here in the chat and what the reason for the sleeve change was. I'm not sure. Usually when this happens, it is a judge decision, right? I've had it happen to me in a tournament before. Maybe they notice sleeves might be a little older, or some of the sleeves are just varying in comparison to others. There's no notice here of any sort of penalty going on. So my assumption here is that we had a judge ask for a sleeve change based on kind of just noticing what the current deck or sleeves look like. So doesn't appear to be a big deal. Players calmly re-sleeving, and looks like they're almost done.
I'm a sucker for new sleeves. It's how I show my support for my LGS. So I'm always picking up a box of fresh sleeves just in case I have a tournament coming up. I can always reach for a box and have it ready to go.
My problem with new sleeves is they're always slippery. So I feel like when I brand new sleeve up a deck, I tend to drop my cards a little bit because they're so slippery at the time. So even when I'm coming to a tournament with brand new sleeves, I try to play a game or two the night before, just to get a little tacky on them.
Yeah, I definitely sleeve them up the night before. I have anxiety, so I show up to my tournaments 2-3 hours early, and I'll just sit in a corner and just goldfish games and getting enough wear on those sleeves.
Yep, just a little tacky. It's kind of like a little bit of wearing in a baseball glove, right? But all right, here we go. So
don't forget to oil up your sleeves.
Yeah. All right. So Bill with the initiative, with Mickey having won game 1. So I think the start you're looking for is probably some sort of ship you can protect, right? We know that Mickey has brought in some ambush ships with the aura ability. Something with 3 HP is not going to make it. I think this is a matchup where really the bomber is kind of a favored turn 1 play. It's harder for Mickey to remove with the 4 HP. It can start to build a little damage.
Yeah, without perfect knowledge like we have, Bill didn't see any ambush ships early on in game 1, so it'd be hard to expect. Like, he could assume that they were sideboarded in. We know they were sideboarded in. But yeah, a TIE Bomber or a BT, so something with 4 health on turn 1.
Yeah, and the card coming in was the Pirated Snub Fighter at 2/3 ambush, but BT is also good, right? To your point, 4 health. So Mickey has the answer here with a 3 attack unit plus or ability to respond should he choose to do so.
Yeah, and the Imperial droid there followed up after the BT. BT's going to go to base. I think that would be the preferred line of play if they want to trade, make them trade into you. Otherwise, you can just get a free aura trigger onto your droid there. So you don't want to give your opponent anything for free.
Yeah, and with this deck, Boba Lake, you have almost it's a very high hit rate. So attacking with BT, you'll still be able to put 1 damage on the Imperial Dark Trooper. Therefore, if Mickey decides to swing back in, you would both die. Though Mickey, it appears, going to base here. So deciding not to trade in and saying, hey, we're both going to take our damage.
Yeah, he's got that Eager Escort Fighter in hand, so he's probably feeling pretty confident about keeping space clear.
Yeah, especially into the TIE Bomber, Eager Escort Fighter going to be a challenge. Now, having Lots Razi explains the attack to base, right? Because now we're going to be able to take care of BT this turn and keep our damage with the Imperial Dark Trooper. So a very strong start for Mickey D. Also knowing he has the Eager Escort in hand, this is already starting to look a little dangerous for our Boba player.
A System Shock to follow up the Lots Razi to make sure that the ground arena doesn't get away from him. And then, of course, the Aura Sing. Yeah,
that's what we were talking about with the going in. The brand new sleeves looks like they're slipping out of his hand here from time to time. Definitely one of the challenges with putting brand new ones on there. All right.
Yeah, those shiny pink dragon shields, they are nice, but they are slick. Let's see, Fet's Fire Spray to open up, not opening up with the TIE Bomber.
Yeah, I think that's going to be immediately punished. Yeah, and there we go.
But at least he might be able to have an answer for this Eager Escort Fighter coming around if he's got a IG in hand. He can pop that ping onto it to make sure that Fet's Fire Spray sticks around.
Yeah, and it looks like he does. He actually, I think, sat down the IG first last turn, took it back, and then played the Fet's Fire Spray. So Mickey does know he has the IG. This Eager Escort Fighter is not long for this world.
And 1-1 to the units. Maybe a Boba trigger.
Going to base. All right. Ooh, another Eager Escort Fighter. So good start here for Mickey D. Same as we saw last game, able to just do a good job of controlling the board, which is where you want to be going into turns 5, 6, somewhere like that. The one thing we don't see out of the Aura deck so far is ramp, right? So that does slow things down as far as getting the Aura flip in play to some of the more late game options that we're going to need.
And we do get a Boba deploy onto the IG, turning it into a big old 7-8 with Overwhelm.
Mm-hmm.
And looks like we're going to deploy a Cinta.
All right, straight into base. I saw a card down. Was that his hand that he's got here under the Cinta? Bill playing really fast, making it hard to follow which cards are... Okay, so the hand was here on the left.
I'm pretty sure that was a resource from last round because he had 1 left and he just moved it over towards the ground arena to give him space. And there's the Retaliate.
Yeah, so our conversation in between games, it becomes relevant. They're boarded in Retaliate, immediately having impact on this game and taking care of Boba.
Yeah, and at least he was able to have the Cinta there for the plot, so was still having presence on the board.
Yeah, this is still a much better spot for the Boba player. We're up to 19 damage going into Resource 7. So we're in range, right? We're in striking distance where we can start hitting with devastators, potentially planetary bombardment. This one is still a game.
It is still a game. The 19 health or the 19 damage on the data vault, though, doesn't feel like enough, because this is really where Aura, if they're not highly pressured, they're just going to stabilize from here. This is where the quality of their card starts to shine, is these 6, 7, and 8 costs. And forbid we get to 11 costs and Annihilator comes down.
Yeah, Bill here, our Boba player, is really going to need to draw reach. I see that turn. He's drawing into a IG and another ship here. While able to populate the board, is not the reach we're looking for to extend into that 30, damage range that we need to be to close this game out. So, a bit of a turn that's going to, I think, be better for Mickey here. We did see he has another Cantwell in hand, and I believe a Lost and Forgotten should we need some heals. So Mickey going to be able to continue to lock down this board. We're going to have to see that reach come real soon.
Yeah, a Devastator off the top here would be incredibly clutch. But Mickey is showing a lot of removal in that hand, with back-to-back Cantwells.
Yep. And so both of Bill's ships should remain exhausted. I believe they're both Cantwelled here. And there we go. We're going to tap them down. So starting to turn into a real commanding board presence for Mickey D here. Starting to fail to see a comeback ability for Bill at this point. We're really locking it down. Drawing into things like Cyril Karn is not going to be it.
No, that Cyril feels really bad, and playing a space unit in the ground arena is showing kind of us where Bill's mental's at right now. It feels like the game's gone out of control.
Oh, and there's the Purgle King, which that preempted a scoop last time, but Bill's gonna push this one out. Although I believe every unit on board is now representing lethal. Yep. So we're going to get a chance here to close out. We've got the handshake, and Mickey takes this one down 2-0 for a matchup that could have taken much longer to play out, with these two players just playing at absolute lightning speed. We have a 2-0 victory here for Mickey D. You're really showing the power of this Aura deck. Like I said before, it's one of the ones that's really starting to bring its way up in our meta locally. We're starting to see a lot more representation for it, and I think you can see why there.
Yeah, it's a great answer into a lot of the strong decks that are out there. It can suffer into some of the more quicker decks. Looking at Chewbacca, Yularen, some Sabe variants. There's Kazuda is going around as an answer to the Aura decks. But in the current meta, I think Aura's in a great place.
Yeah, I agree. And really one of the things that props it up is, to your point, some of the decks it's potentially weak into have been held down by the advent of Lando Lake Country being 34 HP and being hard to get at for some of those aggro decks. So Lando goes up, it pushes out some of those decks like a Chewbacca you're talking about, which then gives space to an Aura Sing that can be good into Lando and then not have as many of its predators around, given Lando pushing them down. So we're looking at some base representation here on the board. As expected, some of the higher HP bases still very popular in the meta. The one that surprises me is that Lake Country is actually a little bit down, because we were starting to see more and more Lake Country representation generally between Boba and Lando. Looking at that chart, having it come down a little bit, surprising to me. I thought maybe we'd see it even more represented. What do you think?
I'm surprised to see Data Vault coming back up with the power that's been shown of Lake Country. Personally, I thought Data Vault was going the way of the Dodo, and that if you wanted to run a high HP base, you just had to find a Lake Country variant. But Aura especially is showing us the power of that extra few HP. Wasn't really needed in that Boba match, but even just having that higher number on the base can just give you an internal confidence to play lines the way they should be played, rather than feeling like you're in danger.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to extend extend a game because you've got that kind of soft control option. Now, base number 2 here that's really high up is a yellow 30 HP base. The majority of this is being pushed by kind of the rise of Vader pilots. I think some of the previous 30 yellows that we were seeing were like Chewbacca, who's getting pushed out of the meta. But, I think Vader coming up to up and rising up in popularity also makes sense. It is a good counter into some of the decks we're seeing right now with Obi-Wan and, some of the other things running around. Also, Luke going away gives it some room to breathe. What are some other decks that can you think of that are running 30 HP right now? Yellow?
Personally, I'm actually a fan of the Secrets of Power Jabba. Actually has some decent game and some space decks. I don't think it's being played at this event, and I've been trying to think of anything other than Chewbacca that would run a yellow 30 base.
Yeah, I think it's mostly going to be Vader pilot representing our yellow 30 bases. So then coming down into number 3 is our blue Force base, and that's going to be our fleet of Obi-Wans, especially up in kind of the central time zone where this over-the-top games is located. I know we have a lot of late night and blue melt gaming players that are still very partial to a Obi blue Force deck, so that one doesn't surprise me at all. If I was traveling out there to play, that's definitely something I'd be prepared for. All right, so we're catching from the eye in the sky that we actually have our backup game available to us. Interestingly, it appears to be Aura Data Vault versus Boba Lake Country once again. So
this is Boba Blue.
Oh, it is Boba Blue. Yeah, absolutely.
I am a big fan of this deck right now. As I was saying earlier, Super Reactor Ignition, I think, is at a premium in the current meta state. Games are getting a little bit longer, a little bit slower, getting to that 8 resource turn. And I think in this matchup, I would actually give the edge to the Boba Blue.
Yeah, so that's a key point. So my teammate Makai took Boba Blue out to Atlanta. He actually finished the highest finishing Boba, got himself a showcase, which is pretty cool. So we did a lot of testing with Boba Blue internally. To your point, I think the biggest thing about the Boba Blue deck is the potential for 2 resets. You get to flip on the Boba turn and you can potentially ping topple, but then you get that opportunity for a second reset with single reactor ignition, obviously being the kind of most powerful thing you can get out of this leader. It also does that extra little bit of chip damage to get you towards the end of the game, right? Set up for a devastator. And then
I've won so many games simply because of single reactor ignition being that last bit of damage, presenting a board that requires your opponent to maybe start overextending a little bit. And then instead of trading, you just go base and play single reactor. It also can work really well with like the that 4/2 droid that has the when defeated of dealing 3 indirect. If there's nothing on the board, that indirect is also going to base.
Yeah, these 2 players, it must be something about Boba versus Aura, but we have another 2 players playing with real pace here. So we're going to get a flip into a topple. Looks like we're getting a board clear. So as we were just talking about, Boba having the opportunity to set up board clear number 1, perhaps SRI board clear number 2 down the road.
Yeah, it really helps in this match, in these types of matchups, like when you got Aura green or Piet blue, where the top end is where a lot of their power comes in, and you can get that early pressure off. You can start coming back, really applying the pressure yourself. And then when they start to stabilize, you just reset the board again. And you generally have enough 2s and 3s and 4s to where you can start going wide again yourself.
Well, that's a good point. If we think back to the last game with our Boba Lake player, when Mickey was able to close that out, he had a couple Cantwells on the board, the Purgle King. I mean, a real dominating board presence, but only 2 cards in hand. Had our opponent there been playing Boba Blue with maybe an SRI, that's the perfect opportunity for a board wipe, reset things, and then now you had a card advantage over your opponent. So, yeah, I like the point there.
Yeah, the card that scares Boba LC the most is that Purgle King. If that card hits and you don't have a Devastator already out, you've probably lost that game. But having access to the blue, you get access to also stronger single target removal that doesn't just deal damage, like no glory. You can condemn if you're running enough blue in the deck. So you just have a lot more answers, and it's still a Boba deck. You're still going to do damage. You're still going to apply pressure.
Yeah, we've got some glare in the bottom left, but I believe that's the Aura leader flipped. She ran into Boba, and then a dead Ramiro, creating the spy that you see there at the bottom, who had ambushed into a silo previously. So we're going to ready up this turn. And there's the SRI.
That's SRI number 1. He's got, I think he believes still the second one in hand. Yep. So reset.
Right into
Purgle King comes down.
Yep. So that's going to be the challenge here for our Boba player. Now, some Boba Blue decks I actually have seen running Cantwell themselves. Perhaps that is an answer that Boba has to a Purgle King, right? Is to Cantwell it in reverse.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little risky against Aura because they can just remove your Cantwell, but it is an answer if they're running enough pips. I also just respect there of spending an 8 resource card to remove an 8 resource cards. And then Aura is forced to Cantwell just to get board presence with no other value.
Well, and to your point, that Purgle King is potentially a game ender. If it's your only answer is to SRI again, I think you have to. That card just cannot be allowed to sit on the board, do its restore and damage. I mean, it's such a swing every time it gets to attack. So I think that was a necessary response. And so a Cantwell coming down just to apply pressure. It does not have a target that it is keeping suppressed at this time. So just a good fat unit that's going to start hitting Boba's base.
Yeah, I'm curious of how much blue is in this Boba Blue deck. I know we saw SRI, obviously, and the Bith Brute. I haven't got a chance to look too closely at the hand to see if he's running any single removal. I know I saw a charge with treason in hand, so I am almost curious if he's not running.
Yeah, I think Boba Blue is typically still very red heavy. One of the reasons you can run Boba Lake is because the vast majority of the core of the deck is aggression-based cards. So when I mentioned before, you could see a Cantwell, probably not, right? Because you're going to need to meet that disclose. And the majority of the deck, or at least the lists I've seen or worked with, are primarily aggression, even in a Boba Blue.
Yeah, exactly. There are variants out there trying to increase the amount of blue in the deck to take advantage of some of those stronger cards. But we got a charge with treason, taking out a Bosk. That's what that was down there in that round arena. But Boba's playing on the back foot here, and he doesn't want to be here too long. Let's start expanding his board to reapply his pressure because he doesn't have the comfort of the extra HP on the base.
Yeah, as we talked about before, we did get the board resets with the SRI, but now the reload proving kind of just not as strong as what our Aura Sing player is able to reload with. Throwing down now a Sentinel in the way, going to challenge both these units that we have, plus the Cantwell continue to just smack away in space. I mean, you're almost getting to the point now with Boba where you're like, well, maybe I need another reset, but hopefully we can get some board leverage back the other way. Both players here, in the mid-teens in health, 18 to 14, so still pretty close, though the Aura player advantaged just a little bit.
Yeah, Aura's got just does a little bit more damage on base, but has the more developed board and has the more relevant leader ability for this stage of the game. And then we get expendable mercenaries just for a body, just trying to get this game over with. This is game 3. They got plenty of time, but again, like our previous contenders today, everybody is playing quick.
Yeah, playing like we've got dinner plans, right? So, okay, we're going to see a Lost and Forgotten. Going to remove the threat here, the Sentinel threat that we had. So this is going to at least allow Boba to get through.
And the Cruel Commandos gets replaced. And no Glory was the card that escaped my brain earlier. I was trying to think of if he was running that, if it was worth maybe holding on a turn, taking one hit from the Purgle King. It wasn't like he was in danger of losing right then, but I guess he was even more scared of Aura restoring 4.
Yep. So now we have to run our 000 in. Now putting a card from the bottom of the deck to get a damage in on base. A little bit of chip. We're going to add the Boba Ping as well. So let's see where Brad decides to place that damage. And we place it on our ramp unit there so that we can then run it into the unit here and create a resource.
And more than likely, this Cantwell Cruiser. Going base is an option. The Boba's on 14 damage, and that's a 6 damage attack there, and he's still got resources open. The Punishing One cannot kill the Cantwell Cruiser without assistance next turn.
Yeah, I think if you're the Aura player, it's just reflexive to clear board. Although, I guess I'm wrong. We're going to go base here. I feel like Aura typically likes free trades. I think, and that explains why. We're going to remove it with a spell from hand. All right.
Yep. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if this Aura deck also does run aggressive negotiations. Everybody's running it for 5.
Yes. Sneak one in. I actually haven't seen too much AG and Aura. It is one that I've seen talked about, forwards and backwards. Okay, and so now we're going to play the shuttle as removal out of the Boba deck as well. So both players continue just to remove the other player's board, but a Lawbringer now posing a real big threat to close out this game in just a couple of swings. And removal answered immediately. Suddenly, Boba has become the Aura player.
Yeah, one of my favorite things about a lot of these mid-range decks is especially in Star Wars, their ability to switch gears so quickly, to go from the offensive to the defensive and back and forth.
Okay, so Cantwell being played out just once again as a threat. I guess the option could have been to pass and wait for the Boba player to play, but Aura trying to hit the gas and close this game. Does the same job as the Lawbringer, potentially able to close out the game in just 2 swings, so makes sense.
Yeah, and the droid missile turret here representing a threat from Boba, but with Aura being ahead, he's going to have to play on the defensive a bit. And the 000 into the ground arena, and another admiral. This is
General Pride here.
Yeah, General Pride, Admiral Pride, General Pride, General Pride.
Yeah.
Allegiant General.
Can you tell what the Aura player played on the south side there? Is that another Dedra? I think it is. Okay, so between the Dedra and the Cantwell, we are posing lethal here should the Boba player not have an answer one of these 2 units. They both have relatively big butts. I think with initiative, if I were the Aura player, I'd probably be hitting base with Dedra first, assuming it will be much harder for Alec to deal with my Cantwell in space.
Yeah, Dedra should be going face here because then Cantwell represents lethal. And aggressive negotiations for a trade, and
gonna have to be used defensively, otherwise we're gonna lose the game here. So you hate to have to do that, but required in this case.
Yeah, and I don't think Dedra's gonna live much longer, but Aura still has actions, still has resources, still has cards to see that Dedra lives. Because if she does, then it's in Boba's hands. But putting the indirect onto those units, which makes them a lot easier to clean up.
Yeah, I think the fear at this point is another aggressive negotiations. So trying to stay out of range of potentially being killed by an AG. It does make it a little harder for the Aura player to stick 2 potential lethal threats. To your point, making them a little bit easier to remove.
Yeah, I mean, they have time in the game, so I can't blame them for taking it slow. But I now see the reason why it didn't matter, because Lando Calrissian comes in to remove a spy token from his side of the board to heal 6.
Yeah, Lando, a huge swing here, because not only healing you out of the threat of getting killed by something like an aggressive negotiations, but also presenting lethal himself. I think this is a real problem for Alec on our Boba side here. I don't see a way immediately for him to deal with both of these threats. That'll be forcing a claim, but there aren't many options in the deck also to then deal with both threats. We saw 2 single reactor ignitions played, correct? I don't know if we have seen the third one resourced or in hand.
We saw 2. I don't know if he is playing a third one. I know many lists are not playing 3.
Okay. Well, Boba holding up a lot of resources, so we're continuing to action churn. Aura did have an opportunity there to claim and present lethal with Lando, but respecting the fact that Boba still may have an answer and developing threats. All right. SRI goes back on the bottom with the 000 attack. And so, our Boba player did not have an answer to Lando, so played out some cards, but then respecting the fact that I do not have a way to kill Lando, and you will be killing me first action next turn. So, well played. A victory here by Brad. And in both of our games, both our primary game and our backup game, we see Aura Data Vault taking care of Boba. I liked kind of what you talked about earlier, though. The Boba Blue did have a little bit more game, able to extend a little longer, put up a little bit more of a fight. That was a 3-round match, so he did get a game. Game 3 there for a while was up in the air, unlike the Lake Country games, which were kind of both done with pretty quickly.
I think Lake Country had his day. I still think it's going to be a threat in the meta if you don't prepare for it or test against it, or if you forget what it does, it can have its day. But I think the better Boba is the blue one. If we use this small sample size that we had in front of us, taking a game where the other one did not can have a little bit of weight there.
Yeah, and certainly the blue, as we've been talking about, has the ability to extend the game further, and that does appear to be where our meta is headed, right? So a Lando deck can typically go longer in the game. Aura decks are obviously going to go longer in the game. So if you plan to stick on Boba, I think you make a good point there that the blue variant is able to last a little longer, maybe has game into a longer match, whereas the Lake Country deck, much more well-positioned into a early meta, more race strategies against, say, like a Chewbacca or a Yularen or something that is just trying to race you. You got that 4 extra HP and you say, I'm going to win that race, right? So I think it's a real interesting point for the evolution of the meta as to, I think both decks are very good. It just depends on what your local meta looks like, what types of decks are being played, which one is better at any given time. And to your point right now, blue appears to be the answer given the top of the meta, what we're looking at.
Yeah, and I did want to talk a moment about Aura DV, since we did just see 2 of them. I don't think Green Villain's back to the place it was previously with like Kira and Kylo just being these monsters of control. But it's nice to see Blue Green Villain back in the mix.
Yeah, I think part of that is just a lack of real, potent in-game threats. We got a few things with Lawbringer. We got a couple green triangles that we're not really seeing in the meta. At some point, what we are going to see is more blue-green villain, end-game type threats be printed in future sets. And then Aura, I think, is going to be a real problem, right? I can tell you right now, Aura saying Showcase is one I've been hunting for a little bit myself, knowing that this is only going to be on the rise. So future sets, I think she's here to stay.
And Tal's in a similar vein. She doesn't get to play Data Vault, but she does get to play a green villain suite and have those options like Craving Power, No Glory, Retaliate, the Tree Remembers, all these solid removal options.
Yeah, and the Towson game's a little bit of a faster game. We can see on the chart here that she's represented exactly the same amount. 4 being played for Aura, 4 being played for Towson. To me, they represent kind of different ways and what you're trying to attack in the meta. Towson, you're trying to attack a little sooner. You're hoping for an earlier game and dominating the ground. You're going with more of a unit-focused attack to close out a game a little bit faster. With Aura, you're trying to extend the game a little bit longer, get a little bigger, probably end the game a little bit later. So we're kind of see that divergent point in the meta. Which one are you trying to attack? I'd say given the meta that we're seeing today with the decks above it between Lando and Vader Pilot, Aura probably a little bit of a more favored choice today. We'll see what shakes out in the top 8. But Towson's still here to kind of try to dominate some of these OBs and kind of the one-ofs that we see in our leader representation here towards the bottom with maybe a Chewbacca, Yularen, some of these decks that aren't as represented but can still get eaten up, right?
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? What a round. I mean, I think we saw, 2 excellent players on that Aura deck, both having to deal with a a boba, and a whole lot of Purgles, and that's just a good day. All right, a couple of updates. We still have actually 4 matches out, including some top table matches. We did have a boba data vault. You know, we have all the flavors of boba today, but Jacoby Veranda was able to beat Micah Overlay on table 2. So Jacoby is now undefeated. On table 4, we had Luke Data Vault beat a Piet. We saw table 6. And we have just a couple of matches here left to go. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back for round 5 after this. Before we do that, where can people get more content from you, Kyle?
Yeah, you can check us out with the Colorado Cantina crew on YouTube. Feel free to join our Discord. We just have an open Discord. It's a place to hang out and meet some new players, or you can always hang out with Jillian the Nerd Slayer and myself every Friday as we just live stream some midday matchup games.
Yeah, and it's one of the highlights of my week too, because you guys are hilarious. So I like watching the games quite a bit. So yeah, absolutely, everybody. Sub to Colorado Cantina crew, and then Doom as well. Just excellent commentary. So appreciate very much you stepping in and doing that today for us.
Yeah, happy to help. Happy to be here. I'm not going to be doing any SWU content myself, but do look for me around the commentary scene a bit more. This is what we're trying to do.
We're going to have you back for sure. Potentially even today. Who knows what's going to happen. But we're going to go to a quick break, guys, and we'll be back with round 5 of Swiss after this.
Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
Okay.
What's up, Star Wars Limited fans? It's Loopee here at Late Night Gaming, and I'm here with the one and only Tower Number 9 from the same channel, and we're going to be doing round 5 of Swiss for you. So,
yeah, what's up, guys? Happy to be bringing you some Star Wars Unlimited commentary on this fine day.
Yep. Nothing like a good day of SWU. We had the London sectors go off. We have our coverage kind of popping off now. I see that we're picking up people as we go, and boy, was that last match good. I do know that Table 1, which is Mickey V, Mickey D, and the undefeated Boba Data Vault, did draw for round 5, and that's because they can double draw and get it to Top Cut. So I'm not sure which match they're sitting at feature yet, but I was really impressed by seeing the Aura Data Vault in both of our matches last round, and that's a deck that's certainly on the rise. It's interesting that the London sector had all sorts of people go to Daedra Colossus. And here we have much more Aura Data Vault. And, you know, it might be just kind of preferences between the American and the Euro metas and what players prefer, because I think Daedra is a far more hard control type deck than Aura at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I think that it's cool to see kind of a renaissance of control decks, which were kind of out of the meta for a bit. I mean, we had the Lando Vigilance builds, but I think that recently, like you said, there have been people experimenting with this Aura Sing and with Daedra. I personally, I don't know. It's a little odd. I'm going to be interested to see how that lines up. I think that the Aura Sing leader ability is kind of randomly very, very strong sometimes. Like if your opponent is, you know, a command vigilance deck that's planning on using those Leppy lookouts as one of their early units, they might be in some trouble.
Yeah.
A funny thing is that the Aura deck is actually really good against the units in another Aura deck. So I don't know what that mirror is like, but it might be crazy.
Yeah, no, that's good. We got a good match here because I know one of the players for sure. So this is a match by Harris, and I have his last name, but we won't put the whole ones because, I mean, he's a little feller. I mean, I think he's around maybe a year or two older than my son, which would make him like 11 or 12 or so. But he's a great player from Chicagoland area, piloting Obi Force, and his opponent is Michael Jansen on Avar Chris. It's going to be Avar Yellow. So that's a deck that I've seen a lot of. What are your thoughts on the Avar Yellow deck? That
I personally, so the yellow version of it, I don't know. I personally really like that leader, at least in principle, and have been trying to make her work for a while. But you know, when I was playing around with Avar Chris, it was definitely not with the cunning base, and it seems like people have found some powerful moves there, especially now that cunning heroism is kind of the highest high end now in a certain sense, with like Liberty being probably the best closer right now.
And I misspoke. I saw Avar and assumed it was yellow. This is not Avar Yellow. Look what we got here. We got an Avar Red.
Oh yeah, so this one I've played with actually quite a lot. Now I think one of the things that Avar Red has going for it is that there are certain cards that are not really very good in most decks that become extremely strong with this particular leader. So one example would be Sorceress Blast is like actual good removal with Avar to give you the force very reliably.
Interesting.
And it's really, in fact, I'm gonna take a look at one of my older Avar aggression combinations to sort of look and remind myself of what all I was running. It's a really cool leader. You also get plays like Infused Brawler is like sick with Avar, because you can use her ability to give yourself the force and then play it. So it's kind of a turn 1/4/4. And it looks like that might be what we're seeing here. Now, of course, this unit, when it completes an attack, you do lose an experience token, but 2 for a 4/4 force unit is still pretty nice to have.
Yeah. Okay. So we have the infused brawler. I haven't seen that in quite some time. I remember trying to test that with the original Tells and Red deck.
Yeah, I think it really benefits from. I think it's not the strongest card ever, except in scenarios where you can reliably get the force on turn 1. So only with certain bases or with the Avar Chris leader card is the infused brawler strong, in my opinion.
Right, and certainly reliable force on turn 1 is exactly what Avar Chris does. So goes into base for 3.
I think it's for 4, right?
4, yep. Yeah, but no, the experience goes away after.
Yeah. So you still have the 4 power for that swing.
Yep.
And then that's also, still not in range of the enemy secretive stage there.
And does not have to use the Avar ability, because the infused brawler also does give you the force. It is also a force unit itself. We go into turn 3.
Yeah. On Obi-Wan's side of the board, though, we have we do have that experience token being given to the secretive sage, so we are now in a position where the sage could potentially clear the brawler.
Or the discard Jedi, whatever his name is. Jedi in hiding, I think it is. Okay, so the infused brawler is actually going to clear Ezra. It's the other way around with aggressive negotiations.
Aggressive negotiations is a card that we've seen a lot of in this environment. I suspect that for this Avar Chris deck, that's potentially going to be fueled by some big card draw from Kiadi Mundi, a card that used to be very ubiquitous but hasn't been seen as frequently recently.
Yep.
Definitely one that Avar can make very good use out of, because again, her reliable ability to give you that force token means that even in situations where like you might have lost the board, which was traditionally kind of a weakness of Kiadi Mundi, you can still get that force token back and draw up some more options.
And we see Paris playing a constructed saber on his secretive sage, which makes it a sentinel. The Jedi in hiding goes into it. I presume he made him discard with it. And then he used the Avar ability to regain the force. We go into the Obi's flip turn. We're not to Avar territory yet, but he takes another swing from the secretive sage. And 12...
Right now, this board does look favorable for the Obi-Wan side of things here. I'll say that.
The daughter helps, though. The daughter has an ability that whenever the base gets hit, you can use the force and basically regain 2 health. So, in a deck that goes wide, really can provide a lot of healing if you can consistently get the force back.
Yeah, and one thing to note also about the daughter is that if the opponent does not deal with her and you can keep getting the force, she can very rapidly accelerate your Avar Chris leader deployment, because you can potentially use the force many times in a single turn, just using that ability over and over, and each of those brings you one step closer to deploying Avar Chris, who's very scary once she hits the field.
Ooh, and to protect the pod is pretty scary too. Off the daughter, that's a 6 point damage.
Yeah, it's funny, protect the pod has kind of become a fairly premium removal option in the current environment, where post-rotation we've seen, I think it would be fair to say that removal has generally gotten a bit worse, with a few exceptions. But Protect the Pod is doing good duty in a lot of decks these days.
Yep, and works well here. Was able to clear the Obi's unit. Now there's no board, though, and taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, and this is kind of the weakness of the daughter. If the opponent is able to clear her, you quickly find yourself in a spot where, you might not have much board presence. Now, in theory, the Avar Chris deck can make up for that once the leader actually flips, because she has very powerful stats. But the question is, are we going to be able to get there? And honestly, Loopee, it's not looking to me like we are.
Yeah, no, an Obi goes in the way. That's just going to be a road bump. Though neither unit can insta-kill it. So we'll see whether Harris has any kind of removal at all to deal with this Obi-Wan Kenobi. Avar Red is not going to be able to like play a turret. That's a Rex, which is a giant problem. We've got Ethkoth, the 5/4 ramp Jedi.
Yeah, that's another one that can help you get Avar Chris out considerably earlier, as not only an opportunity to use the Force, but also a true ramp card, which we haven't seen much of recently. However, I don't think the... Go ahead.
Kyle says you cannot play Avar legally without the showcase. He's never seen it happen on stream. Yep. Of course, the Princess Zelda showcase. You know, who wouldn't run that? All right, so Michael's looking for an answer here. Has to prevent some damage.
Yeah.
Rex is lethal by himself.
Now, one thing that Avar Chris decks often want to use is Yoda. So Yoda is extremely strong with these builds, as it offers a powerful unit, some healing, and a force usage on turn 8 that can normally get Avar on the field. The problem with this is this board is not very wide. So yes, we have the Yoda, but it's only going to be dealing 4 damage here. And that is, I just think, not really enough. But the 5 healing on the base, however, is going to buy some more time.
Right, so he kills the Ezra unit. Rex is an 8/8 right now. Wasn't in range of that Obi. Turret. So Harris protects rather than going for the base. Let's see if that gets punished. Now Avar comes out. You know, he can't put the constructed on Rex. He puts it on Obi. Constructed must go on a Force unit.
Right. So Captain Rex might be a good target under normal circumstances, but isn't a legal target for that particular item.
Yep. All right. So Avar clears turret. We'll do some overwhelm here. Yeah, it's only 1, right? Because it was a full healthy turret.
Sure. Also, a similar to the daughter can actually be a good way for an Avar deck to get multiple force triggers. But in this aggression deck, that isn't really the most efficient.
All right. Oh, so what you saw there was a good play by Michael. So the Ethkoth goes in, uses the Force, and then is able to use the Yoda trigger because of that. Because the Ethkoth, when defeated, uses the Force. We'll put up Eth on the board for people.
Yeah, so once Yoda's on the field, every ability that uses the Force is triggering that effect again. So Michael may not have the widest board, so Yoda's not dealing a ton of damage here, but you can potentially keep triggering that effect, which can really add up over time. You don't get the heal every time, of course, though. That's just the one play.
Anything that uses the Force will kill that Obi right now.
And I think there's a very good chance Michael has something that can use the Force in hand.
We got another Yoda in return.
Yoda is on both sides of the board here.
So much Yoda.
And once again, though, just as Michael didn't really have enough units to get max value out of Yoda, nor does Harris here. Just hitting for 4 damage.
Let's see that the overlay is out of date. This is Obi.
And what do we have there? Is that a Mace Windu? Yeah.
Oh.
So that's a very strong combination because you get not only the damage from Mace Windu, but also Yoda's trigger because Mace Windu used the Force. And then look at that. Ki-Adi-Mundi drawing 2 cards and triggering Yoda again to defeat the Obi-Wan Kenobi leader. All of a sudden, Michael's looking very strong.
What a turnaround. From Avar Chris Red. You got Yoda coming down, getting him out of harm's way to where he could survive with 25 health. Followed by Base Windu and Ki-Adi-Mundi all at once. And now, Kelleran Beck, though a 7/7, any force activation kills him.
It's an interesting situation here, Loopee.
Yeah.
I think that at this point, Harris just trying to make things stick and try and sneak some damage in there to close the game. But I'm not sure if it'll be possible here. In fact, I suspect it won't be.
Yeah, and Avar Chris can clear that turret. I mean, he's going to need...
Yeah.
He's going to... I mean, if Avar has any way to use the Force, this is tough. And he does not. He uses Avar to clear turret. I don't think Harris had the Force. So takes more overwhelm this time. That is Yoda Saber without the Force.
Okay, Yoda's Saber. That's an upgrade for that Kelleran Beck. But, I don't know. I mean, Harris has spent all of his resources. And at this point, I think that Kelleran Beck could be cleared just by crashing into it with these units, even if there isn't some way to use the Force here.
And that must be the case. He must not have the... Oh, but he has another key.
Yeah, he swings with Ki-Adi-Mundi and then plays to get the first one killed, plays a second one. That deals the damage needed to clear Kelleran Beck and draws 2 more cards. And at this point, Michael is in an extremely commanding position, likely able to close the game in 1 attack next turn. Conceivably could even win this turn if we have enough buffs.
Of an upgrade, right. If he has some sabers, it's a Yoda Saber of his own. Doesn't even use the Force. Well, I guess he does, but he doesn't have a target. Yoda's a May, so you don't have to do it.
Yeah. And then...
What a back-and-forth game.
Yeah, he is off by 1, though. Harris left here on 1 HP remaining, 27 damage on the base. Can Harris find something to get him out of this situation? I just don't know what it would be.
I mean, I think you got most of the Jedi High Council there going against you.
An Obi-Wan Kenobi protective Padawan unit hits the field, but only to be defeated by Avar, who actually I think then goes on to defeat the base with overwhelm damage. So ultimately, very impressive comeback from Michael Jansen here, and that really does show the end game power of this build. But it also shows the risk, because honestly, Loopee, I didn't think he was going to get there.
Yeah, no, he's really living on the edge. Barely surviving the Obi's onslaught, and then coming back with just the power of red-green heroic force. And it was always that way. When you had both Han would play hero green-red force, Han 2 would play that, and then sometimes it was Obi. I liked playing Obi red during the Force Throw days. I mean, really that end game is very difficult for anything to beat. That would take care of Akira sometimes if you can get the Yoda working like that. If she didn't have a way to remove it, all of a sudden the Star Destroyers are dying to any use of the Force. So, great play. Interesting match, seeing 2 Force decks paired against each other. And Obi on the verge of victory. But for that Yoda heal 5, I mean, Harris had lethal. But Michael was able to come back into it with the power of just Yoda on the board without Harris having a way to remove him.
Yeah, and that really, I think it really does show some of the strength there of that Yoda card. Not only able to heal your base, do some damage, and then also the fact that it is a use of the Force bringing you closer to that leader deployment. It's almost the perfect card for Avar Chris. But you have to get there, and we'll see now whether or not Harris can maybe be quicker and more aggressive and prevent the game from getting to that phase.
Right. Well, both players sideboard, deciding on things. What do you think Obi's looking for into something like Avar?
Yeah, it's interesting. So really, this is a very endgame oriented deck. So I think in terms of potential counters, things that let you go faster would be nice. And if you have any additional kind of removal for powerful units, that might be helpful as well. I think it's a situation where, you might, like if we had actually seen Harris be able to defeat that copy of the Yoda unit, things might have gone differently just because the Yoda triggers were a big source of Michael's removal in the late game.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you have some of that higher end removal, that might be nice to bring in.
So
now the problem, of course, is there isn't as efficient high end removal these days. Pre-rotation, this is a matchup where you might be looking to bring in Fell the Dragon, for instance. But at this point, you could play Lost and Forgotten, but it's not a super efficient card necessarily.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we didn't see Shatterpoint was the cleanest answer that Obi has to Yoda. Yoda does have 9 health, so it's hard to get him with a Protect the Pod. I'm interested whether he maybe sideboard.
Sorry, go ahead, Loopee.
I'm interested whether maybe the Obi had access to Terran Tayek, which is an anti-Obi card, but Obi can be playing himself, expecting the mirror and expecting things like Talzin. Of our Chris Red, that deck might have some anti-space stuff, which you don't need against Obi. So we'll see whether it got help. You know what? I think I see a Ray in that deck too, so that's interesting. The Ray 7 that does damage when it's drawn.
Ooh, yeah, that is interesting. Just thinking about what options are available there. You definitely have a lot of card draw with Kiadi Mundi.
Right.
But I don't think the deck has some of the tricks that that we saw, for instance, from the Yoda leader, where you're manipulating your deck to make that Ray trigger super reliable. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of cards like Ray or the That's a Rock card, where when you discard it, it does damage, because those sorts of effects, to me at least, often seem like they're a little bit random. It's a little bit luck based as to whether or not you're going to draw those at the right time. But that's kind of a playstyle preference, and I certainly must admit that those cards can be very powerful in the right scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now, the deck that we were all expecting to run Ray was Jyn Urso, which is just not hit its stride yet, due in large part to the pilots existing the way they do. But, it's always something, whenever you can control card draw in any way, that's an interesting card to have.
Yeah, I think the Jyn Urso decks definitely have good use of that Ray unit.
All right.
And look at this, we see a mirrored Gunji start.
I mean, what's better than one Wookiee? Why not two?
Yeah.
So we got Gun.
Certainly a fairly powerful card.
I mean, there's not a whole lot of unique vanilla units, but here we have one. It just has more health than anything else. 7 points of stats on a 2-drop.
I'm personally a big fan of vanilla units. I think that this is not, I think, an opinion that's universally shared, but I find vanilla and the so-called French vanilla cards, which is where you have card text but it's just keywords. I find those designs very elegant, and I think it's cool when they're good.
I've never heard French vanilla before, but at least not in that context. Yeah. But there we go.
Right. It's like Secretive Sage. That's French vanilla. All it has is that keyword.
Right. So is Ion still French vanilla, even though it has like 4 keywords? It's extra French.
Yes, technically.
Extra French. All right. And then that is Mina Bonateri Prestige that Harris has. Harris plays with his dad, who's also at the event. Great kid. He loves playing on stream. So my guess is he was big in Joe. All right.
Well, we saw the two Gunji unit cards fight each other there, and now the Obi-Wan deck is able to follow that up with an experience token. So that's going to put the That's going to put them in a bit of a stronger spot for future combat.
Yeah, and that said, the Jedi in hiding is pretty strong here. Actually, that's a card I know a lot because we played that quite a bit in Talzin. It causes a discard when defeated. So I can see why you would want it in a Navarre deck. We have Obi-Wan Kenobi, the Padawan version. That's a Sentinel with a Force unit. Hit the field. I don't think Obi's supposed to be exhausted. There he goes. He fixes it.
All right. Obi-Wan, Protective Padawan.
So Mina hits into it.
Taking some damage here. That does mean that this copy of Gunji with that experience token would be able to defeat the Obi-Wan Kenobi Protective Padawan unit with 1 attack and would remain alive at 1 HP.
But will
which
he
honestly lines up pretty well.
Yeah, will he get the opportunity though? We'll see whether Avar has anything to do. Yep. Has 4 health remaining because of the experience, which is very important. So it looks like the Jedi in hiding is going to go into Gunji, presumably use the when defeated, and make him discard.
Okay.
Harris decides what to do. I see he brought in a ray, it looks like, because that's the green ray on the side of his hand.
Very powerful anti-control unit. But I'm not actually sure that it lines up that well into what the Avar Chris deck is doing, simply because a lot of the removal. So this is a command aggression deck, which means that a lot of the removal here is damage based.
Right, which
so it's not going to be the direct defeat effects that Ray is so good against.
Right. No, Ray is a card. I mean, really, green heroism is a nightmare for control between Ray at the top end, Kelleran just below it, and then Queen Amidala at 5. I mean, all 3 of those cards are problems.
Yeah, and even in the earliest days of the game, the control decks often could struggle with these command heroism builds because there are so many cards in command heroism that can develop multiple units at once.
Right.
And that can really be an obstacle for control decks, which in this game at least tend to have quite a lot of 1-for-1 removal. Like if they play Kelleran back and then you play, you're Lost and Forgotten and defeat Kelleran, in a certain sense that's efficient, except the problem is they have another unit that you have to deal with as well.
Right. And at least you don't have to deal with Home 1 and Tech on top of it anymore. But Ray is the thing.
Yeah, Tech is not in the game anymore, and I think some people probably breathe a sigh of relief with that because Tech was a very tough card to deal with late in the game.
All right, so we have Eth Koth, played by Michael Jansen. Harris responds by attacking base, taking Michael's to 5 damage on base, 23 to go.
Once again, Loopee, this is a situation where I think Michael has a substantial advantage if we get to the late game. And Harris is putting the pressure on again, definitely has an advantage right now, but I'm not quite sure it's enough at this point.
Yeah, and he makes the decision there to leave the blue leader up in the space arena rather than ambushing and killing Eth. So, I see I see the thought there is that Eth could otherwise just attack the blue leader, but I mean he's going to be able to. He's going to kill with Mace Windu the 4 blue leader. And the thing about Avar is that the Eth with the Force activation counts as 2. So you really want to take care of Eth before the next turn of this game. I'll be interested what he does here. He might actually soften up his own Eth by attacking a unit. Yeah, he does exactly that.
Yeah. Getting into that position where he'll be able to, right?
Yep.
As long as there's something on the ground. Now, was that a Captain Rex for Harris?
Yeah, it looks like that's what he was thinking about. First, he's going to attack.
Does he have 7 resources?
It's 6. Rex is a 6.
Yeah. The I was a little confused as to what point we were at on the resources there, but
both players are
Rex and go ahead.
Both players are going into 7. So if when ETH kills himself and then uses the Force, Avar will come out.
That's right. So the ETH Koth activation here is going to enable a pretty early Avar flip, but Harris does have a powerful board, so
right.
We'll have to see whether or not it's going to be enough.
And
there's also a question of whether Michael has something else to handle that copy of Rex. I think he would probably prefer not to take a big chunk of damage to the base here.
Yep, ETH he does not. Looks like ETH is going to kill the leader.
Yeah, so that ETH Koth unit attacks and defeats the Obi-Wan Kenobi leader unit. And then we do see the ability used. That's going to both ramp Michael and use the Force, as you were saying earlier, which means we are now in a position for a leader flip. And of course, Avar could potentially herself defeat Rex in one attack.
Right.
But right now, not having the Force would not have the higher stat line immediately, would have to attack to do so.
Yep. All right, so I think Harris sequences correctly with the Mina attack right now. Because the Rex isn't in that much danger. There's not a lot of green-red cards that deal with that. But the Mina was.
No, I'm trying to think of whether there might be something that could clear Rex here. Now, what is this?
So he deploys Avar.
Yeah, so that's not going to be it. Yeah, I think the only clean answer would be like Maz Kanata on that Mace Windu to defeat Rex in one attack.
And Maz is
but that was not
card.
An option. Yeah. Okay, so in principle, Michael can clear the board here. Avar can attack and defeat Rex. Mace Windu can attack and defeat Mina, but neither player has actually spent their resources this turn, which creates an interesting dilemma since Michael is so low on base HP here.
Yeah, I think he just clears Rex now. That's what he probably does.
Yeah.
Gains the Force.
Yeah, I think you have to do that. And then even if Harris advanced a very dangerous threat, Michael would be able to take the initiative at that point.
All right, and he gets on the board with some Overwhelm. 1 damage.
Yeah. A mighty 1 Overwhelm. Not necessarily the biggest, but every little bit helps. And here comes Harris's first play of the turn.
Ooh. The Yoda Saber's pretty good. But
yeah, with that Yoda's lightsaber, Mace Windu
also dies.
Yeah.
Unless he has also a Yoda Saber, which would surprise me not at all. Ooh, that's big. He
Oh,
answers it.
You called it, Loopee.
He answers it. When the fact that he attacked with Avar there to get the Force told me he might have a Yoda Saber. Ooh, Harris have to claim?
Harris only taking initiative. That is not what you want in this situation. And I
then
think
Mina dies to protect the pod.
Regaining control.
Oh, certainly. I mean, you can't leave 5 resources up there. So my son plays as well. You know, when that kind of thing happens, you know, I then go back and we flip up all of his resources to see what decisions he made that led him to not have anything to do with 5 resources this late in the game. That's just brutal.
Yeah, this is a very tough situation for Harris. If he had another, I was actually expecting him to develop another 1 or maybe even 2 units that turn, which still would not have put him in a clearly winning position, but would have had some more threats. With no other plays, it seems like Michael is quickly stabilizing here.
Oh, absolutely.
What can Harris
and
there's that Ray, but Ray isn't that good here.
He's representing 17 on base. Mace is hitting for 9 and Avar for 8.
Yeah, you know, and that means with even a minimal additional pump, we could see this game end this turn with a win for Michael. What can Harris put together to shift this? Thinking about his play. All resources being used, throwing out the Ray unit. So this is kind of a gamble. Right now, Michael could defeat this copy of Ray.
Or you could heal 5 and do 6 to it.
Yeah. So I think Harris was hoping that Michael would have to trade those units in for Ray, and it would the Ray unit would get disproportionate board value. But with this Yoda, that seems like it's very much not going to be the case. Yeah, now Avar could potentially attack and defeat Ray while also doing a large amount of overwhelm damage, and it looks like that's exactly what we're going to see here. And then Michael poised to close things out next turn, potentially, if Harris can't pull off some kind of big reversal.
Right, and I don't even know what it was. Now, had the Ray stayed alive, maybe he would have something like the double cross, which is just kind of busted if you cast it on Ray because Ray can't go to the other side. But having no board, that's
a nice combo.
This is really kind of a bad spot. And that's an understatement.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure what Harris is potentially running that could save the day here.
And then
I think it's
Mace
a Galen
Windu
Urso disabling Yoda's text, but that's not going to do it. Mace Windu with that lightsaber able to clear the base.
All right, so we're going to switch to the next match, which is going into Game 3. So what did you think of that match? It was kind of a spicy Avar deck. I liked it.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool, honestly. And I thought it was well played by Michael Jensen. You know, in the first game, I didn't think he was going to get there, but he pulled off a quite impressive comeback. In the second game, once again, Harris was able to put a bunch of pressure on, but there's just such inevitability with this deck's endgame that the Obi-Wan deck was ultimately not quite fast enough to avert the final phases there. I do think it's a good showing both of some of the powerful moves that Avar has available, but also how, you know, you're really living on the razor's edge against a more aggressive opponent, because having a leader that flips by default on 9 resources is incredibly slow.
Yep.
So
and you get used to it doing
you
that,
really
but
have to gotta hold things off. And traditionally, I think that Avar Blue has some of the best defensive options, but Red has some good removal. You have cards like Mace Windu, Sorceress Blast. It gives you access to upgrade removal, as we're seeing now with those Outer Rim Constables being taken out of the deck. And there's still some good defensive options too, like the Daughter.
All right, so the list, I'm actually looking at that list right now. We will have them all on Late Night Gaming after the fact, and it looks like our backup match just went on. Thanks, Joe Man in the Switch, switching us over. So this is the beginning of Game 3. And what do we got here? We got Maul fighting for a spot at the top cut against Aura Singh Data Vault. So what do you know about this matchup?
Maul versus Aura Singh Data Vault. To be honest with you, I don't know a ton about this matchup. This is, in the previous matchup, we had kind of a rogue deck, but by coincidence, it was one that I had played quite a lot. Whereas with this one, I'm less familiar with how these decks play into one another.
It was meant to be that we had the world's preeminent Avar Red specialist on.
I wouldn't say I wouldn't say preeminent, but I've definitely played quite a few games on that build,
all right.
or some Avar Red.
So I know some things here. So Maul Red is or Maul Blue, excuse me, is a control deck. I mean, really, it has the Maul ability, which lets you do a lot of damage into the space arena or the ground arena, or 2 damage of everything. Maul is a tricky leader to play because he has to use his ability on attack, and that can lead to some issues. Avar is a mid-range deck. You know, it's in the same color scheme and even the same base as the hard control decks of last set, but typically an Aura has to be using quite a few units and is really trying to get there. We've seen things like Purgle King be the closer here. I think that, Maul really needs to close the game in the mid-turns around his flip turn, because Aura eventually, with all the draw and restore, will likely overwhelm him. And the matchup begins, we see Lazarazi taking care of the Sith, Acolyte of the Beyond. I played so much Tales, and I should know the name of the card. It's Acolyte of the Beyond, the guy that kills. And we have Marin, one of my favorite cards, a very strong card, coming out from all. Does not use the leader
Yeah, and
ability.
this Marin lines up well into Lats here as well.
Yep. So Marin is a card that really just has some utility at the price of the cards in your hand. And, you know, one thing that we noted when we were getting the Talzin deck ready for Galactics is that Marin tested very, very, very well through Stats without. And people would cut it, but it really provides some answers to any kind of villain red force deck, particularly to the Space Arena, that she deserves her spot. We see Loopee Lookout.
Looks like a Loopee Lookout here.
The furry
Very
sniper
strong
himself.
card.
Yep. And it's like you said before. I mean, the mirrors are kind of interesting, or must be, because, you know, actually a lot of Aura's cards are actually weak to Aura, including Lats and Loopee.
Interesting answer here, though, from our Maul player. So we're going to have Darth Tyrannus ambushing and trading shields, and then that opens the door for Maul's ability to be used to deal that 1 damage to the Loopee Lookout and defeat it. He has to do 1 damage to one of his own cards. I think we see that damage going on to Darth Tyrannus here, but the Loopee Lookout's 1 HP is vulnerable to some of these ping effects.
All right, and both of these players are 3-1. We have Kevin Sudoff playing Maul Blue, and Brad Gregg, 2 first names, playing Aura Singh.
All right. Oh, that's interesting. I believe it's the Cruel Commandos taking the field there for our Aura Singh player. So that is a 5/5 Sentinel with Overwhelm, but they do not stay on the board for long. There's no glory. The only results from Kevin there, clearing the Cruel Commandos and opening the door for potentially a fair bit of damage to the base here.
Yep, absolutely. All right, so Aura's base has taken 8.
Though it is, of course, the mighty Data Vault, so there's quite a lot left, even with 8 damage already on. And honestly, if I'm the Aura Singh player, I'm probably not too unhappy with this right now. Like, yes, the opponent has the board advantage for sure, but as a more control-oriented deck, you know, I'm kind of playing for the late game.
All right, Deidre Miro comes in. Great ambush unit for Aura there. Able to clear Marin and create a spy. Darth Tyrannus goes to base. The Maul player, listening to the advice, knows that he needs to finish continuing to act as the aggro. Maul has a lot of strength. Turns 4, 5, 6. I mean, the Force villain 4s are strong. We know that. Between Tyrannus, Talzin's Assassin, and Chirrut. And then
I think we see a Talzin's Assassin in hand here as well, so that could potentially be used to remove Dedra.
Yep. And I see Old Daka as well, which is a follow-up the next turn.
Oh, yeah. Those are some strong plays.
He only needs to do 1 to kill that Dedra, now that Maul has had his say.
Yeah, and that ping damage from Maul's on-attack ability will remove the spy. Talzin's Assassin arriving as predicted to defeat that Dedra Miro unit. And once again, Kevin is the only player with units on the board here, and the damage is starting to add up for Brad.
And, you know, though not initially, just looking at the card, a 4/4 for 4, Talzin's Assassin doesn't seem incredible, but it's probably the best Force unit and has been a mainstay of Villain Blue Force decks for a long time and will continue to be. Aura smartly kills the Talzin Assassin because we know that the Maul has Daka in hand. Tyrannus goes to base.
That old Daka threat removed.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like the Aura Singh leader unit will attack and defeat that Darth Tyrannus unit. But as you mentioned, Loopee, Tyrannus did get a chance to attack the base. We're up to 20 damage on that base now.
25.
Oh, and look at that.
Retaliation.
Maul hits the base only to be defeated by retaliation. So the Maul leader unit is off the board, and all of a sudden, it's Brad Gregg who's the only player that has units.
Right. So he plays Daka, but doesn't have anything to go with it. You know, one thing I found is, you know, Daka comes in and out of the Talzin list from time to time, but even like just a Night Sister Warrior there to draw a card would have been significant. You know, can he finish? He's so close. He's done 26 damage to the base. He's taken no damage, but the aura, you know, has the better end game package, and it starts with a Lost and Forgotten.
Ooh. Lost and Forgotten, defeating the old Daka unit and healing that base for 3 points of damage as well. Buying some more time. Kevin needs to get something to stick on the board. Now, one thing is, because this is a Maul deck and is focused on the Force, the space threat probably isn't as good, but just as I say that, a very powerful space threat emerges. I believe it is a Devastator with the damage going straight to base, making up for that healing. And Brad Gregg wisely choosing to take the initiative rather than making any sort of attack there with Aura Singh. Needs to find an answer to that Devastator right now, though, or it's game over.
Absolutely, and he does.
Another copy of Lost and Forgotten clears Devastator and getting some precious healing on that base.
We just need to find
Let's see how Kevin responds.
Find some more Devastators. That's what you need to do.
Yeah, if he has Devastators or Planetary Bombardments, they're feeling pretty nice right now.
All right. He does not. He has the Sun. Or that's Darth Tyrannus. Not Tyrannus. Darth Nihilus. The one that does 3 damage to the lowest health unit and then gets experience because of it.
Yeah. And another one of those acolytes also hitting the field, I believe, here. So that's going to be certainly some more threats developed. Let's see how Aura can respond. Acolyte of the Beyond plus Darth Nihilus.
Can
And
Aura
Darth
find
Nihilus? Yeah.
Okay, No Glory takes care of Nihilus, but the Acolyte goes in.
Yeah, Acolyte can get at least 2 damage on the base, which is something. You know, every little bit helps at this point.
But not doing that. Playing Planetary Bombardment for 8.
Ooh.
That's strong. It's 32.
Now, all of a sudden, Brad Gregg needs to answer the humble Acolyte of the Beyond, or that 2 damage attack could end the game here. Can he do it?
You know, you hate when the doofus, when defeated, Acolyte delivers lethal against you. Can he find a way to stop that?
Kevin's deck seems pretty well positioned to have some closers even when the board is under control with those copies of Devastator and Planetary Bombardment. Can Brad find an out? Here comes something. Oh, you hate to play No Glory only results on a 2-cost unit.
He gets the Force.
Now, technically speaking,
he has
this
the Force.
does give Brad Gregg the Force.
Yeah, that is. I managed to. What was it? I did the same, and I got a unit with Kylo. I did No Glory to get the Force, and
Okay.
I was able to take a unit with, I believe it was Choose Sides, and use the Force. So I have actually used the Force with the Data Vault deck before.
That is very spicy. I'm not sure Brad Gregg is poised to do that. He doesn't seem to have a Force token.
Well, you'll see. Does he have any way to steal units? That's the question. All right. So we got a droid laser turret played. I believe that was just another Acolyte played. It's tough to see.
Yeah. There's definitely
that's
some glare.
Anakin. That's
Ooh,
Anakin.
Yeah, Anakin.
Yeah, that's
So
that.
that was a Atreus
2/4.
Acolyte.
Yep, that's the 2/4. The 2/4 vanilla.
Brad Gregg in some trouble once again.
Yeah, when you're on 32
Kevin is
damage on base
advancing
in
more and
game
more
3,
threats.
you know, you're living on the edge. Can he find a way?
Yeah, what do you do at this point? Do you do...
So, yeah, that's right. Austin is pointing out that I No Gloried his Owen Lars at the last Misty PQ'd and took his trigger to draw a Force unit with Kylo. That happens with some frequency.
Brad Gregg cannot find an answer, takes initiative, and doesn't find it again. There's the handshake.
All right, so Kevin improves to 4-1, looking good for Top Cut. Needs to win his last match to lock it in for sure. He might be able to draw or not. Brad falls to 3-2 still alive, given the number counts here. What did you think of that game 3, Tower?
Oh, I thought it was quite interesting. You know, at first it looked like, a fairly standard match in terms of Kevin being the aggressor, pushing damage on Brad, playing removal, and eventually stabilizing after the Aura Sing flip. But Kevin had a great second wind there with other ways to keep pushing damage, and even through Brad doing considerably healing and playing some good removal plays, Kevin was able to push the damage to the base and close things out.
Yeah, and I think that my observations of it is that we had the Darth Nihilus really do some work by making a threat that then Brad had to remove right away. And then that planetary bombardment into an open board really was the key of that late part.
Yeah, very nice chunk of damage there.
All right. Let's go to this. This was the leader representations here. So we've seen Obi doing well. Aura certainly doing well. I think there's going to be a couple in the top cut. Bases-wise, Data Vault is back to being the most represented base. Are the Lake Country days coming to an end?
Yeah, that's not what we would have expected necessarily, but definitely a high HP meta though. We have Data Vault and Yellow HP 30 is the two most popular bases. Then Blue Force, which to be fair is under 30, but then followed up by the Lake Country. And one interesting thing to note here is it looks like the splash bases are entirely absent at this point.
Right. Yeah, no. Very, very little. I don't think that there's not a single one.
I think those splash bases seemed quite relevant earlier on in the set, and we saw decks like, some of the Jin Urso decks, for instance, were using the splash bases. We've seen some other compositions experimenting with those, but at this point, they seem to have fallen out of favor in favor of just having more HP and potentially access to the Force.
All right, so I'm going to put up some standings here quick, and then you're able to stick around for another round, Tower?
I can potentially do one more.
All right, so it's going to be you and Victor from Nordic Takedown for the next round. But here are preliminary standings. We have one match not reported, but somehow Joe was able to do this. We have Mickey from Team ECL Eclipse, ECL TCG, whatever we want to call them, able to draw into the top cut along with the Boba Data Vault player, I believe that is. Berkey is now locked, winning to 4-1, as well as Loch Ness. That would be one of the other two people. Micah is probably able to draw his last round. Micah's very, very good at draw math. That's who we always asked on our team. So, he'll make the right decision there, but his opponent might not be able to draw. Sitting at 4-1. We'll see. And then we have a bunch of players on the bubble and looking to be an exciting top cut. So we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back with round 6, the last round of Swiss after this.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right? is the way.
It's a trap!
Hey, we don't serve their kind here.
I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope.
All right.
Welcome back to Late Night Gaming's coverage of the Planetary Qualifier here at Over the Top Games. I am Tower Number 9, joined here by Victor. Victor, how's it going?
Oh, it's great. I'm getting to watch so much through this evening, so it's great. And we had some good games last turn, and we're already into. They've already started here. We've got a good game, I think, coming up here. Unfortunately, all top tables could just draw into the top cut. So this is all just for bragging rights.
We're looking at a Chewbacca. This is a Cunning Chewie versus a Aggression Colonel Yularen build. So two very fast and aggressive decks facing off here.
For sure. And the yellow Chewie is a little bit more aggressive, I think, than the blue one. I mean, that's with the colors, but it feels like it is. The blue one is more mid-range in a way, and the yellow one is just balls to the wall.
Yeah, I think it depends on what exactly you're trying to do. There's also the, like, if you run the Alliance Outpost, the Vigilance version of Chewbacca can potentially deploy him on turn 2, and then start like upgrading him and so on. But it does have a lot of things that are more defensive. Effects that are there to protect your Chewie, give him a shield, give him more stats or whatever. Whereas this is a very aggro deck. Now we're seeing a Moral Authority capturing one of Yularen's units here. Right now, to be honest with you, it looks to me like Yularen is in some trouble.
Right, yeah, already 15 damage on the base to only 4 damage on the Chewie base. That it definitely not where Yularen wants to be. Also, just the one unit on the board to very small units, granted, but still units on the Chewie side.
Yeah, and so this Moral Authority on the Chewbacca leader unit there does also push him up to a stat line that could defeat Yularen in one hit if the Colonel Yularen leader unit were to deploy, which is not great. But at this point, I'm not even sure he would bother to do it rather than just pushing more damage to the base and trying to close things out fast, as he is very far ahead. We do see that Yularen flip. Let's see what Steven chooses to do.
He's kind of asking the question: do you want to keep with the board control, or would you? Oh, he's not. He is plotting. So he is actually quite safe with 2 Sentinels hitting the board here.
Yeah, Chancellor Palpatine here providing some much needed defense for our Colonel Yularen player. This is creating 2 spy tokens and giving them both Sentinel.
Yeah. But we have a Ascension cable on Chewie here, so he's just not going to care about those Sentinels. And I guess that is going to be problems for Yularen here.
Yeah, Ascension Cable here is a card that didn't necessarily make a big splash when it came out, but is really strong in these Chewbacca decks, in my opinion. And with that cable, Chewbacca has Saboteur able to attack right past these spies and can also get some bonus stats here. So I believe we're actually seeing Chewie swinging for 8 at this point. Which
+2 from the Moral Authority and +1 from Ascension Cable. That is a mighty unit. And it is a leader to boot, so it's really hard to deal with.
Right. So, yeah, we're going to see Chewbacca attack. I think the on-attack trigger here, looks like Madison was pointing to the spy there, but Steven points out, hey, I have Saboteur, able to attack past the spy, 8 damage to base. Madison needs to answer this Chewbacca leader unit in one action, or it's going to be game over, because one more attack to base would close things out, and with Saboteur, Sentinels will not help.
No, yeah, he's got a claim here and hope to have an answer. And I don't know exactly what answer that could even be. Granted that Shui also has, what, 6, 7, 8. That's 11 health. That's a lot.
I think it's just 9 health because the Moral Authority doesn't give HP. It's just +2 power.
Oh, yeah. Only power. All right. Yes, you're
But
right.
9 is still a big number.
9 is still a big number. And on a leader unit, so yeah, it's going to be rough. And apparently we have Madison scooping it there.
Strong showing from Chewie. I'll be real with you, man. I'm a big Chewbacca fan. I played a lot of Cunning Chewbacca. I think the Alliance Outpost Chewie deck might actually be my favorite deck ever in this game. I really enjoy what that has to offer. So, I think it's a situation here where it's a leader that I'm a big fan of for sure.
I honestly haven't played it enough to make any such claims, but I do love the development, like the difference in the leader ability and how it works. It's so unique, and it's offering something very different in gameplay that I really appreciate them taking some interesting routes in design here.
And I'm hopping in for just a second here, having met Tower in person a couple of times at events and seeing the man, I wonder if you are a little bit Wookiee, on your mom's side or something like that.
Yeah, I think there was someone making some jokes of that type in the chat when I was doing the regionals Milwaukee casting, and we had the camera. There was someone joking about, hey, one of these commentators is a Wookiee. What is this? So yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe it's all the hair that draws me to play Chewbacca. But I really think he's a super cool leader. I think the relative to, so I played a lot of Sabine in the pre-rotation meta, and I think that relative to Sabine, Chewbacca just feels like there's a lot more decisions and a lot of interesting gameplay options. I've probably played the Chewbacca Alliance Outpost deck hundreds of times, and I'm still figuring out these crazy lines where you're getting rid of your token and turning it into an experience. And there's just so many ways to use that base and so many cool things to do. I love that. And even this Cunning Chewbacca that doesn't have the flexibility of the base still has a lot of options with respect to when to use that ability and so on.
Sure.
And yeah, we have someone in the chat saying, I've been playing a deck based on your Chewie Alliance Outpost video, Tower number 9. So fun. Yeah, I love that deck. It's so cool. I'm honestly considering getting full hyperspace for that build.
Yeah,
it really is maybe my favorite SWU deck ever.
I actually really like that deck too, and I just couldn't resist popping in for a second, with theirs. Yeah. But we'll get back, and I'll try to not overuse the soundboard with the Chewie roars as we get the game going on here. But we were expecting this. We have 2 really good matches for you. There's this one that should end quickly one way or the other, and then we have a nice backup match too. So let's keep on with round 6.
That's nice.
I'll go back to the producer corner.
Nice.
Now, one thing that I do really like about Chewbacca also is that relative to some other aggro decks, he is not stopped by Sentinels as much. And so we saw that Ascension cable in the previous game. But another thing that Chewbacca has is just a giant pile of stats. Someone plays Chirrut, even if they have the Force token, you can attack into Chirrut and use your on-attack ability to make up for his defensive power. Right. Or, if someone plays Captain Typho, Chewie can just crash into Captain Typho, get him off the field, and stay on the board himself.
Yeah. No, yeah, he's offering a lot of flexibility, but also so much skill-intensive decision-making, and I love that they're taking the game in that direction. Aggro shouldn't be easy to play. It should be hard, and that's when it's fun. So I'm very happy with this.
Even Sabine, I think, had a lot of choices compared to some, and there was a lot of stuff with respect to when to use her ping, for instance, or when to focus on just having initiative. But even still, I think the decision space for the Chewbacca deck is deeper and more interesting, and also generally more interactive than what we saw with the Sabine builds previously. Not that I disliked Sabine, it's just that I like Chewie so much.
Yeah, yeah. No, I like it. I really like it. I hope that he stays relevant in the meta. It makes for good games. Now, Yularen is another deck that has the potential to be super quick. We already saw Madison earlier this tournament, and she can really play to win quickly with it. Of course, this is very similar to the Yularen build that we see off of the late night gaming forums. We saw her bring in some Aurel Skin there. Do you think that is a card that really hampers Chewie?
It can. So the main situation where Arvel Skeen can be really strong against Chewbacca is that one play pattern that's really good for Chewie is on the 4 resource turn, you can use Chewbacca's ability once, go down to 3 resources and 1 credit to do 2 damage, then flip him using the credit, and then attack and do another 2 damage, which can potentially get even a 4 HP unit off the field just with your Chewbacca text. Yeah. But this becomes very risky to do if the opponent has credit destruction cards like Arvel Skeen. So like right here in this situation, in principle, Steven could use Chewbacca's ability to defeat that droid missile platform. But if he does so, it will open him to Arvel Skeen defeating the credit and making it so that Chewbacca will not be able to flip this turn. And that can be a big setback if you've planned out your turn and your resource decisions on getting to flip.
Absolutely. This is interesting. Yularen, Madison apparently thinks she can race here. She doesn't go for hurting the hauler here, and she definitely wants to race, it seems. Also, with the tempo play of playing the droid here to tap down the hauler, of course still losing the droid platform, but to the Chewie ability. But then Arvel Skeen could have she already used the resources for the droid, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
So the fact that we saw that interrogation droid, it was quite effective in terms of exhausting the stolen AT hauler and forcing a discard, but it also means that with those resources spent, Steven can safely use Chewbacca's ability without fearing credit destruction. Right. And indeed does so. Now we see the flip, and I think there's a good chance that we'll actually see Chewbacca's ability used again on attack here to defeat that interrogation droid.
Absolutely. It makes so much sense to do it there. It is risky, of course, with Arvel Skeen being in it, but he uses it immediately. It doesn't actually constitute any actual risk here. Playing.
Yeah, now what did he play with that?
I think it was the dice that creates credits. I'm not 100% sure if it was the lucky dice or if it was the guess a card. Sorry, the spy thing.
Oh,
sneaking suspicion. Yeah, it creates a spy.
No, he wouldn't have had 2 resources for sneaking suspicion because I think.
Oh no, it was a 1 resource thing. So then it's the lucky dice that you guess a card and you can create a. Yeah, then the lucky dice are +1/+1, I think. Let me double check.
Trying to zoom in here and see if I can make out the text. Yeah, whatever it is a +1/+1 upgrade.
Yeah, and it was yellow.
Let's see.
And it cost 1. So we have Yularen flipping, and I think we get another Palpatine there. Yes, we do. Yeah, Palpatine is so good. I think that's, of all the plot cards, most of them, the plot cards that are actually good, I don't really like because they don't work in a way I appreciate. But Palpatine is very good design in my opinion. So Chewie's just going to swing into a spy here, I assume. But might be able... No, he's using Commence the Festivities, so it gets...
Saboteur for the attack.
Yeah, and Saboteur. +2 in Saboteur. So that's going to be a pretty good swing. 6, 7, 8 to base.
Yeah, and I think it is the 1-cost stolen star path unit. So on attack, name a card. Defending player reveals their hand. For each card in their hand with that name, create a spy token.
A spy token. It's the spy token creator then. All right, cool. So they
The question is, did he name a card that is in that hand? And the fun part about this is once you see their hand, you have a pretty good chance of being able to name things correctly in future turns.
Right, exactly.
Untapped
so he
ability
did get
creates-
one.
defeats a spy, creates a credit.
Creates a credit.
I think he must not have named something because I'm not seeing a spy token on this board.
Yeah. So it's not the lucky dice then. It's the stolen star path. Yes, it's a 1/1. Right.
It's like 23. Initiative taken. Yularen does not, I think, have lethal in 1 action, but if we had an aggressive negotiations, would that be enough to get there? That's the question.
No, still not.
Yeah, it looks like if there were an aggressive negotiations, there'd be like 5 other cards in hand, so we could potentially swing with Yularen for like 9, and then another 2 from HK. That's not enough. It would only take him to 25. So Madison maybe needs to play defensively here. The problem being that there is quite a lot on the board here for Steven. Even if Madison can defeat that buffed Chewbacca unit, there are 2 stolen AT haulers that could close the game in the space arena.
Right. Yes, because between the 2 of them, they have even 1 to spare. Yeah.
There is an aggressive negotiations, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I think Madison here is in trouble.
Right.
Now, you could use the aggressive negotiations, I believe, to defeat Chewie in 1 hit. The problem is the stolen AT haulers are a really major threat in the space arena in addition to what's going on here on the ground.
Right, and they have too much health to be dealt with anything she's got in hand. So it's just...
There's the handshake. It's over. Steven Mickelson wins.
So we have a backup match for you. It is a Talsin, I believe, Talsin yellow match for you. And then I don't actually know what it's playing into.
Yeah, we'll have that information for you soon. Yeah, that was an interesting match. You know, ultimately, these matches between 2 aggro decks tend to be very fast. I used to joke around about one of the benefits of playing Sabine is that you get a break between every round because you finish everything in 20 minutes or whatever. But the aggro mirrors are the ones where that's most the case. And it looks like here we're going to be moving over, and it's going to be an Obi-Wan Kenobi Cunning build. I believe that's a Cunning Force base against a Talzin Cunning Force.
That's an interesting build. Do you think, because OB Yellow used to be around even in the pre-rotation, and it was almost a rush deck. But I believe with the new yellow cards, you were going for the top end, right?
Yeah, so I think it's a little interesting. I'm familiar with some of the Talzin yellow stuff because some of my teammates from McClunky Gaming were playing that build, and the loss of Surprise Strike and other kind of more aggressive options. I think the Surprise Strike and the Hotshot Deal 44 Blaster were both pre-rotation cards that allowed this combination to push damage very fast and be aggressive in some situations, but those have gone away. And I'm not saying the deck doesn't work anymore or whatever, but like you said, I think that it has probably become significantly slower.
Right. But it has gotten a very good top end with Liberty and some other yellow big stuff. So this is a deck I'm not familiar with in the new iteration, the post-rotation meta. It's going to be interesting to see what it can do. Of course, we might not get that far because of Tal'Sin being able to be really, really quick sometimes.
Yeah. But the Tal'Sin deck lacking those surprise strikes and hotshot blasters might not be as lightning fast as it could be previously. And even then, I think it was not the fastest ever, but it was deceptively fast for a leader that's often played as more of a control style. Mother Tal'Sin's flip can be so powerful, and we're about to see what Nick Tobin here can do with it as Mother Tal'Sin deploys.
Yeah. For sure, and we can see a constructed lightsaber in hand there, it can be really, really powerful on Mother Tal'Sin leader unit. And I believe we're going into the 6 resource turn here. So he would be able to afford that as well as the Beguile for whatever if something big hits the board here. Right. That's not Beguile, that's... So what is a trust your instincts? All right. So yeah, we have Depa coming in to take out the Mystic that was apparently lacking its shield.
Depa Balaba has Saboteur, so you can defeat that shield with the ability and just go through, which is pretty nice.
That would be the case then, yes.
And yeah, we were mentioning earlier, Hotshot Deal 44 Blaster has rotated. Surprise Strike has rotated, but here's a card that has not rotated.
Right. And with the Force, it is kind of a mix between that and Shoot First.
Right. And, I think it makes a lot of sense that this deck would be playing that. So we see the Trust Your Instincts used there to defeat Depa Balaba while doing combat damage before the defender, so no damage dealt in return. And then we see that constructed Lightsaber equipped to the Mother Tal'Sin leader unit for some potential powerful attacks in this coming turn.
Right. And I think we have Nick Tobin now set up to finish this game quite fast. Because it's really hard for Obi to come back and deal with the Tal'Sin unit in this position.
Let's see what options are available. Kelleran Beck hits the field for Obi-Wan. That is a lot of board presence, but it is probably not an immediate answer to Mother Tal'Sin. We do see Lieutenant Gorn brought out there, so that's another nice chunk of stats. But no immediate impact on these units. And Nick Tobin is poised to push quite a lot of damage to base. I believe it's 7 with Tal'Sin on that constructed lightsaber, another 4 from Shin Hati, and we could be looking at up to 13 damage now on Chris's base if Nick chooses to play aggressive like that. Let's see what he does.
And still, Chris would have to trade both of those units to take out Mother Tal'Sin. If he wanted to try to trade this. But it seems that Mother Tal'Sin is actually striking into Kelleran instead, just not taking any chances.
Yeah.
Interesting. Might trade Shin Hati then for the Gorn and just rebuild with... Oh, no, yeah, that's a very good play. Keeping Shin Hati alive with 1 HP left and a very solid here.
So Nick used Anakin Skywalker's ability to debuff Lieutenant Gorn to 1/1, at which point the Shin Hati ground unit can attack and defeat that Lieutenant Gorn unit, only take 1 damage back and stay on the field. So rather than pushing damage to base, Nick Tobin choosing to cement the board control even further.
Right. And I guess that is the game style of the yellow Tal'Sin. Just control the board into the mid game and then finish quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are some really good finishing units, such as the Sun, that will just buff all of the units in the Tal'Sin deck, basically, and then you can finish very quickly. But we do see Will of the Force to bounce Anakin back up to hand. It, and then you get to discard one card, of course, and he draws. He draws Anakin there. Apparently, he had the Force. I'm not sure I saw, but him flip the Force token, but neither of the players seemed to object to the play, so that must have been the case. In that way, Will of the Force is interesting because it can be straight up removal in yellow for 4. It's just a little bit luck based.
We do see Talzin going to attack the base here. Debuffs the Padawan. Initiative taken here by Chris. Nick. Oh, it's Grand Admiral Thrawn.
Right. Yep.
And,
you can't very well let him stand.
Chris, I think, isn't necessarily faced with the toughest choice in the world there. Grand Admiral Thrawn making him choose between allowing an 8-power unit to ready and hit his base, or allowing that unit to capture that weak Padawan. So Chris easily chooses the capture, but it's still left in a very difficult position. Game could end this turn if Chris can't do something to stabilize.
So he does bounce Admiral Thrawn right back up to hand, but I guess Nick can just replay him if he wants to.
Yeah, not necessarily the type of option that's needed. The discard there, finding a Trace Acolyte.
Yep, and that is probably not a card Nick had big plans for anyway.
Yeah, I can't say Trace Acolyte is a card that Nick is too sad to lose here.
No, and Thrawn just come right back there. But of course, Chris does have some ready resources here, but claims without spending any of them. He
I think it's actually a concession here. I think there's just nothing that could stop that.
Yeah, that makes much more sense.
Tough game there for Chris. It really seemed like, from what we saw, Nick was in a very powerful position and really relentless with the pressure, and also, choosing for a moment to clear those units when we did see the Kelleran Beck, but then the pressure went right back on, and Chris was really unable to build up much of a board that game.
Right. And if you remember very early in the law meta, we did see green-blue, especially with Virgin's Temple versions of Obi-Wan, and Talzin Yellow was really built to handle that deck back then. It was very much why the yellow Talzin rose to popularity back in the very early meta. So I think this game might have been quite favored for Talzin.
All right. Now we're going to take a look at the overall standings here. Or actually, we'll have a meta composition instead. Lando Calrissian, our most popular leader of the day, followed by Obi-Wan Kenobi, and then Darth Vader, the pilot version from Jump to Lightspeed, a deck that I think had fallen out of fashion earlier on in the set 7 meta, but has really been making a comeback recently, Victor.
Yeah. I've thought about it a lot, and you see it everywhere now. I think it just like a very safe options for a lot of players that have been playing it for a while. It's one of the decks that plays in the same way that it used to, and if you're good with it, it's still a good into some parts of the meta. So I guess that's why we see it a lot.
Yeah, and I think, this deck is an interesting one because it actually lost some of its interaction options in terms of, I think that the Sanctioner Shuttle in particular was a star card for the deck that rotated out. But you can definitely still be quite aggressive with the with this Darth Vader pilot leader And I would say of the various space aggro decks, it's probably the one that might be most resilient to the Tree Remembers, which has been a giant obstacle for pilot-based strategies in this set.
Yep. Here's the top 8 on screen now, and we got Mickey D going into top cut with the first seed, and then we've got Obi-Wan Jakobski on Boba Green, Boba Data Vault making a comeback here. I don't know if I think that's actually stronger than the Lake Country version, but he apparently does. And then we've got Berkey on Aura Singh Data Vault, Steve Locke on the Sabak Lando Lake Country, Micah Overley on Obi-Wan with the full space, the blue full space, another Lando Lake Country by Seismic Rebellion, that should be probably. We got Chaotic Nerd on Maul Blue Force, and then we do have a Luke Data Vault deck. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, Luke Data Vault's a funny one, Victor. Probably one of the most popular decks in the meta early on in this set, but then went on to just really not win very much. I think it was a deck that people were afraid of. I think it was a deck that a lot of people were talking about, but maybe similar to how Pilot Boba underperformed in past metas, Luke Skywalker has certainly seen a lot of play, but has not had the best time when it comes to actually winning things.
It feels like it was at the height of its popularity at the same time as Boba Lake Country was at the height of its popularity, and it might have just been the case of two decks that are very similar, and one just having a very much better matchup into the mirror there. Into the field there. With the answers coming to those two decks, Boba Lake Country felt a lot more resilient than Luke did. And all the answers that people were taking to these pilot leaders, it just hit Luke so much harder than Boba.
Yeah, and I do think that we've seen a few wins from people. I think there have been a few PQ wins from Luke Data Vault decks. I think a few European events, but the deck isn't necessarily having the huge impact that it seemed like it would at first. It's interesting how the competitive season can really evolve the meta. You know, another one that was very popular before the competitive season really got going and hasn't been necessarily putting up results would be the Set 7 Jin Urso. That was a leader that people were really hyping up. They were really worried about the kind of it was kind of the card draw into aggressive negotiations strategy. And, ultimately, I don't think that deck has had all that much success either. It certainly has some very strong plays, but when it came time for the actual competitive events, Jin Urso was, just not really at those top tables as much as people were thinking.
I think both of these decks have the Luke and Jin has a certain swinginess to them. They can do some super broken things when they click, but Luke with Data Vault is susceptible to just not seeing those combos he needs to do those things. And with Yun, she really needs the aggressive negotiation at a time when she has a unit ready to use it and a big hand to do the thing. So that there are a few things that just have to fall into place for those decks to do the broken things. And they are very powerful and they win a lot of things, but over a big tournament and over many big tournaments, that swinginess is also just going to be showing up in the results.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think it's a situation where it's not necessarily going to be that consistent. I personally was even playing around a bit with 30 HP Luke Skywalker, because I'll tell you, with that Luke Skywalker pilot deck, the difference between games where you have access to Cinta and games where you don't have access to Cinta, that flip is so different. And I was thinking it might be worth the lower base HP to have a more consistent Cinta draw.
I agree 100%, and that's what I brought to that early, very very early Nexus Invitational tournament in London. I refused to play Data Vault just because of the things you say. The Aura Sing, Sintakas was just so important for the deck, and seeing those big fighter units that you could flip onto safely without risking the tree remembers and all that, it just felt to me like you couldn't afford the swinginess of Data Vault in that deck. And yeah, I don't know, it might still not be enough.
Yeah, it's really an interesting situation. I think that you can't always tell where something is necessarily going to end up. There are a lot of factors. I mean, for that matter, when Data Vault was previewed, the general assumption was that it was a very bad card.
Yeah.
And it really proved the theory wrong when it actually got put into practice. But I remember looking at it and being like, oh, I'm going to get a few more HP in exchange for degrading my deck's consistency. Like, that doesn't seem good. And the actual meta proved to be quite the reverse.
But I think it's speaking a lot to how this game works with the drawing 2 cards instead of just 1, and how you're playing with you go, I go. HP is so important because of how you put someone into check, and also with drawing 2 cards and getting to choose what your resource. You can to some level compensate at least for having your deck less consistent, and when we see certain deck types, it really makes sense to go Data Vault. But with other deck types, I just don't think it's worth it. We never really did see Luke from Sparkle Rebellion play Data Vault. He always played with 30 HP. And I think a lot of other decks that have this reliance on certain cards or certain combos, it is a little bit too swingy to go with Data Vault for it. But when you look at something like Aura Sing, where you really need that extra HP, and also you just built the deck around a certain sort of card, so you're not necessarily looking for a specific set of 3 cards. Well, then it makes sense.
All right, we're about to take a look at some deck lists here. Let's see.
Yeah, that can be really interesting.
What we have on offer. Here's Mickey D's Aura Sing deck with that Data Vault. Certainly, we do see the kind of ultimate closer unit, Annihilator, which is So we were talking earlier about how Liberty is maybe the best closer right now. I think Annihilator is the true best closer. The problem being that 11 is a hard resource point to reach.
11 is certainly greater than 8, so yes, I agree. And if you have a deck that can, with some consistency, reach those levels, there is no reason not to include a one-off, especially in the Data Vault deck. So I think it makes a lot of sense to have one of it in sideboard and one in main deck. And then you've got Lawbringer and Purgle King to make up the difference, so to speak.
All right.
Yeah. The Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser, also quite a nice high-end unit in a lot of situations. The ability to kind of lock an opposing unit down can be very strong. If you're in that situation where your opponent has a buffed up Chewbacca or something that you're not going to be able to stop normally, maybe you can at least exhaust him and keep him exhausted while you find other options.
And I'm going to join into you guys talking about these lists. I mean, another thing I see spicy from Mickey here is look at the sideboard. First off, we have Hold for Questioning played, and that's something I think you see Deidre Colossus playing that a lot too. What a card that other than aggressive negotiations, it's probably the most out of aspect played card nowadays.
It certainly looks like a card that can do a lot of important work with the tempo as well as the hand control. It's just a very versatile card.
And then I think that's also.
I think that the.
Go ahead, Tor.
Go ahead.
I was going to say right next to it, Governor Shuttle. Power of the Dark Side was a staple for Villain Blue for a long time, but I think that some of the control-ish type decks are coming around to the idea that that effect might be worth 5.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly saw people play Power of the Dark Side out of aspects sometimes, often to be able to trigger something like Anakin or so on. But it certainly can be worth 5, and with a unit attached to it, it makes sense. I think another kind of interesting include that we've seen come up more and more is Lando. That's a card that was very much written off when it was spoiled, and it didn't see any play until just now. And now it seems to be in all of these decks. Do you feel that it's worth it to capture your own units to get that heal? It's kind of a very bad Yoda, isn't it?
Well, it depends.
Very bad Yoda.
It depends. It's a kind of better. It's a cheaper Yoda because he only costs 7. So if you're Aura, if you can ever give that unit to something that you can kill with the Aura ability or the Aura flip, Aura can kill a 5 health unit on flip. So as long as that's how you're doing it, it actually might be actually a pretty okay Yoda or budget Yoda. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. I love seeing the Purgo Kings in decks. That's one of my favorite cards. I play that in my Kylo deck. Doesn't look that much different from the Sorrel Data Vault deck, to be totally honest. There's a couple of differences. Kylo has more upgrades, but this is kind of a cool list. And we're going to have all of these lists up on Late Night Discord in just a moment here. We're going to put them all, but let's look at the number 2. This is the Boba Data Vault, and I heard you say you're not sure it's better than Lake Country. I mean, we talk about this at length because our Boba player, Corwin, who's very, very good, won multiple PQs, is still on Boba Data Vault as he has been, and thinks it's better. And it does have not a lot of green into it, but you get craving power, and you also get some things like salvage for the grinding matchups. So what do you guys think of this Boba Data Vault that was able to go undefeated at the PQ?
Yeah, so to me, the main thing that I worry about with Data Vault is not so much, I actually think, in terms of, I get these green cards, there are some good green cards. Craving Power is a really strong card. And then there are some sideboard options that we see here as well. And you only lose 1 HP for that. The thing that I worry more about is not the aspect versus HP, but rather the fact that you have to have additional cards, simply because I think somewhat similar to what I was mentioning earlier with Luke and Cinta, I really, really want to have Topple the Summit for Boba's flip turn.
Yeah.
And so, but, maybe you say, hey, maybe I don't have Topple the Summit, but I'm not just looking for one card like Luke is. If I have Topple or Cinta, both of those offer very strong options. And yeah, Topple's often better, but I'm fine with either of those. Maybe you're fine with having the larger deck size.
Yeah,
I mean,
what do you think,
if it were
Victor?
the case that Cinta was as good as Topple, for sure, but the level in brokenness with the combination of Boba flip into Topple is just, it's a one-sided board clear, and having access to that is kind of the big selling point for me for the Boba decks right now, and that's why I would necessarily think that Lake Country would be better. Of course, Craving is very good. I agree, but is it really worth often not seeing Topple? I don't know.
Well, I think it's you lose the consistency of Topple, but I mean it also has a few more options, I think. And some extra things it can do that it's not just maximizing the broken interaction. Right. And you
trying to be a little bit more versatile, I guess, and that's never really a bad thing.
Right. All right. Well, let's look at the next deck list up. This was the number 3 player. Another Aura Sing, and a lot of similar choices. You also see Hold for Questioning. You also see Governor Shuttle.
No main deck Annihilated though. It's just the one in the side. Oh no,
There's
there's
one.
one. They're just
Yep.
in a different order. There's one up there. All right. Yeah.
All right, and this is the first Lando Lakes, our 4 seed, who'll be going against Micah in the 4-5 match. But what do you think about this Lando deck? I mean, it's known at this point.
I don't see anything that stands out to me as very different from the clips list.
If I'm looking at the Lando build here, I think it's very reminiscent of the Eclipse list. I think the out of aspect aggressive negotiations can be a very strong closer, and this deck has some really good late game options that you can ramp into with Lando, but it can also be surprisingly fast if you have lines like the Canyon Frontrunner into Pilot Han. If you have quick Rose Tico to come into play ready and put the pressure on, I think this is a solid build.
I
definitely is.
I don't think that I messed that much with the Team Eclipse list. If you're running an event, that's a pretty good list. So it's a powerful deck. I do see that there's 2 Bix, which is common, but that's the card I like seeing least is Yularen. I think Yularen might be the best deck into this. But you have a lot
probably a good deck, yeah.
Yeah, but the Bix lets them make 2 credits, which then you're not able to hold them hostage with the Arvel as effectively. All right, so this is the 5. Micah overlays Obi list. First off, this is
very reminiscent of the list that Alex has been working on a lot over at BMG.
Yep. So, check out the Blue Milk list. There's a Patreon guide that Carlos just went through on how to play this. But as you see, Micah did adjust it for the local meta. You can see that the Tamarin, Terramin is his name, is fully in the sideboard here. So he was expecting less Lando. That's where you want the Terramin. He has 2 Galens in the sideboard as well. And he did add a Ray. And I think that was likely Micah's adjustment, expecting more control. And did very well.
Right.
And we'll see him through the top cut here. He is the 5 seed. Then we have a Lando Lake at the 6 seed. This one has some spice. In the sideboard, we have the Syndicate Lackey, whatever that guild.
Yep, the new one.
Yep, and I see a Commandeer there too, which some Lando lists run, some don't.
And also he got the 3-cost credit creating speeder there. Is that always in there? I don't think I've seen it.
Yeah. What's that cost? Well, it's the credit creating
Anakin speeder or something like that.
Well, the Anakin speeder.
No,
Anakin speeder's in the list. I don't think that's the one that makes credits. I do see 3 copies of it.
It's the Anakin's one. It's the Anakin one.
Yeah, the Anakin speeder does damage first if nothing else is attacked.
And it's ambush.
Right.
I was mistaken.
All right. So, and then let's look at the Maul Blue made the top cut. This is a cool list. What do you guys think of this?
Yeah. I've played a lot against this, and it is a strong list. It can do a lot of things. It is hampered by having to play with less HP because it really needs the force, obviously. I think if there was a force space with some extra HP, this list would be very, very much in the top tier of everything. But just going down to 28 makes it sometimes lose because some decks are just too fast for it.
Don't give them ideas, Victor. We'll have Force-Based Data Vault next. What, Tower, thoughts on Maul Blue?
I think Maul has some interesting moves. Not necessarily my top choice, but I think that you can sometimes put yourself in a pretty good spot with some of the aggressive upgrades that this deck can do. You can push damage pretty fast, and then you have things like no disintegrations, which is normally honestly not all that good, but works great with Maul's ability to set up those kills. Plus, as we saw earlier, there's a good ability to close out games here with Devastator and then potentially Planetary Bombardment post sideboards. That can be a great way to push some extra damage once an opponent might think they've stabilized.
Yeah, and let me look at the top 8 visual again. The Maul will have to play the 2 seed, which is the Boba Data Vault. So that'll be, everybody's going to be getting Planetary Bombarded in that match.
Yeah, we could see those flying back and forth.
Just getting bombed in central Illinois. Victor, you're going to say something?
One of the things that I do like about this Maul deck as well is that you do have a lot of access to relatively strong removal choices.
Yeah.
So no disintegrations, we mentioned earlier, good with Maul. We also have Shatterpoint, which is probably the best removal card in the game right now. It just requires you to be on force. Talzin's Assassin and Darth Tyrannus are great at fighting for the board. We have No Glory. Retaliation even can be really good in the right situation. So I think this is a deck that can, it can put the pressure on with its early game, with Maul's flip, with the upgrades. It can remove opposing units pretty efficiently, and it has some nice ways to close the game late as well. Overall, I think pretty solid mix of strategies here.
Yeah, shout out to Chaotic Nerd getting through. Victor, you're going to say?
No, disintegration also really combines really well with Planetary Bombardment. As it can remove the health on some big unit, and then you can play Planetary Bombardment and get more of it on base.
Absolutely. All right. Last match, we have a Loot Data Vault. So what do you see about Aaron's list here?
Interestingly, he's not playing Sudden Ferocity. Or am I just missing it?
No, I think you're right.
That's interesting.
So
yeah, I think we have the Luke Skywalker with Synta-Kaz, of course, really strong synergy there. And then this one thing that I'm noticing about this deck is that it's not relying only on the small ships, which I think is good because the small ships are, of course, vulnerable to the Tree Remembers. We do see Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite and the Smuggler's YT-2400. Even that I am not necessarily the world's biggest fan of the K-Wing, but it is in the deck as well here.
It's got Saboteur. It does its thing.
It's fine. So Orbiting K-Wing, 4-cost 4/4 Saboteur in space. It's a little awkward because there is now a 4-cost 4/5 Saboteur in space, but that's in a different aspect. So whatever. And I don't know. I don't know. What do you guys think?
No, I think it's in this kind of list, it makes sense. I don't know that it's a card that will see any play if you don't specifically need a 4-cost unit that has some solid stats, because that's what it is.
I think we have a matchup for the ages here, because I'm told that this is Mickey versus Micah in the top 8.
Oh,
so this is
that's good.
They're both top 20 in the world. I think it's 21 and 26, in points total for SWU. So hold on to your butts.
Right, and it's
I think
the mid-range versus control. I guess you could call Aura Sing as well a mid-range deck. But I think
it is. It just is the evolution of Blue-Green Villain. They changed the removal suite. So I do think that it's a mid-range deck as well, and it does a lot of the same things. So I'm going to get the overlay set up. Let me check up. I think it's me and you, Victor, for this round.
Right.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be hopping off. Thanks for having me on the stream, guys. Happy to do some Star Wars Unlimited commentary. This is such a cool game, and I look forward to seeing you all later. Subscribe to Tower Number 9 on YouTube.
Yeah, everybody, please help this guy out. He has consistent, great conduct. You still do all the card previews, right? During spoiler season, which is just kicking up.
I'm looking to looking to film a lot more card preview videos in the next bit as we move more firmly into that spoiler season for Ashes of the Empire.
So
Yep.
yeah, absolutely, everybody. Help out Tower. He's such a gracious person, donating his time, valuable to help do our coverage today. So much appreciated, my friend.
Yeah, nice to be here, guys. I will catch you all later.
All right, I'm gonna give him one less Wookiee sound.
The man is huge as well. He's so tall. Well, really, I'm very short.
All right, but it's an impressive mane, so I'm not surprised there. So let me get my name tag here. So what do you think about this matchup with Aura versus Obi, Victor?
I mean, on paper, Aura should be running just above Obi, and it should favor Aura. But I don't think that necessarily has to be the case. Obi's ability will often be able to put him just outside of range of the Aura ability, and he with the removal suites the way they are now, they might be able to go tit for toe with Obi having slightly less removal but better or more efficient, and it might be very much down to the wire, this one, even though you might think that Aura's units are just slightly more valued. I really couldn't say. What do you think?
So I think that it's important for Aura to answer units quickly and not let them get out of control. I mean, Obi's ability to use the experience to take things out of her range requires the force tag. So initiative matters a lot. Force management matters a lot. I think Mike is very much looking for a force unit round one, but we have two very good players in the format here ready to go. So this should be a heck of a match with Mickey from Eclipse TCG.
Eclipse, yeah.
Yep. And Micah Overlay from Blue Milk Gaming. Both currently, I think, poised to get free flights and hotels to Vegas under the top 32 of the world package. So it's happening here. All right, so they are going. It looks like Mickey's going to have initiative, which is important. Looks at his...
And Mickey did take a mulligan, so he wasn't happy with that first hand. Let's see if he got something more to his liking now. Are they waiting for time to start, maybe?
Perhaps. So, it might not be called yet. I'm going to try to get clarity as to whether this is a time cut.
Now, of course, there is quite a discrepancy in base health here. It's 5 damage discrepancy, which might very much come into play. That could be the deciding factor in this game, much more so than the actual composition. But then we know that Mickey is playing some of those really, really big units, some of the triangles there, and that might be also, if it gets there, if it gets grindy enough, it should favor Aura. But up until then, Obi just has the ability to make more of whatever hand he's got. But this is good. This is a very good start for Mickey D.
Yes, no, the expendable mercenary coming out.
Perfect start.
Yep, because now I don't recall, I'm looking at Michael's list a second ago. Tree Remembers actually can't hit that on the mercenary, so he's going to get a ramp off, which just changes this matchup quite a bit. And I mean, both of these are world class players. I'm sure Mickey knows the Obi force in and out, right? Because it's almost a counterpick to
Absolutely.
it. And Micah has likely looked at this Aura deck as well, and
you bet.
What the lines are. So, but I do think that the Krennic into Expendable Mercenary start is where
that's just so strong.
Where Aura wants to be. Though Gunji and Obi units are no slouches either. That's
not bad.
Two beefy units, and he's already taken Krennic's shield, so he's probably going to put Aura to no unit this turn.
Absolutely. And the question is, what's in Mickey's hand? Will he be able to use the extra resources the coming turns here to get back from that and stabilize?
All right, Mickey,
So
kills Gunji with the expendable mercenary.
Mm-hmm. No, he does not.
Well, not quite
because
kills
of
him.
the credit token, but
Yeah,
now
yeah.
he dies.
It's, all but dead.
Yep, it's academic.
All right, Obi comes in for
Now-
3, taking him to 8 damage on base.
Interesting that Micah is apparently not at all afraid of any kind of damage on his base right now from Mickey. He's just trying to get as much of his own damage onto Mickey's base as possible. And I think Mickey was just passing there to get that condemned on a unit where it matters more.
And Obi, that's again knowing your list. Obi and blue-green, and I talked to people about this with you, Lauren, as to his upgrades there, which are totally different. They're not defensive upgrades, but Obi does not have upgrade removal because it's locked.
No, yeah.
It's locked to red, and that changes the complexion
Exactly.
of some of these things. So you can lean into things like condemn. All right, we have no glory, only results. Taking care of the upgraded Obi-Wan Kenobi unit. The itinerant warrior is condemned. He attacks anyway with it, and sees a no
It's
glory.
kind of a stall action as well as just to get some information of the hand. So
Han
it
Solo
does
unit?
make sense to.
Ooh,
Yep.
that
Han Solo unit will just grow and grow.
And that Han feels really good there, just added on to the rest of that turn.
Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't cost anything really. You just get something extra. It's just very, very good there. And with the shield, you can't just remove it. But very good sequencing from Micah here. Playing out Ezra first and then upgrading Obi to heal and upgrade Ezra for 1 there. Now, the board state certainly looks to favor Micah here, but we know now that Mickey is 1 resource ahead, and this is where he's going to be able to start utilizing that for real. Yeah, Micah is thinking about the sequencing here because he wants to be able to use Obi's ability. So he's resisting the urge to just attack with Obi immediately there, just to have something played when he does that could receive that token. And that's one of the units that would really benefit from another experience token to it. Sure, it at 4/6 with that ability is just a monster to get through for Mickey, and he's already flipped Aura's Thing, so he can't use Aura's built-in removal.
Right, but that droid Sentinel just serves as a major annoyance for Micah trying to get through.
Oh, for sure. But I think that was ultimately good sequencing from Micah to just wait there and stall out a little bit. Even though, as we've already talked about, the longer the game goes, it is favoring Mickey. I think having a little bit of patience there was the right play for Micah, even though it ended up not mattering that much. But then, obviously, Mickey was spending all those resources removing that turret rather than playing a big triangle. So it's still the right move, I think. Just try to press whatever little advantage that you can feel that you have at this point, and sequence your plays in such a way that you maximize what you have on your board.
Right.
So we get another Obi to stand in the way of the units there. Of course, Mickey can clear this Obi with Han and Aura, and then hit for 2 to base, I guess, with the droid. But the droid might not be there anymore then.
This is actually game 1. Let me see. I must have a match still marked on the other one. So there we go. Got that figured out.
Yep. And this is the top 8 game, so this semi-final. And it's the number 1 seed against the number 8 seed. Mickey D, number 1 seed.
Yeah, I don't know about the seedings. Might have been wrong from our thing because I took it from the round 5. So it actually might have changed with the other opponents winning or losing. But they paired against each other. It might be the 2-7, but we'll figure that out. There, I knew the top 8 was that, so I used the graphic. The seedings itself might have been slightly off.
All right, yeah. Still, really happy that we got this match between 2 really, really good players.
Yeah,
and get to see what they're doing.
Yep, nope, and both have won many PQs. Both are great people, in addition to being great players. Very generous.
Yeah.
Nice guys. All right.
Mickey is a very good commentator of the game as well in his own right.
Absolutely. In fact, I knew that he was coming to the PQ because I asked him if he would be able to commentate. And he said, not unless I do horribly, is what he said. And I said, well, that probably won't happen, so go try and win it. And he's trying his best, but Kellerin Beck swings in for 7.
Yep, that's big. That's huge. And Mickey isn't really progressing the damage on the base at all right now. So much so that Micah's life puck has fallen asleep out of boredom.
But he has another droid turret, whatever that annoying little unit is.
The droid security thingy. Yeah, it's a very annoying unit, isn't it? It's like those village people, only cheaper.
Yep, robot village people, droid laser turret.
Oh no, it's actually the same cost.
Yep. No, it's a droid village people. All right, so Han comes in. Yeah. Han is going to be able to attack. I'm not sure what he attacked with Han.
And just keeps growing. I think there's no damage being put anywhere, so he must have gone to base. Right?
We got to get Micah to wake up his life bug. No, he's deciding what to attack. I was going to say.
He's deciding.
I mean, Mickey has bigger problems than doing damage on base right now. Looking at this massive board that Obi-Wan Kenobi has. There's Annihilator he shows.
No glory to take off. Yeah.
Yep. You got the Kellerin.
Did he play the Annihilator? No, he
showed it for the Condemned. Right. So
for the Condemned, yes.
We go in here. Mickey has taken 22 damage. Micah needs to get another 11. He has Aura Sing with 6 damage on her, so she has 1 health, ironically. Micah has a Condemned Internet Warrior, an Ezra Bridger, and an Obi-Wan Kenobi. And
upgraded Obi.
And it looks like that's Village Tender. When you're looking at that monster of a board and what you got is a Village Tender, that can be hard.
Yeah. It's a 5/5 Sentinel.
That's Cruel Commando. That's what it is. That's better than a Village Tender.
Yeah.
So Micah deciding what to do.
Down.
How can he get through?
Yeah. We'll slow Micah down a little bit, but Micah's playing something big here. Oh, that's Yoda, and that will remove. Oh, Aura. Huh. I would have for sure thought he'd be removing the Cruel Commandos, but not so.
Oh, he gets Cruel Commandos eventually. All right, so he's taking 30. Micah looks in an okay position here, and Mickey concedes, and game Mickey 1 goes to Micah from Blue Milk Gaming. What are your thoughts on that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think it's a very, very close matchup, and I think it's much, much closer than what the life pucks reflect here. I think all through...
One of the life pucks is asleep, because it didn't take any damage.
But I think that's a lot because of small incremental advantages rather than actual a loop-sided game. I don't think this game was as uneven as it looked at the live totals. I think Mickey D was definitely mounting a very, very strong opposition, and it could have just swung at several points during the game there, and it just didn't. Mickey had to keep controlling Micah throughout and couldn't go on the offense, and that's why the live books look like they do.
Yep, and
that's my take.
Yeah, it's just about whether you can get there and stabilize, right? Because Aura needs to stabilize without a board clear. She needs to stabilize through the Aura flip plus whatever else you can be doing on that turn. I can actually pop into the deck list here for a second while they sideboard themselves. Since we have them, all of these deck lists are available on Late Night Gaming. I just linked them up there. But in the sideboard, I'd be surprised if the Governor Shuttle at least don't come in, and probably the Retaliation.
That makes sense.
Obi-Wan
Retaliate, definitely.
Yep, it does go tall sometimes. Oftentimes with a bunch of lightsabers on Obi himself. So those can be good. What else?
Both can take leaders.
Yes. And then you might be removing like the Eager Escort fighters. I'm not sure that those are necessary against Obi, though they are an offensive threat. Because Obi does
for sure, but yeah, I don't know he can afford it. He needs to get to a stable position. So I don't think you can afford them necessarily.
And then we have Micah.
For Micah, yeah.
So
he might be bringing in Ray.
I guarantee to you he's bringing in Ray against Aura, because Aura has to kill Ray with damage, meaning running units into her, because blue-green doesn't have any damage type. So I don't think Mickey was on Protect the Pod, was he?
No, he wasn't. I think you might want to bring in Galen Urso as well. Now that he's seen some of the Aura deck, you might want to have Galen to be able to protect against some of the No Glory or something like that.
Yeah, right. You can do that. And then also, Galen is sneaky good combined with them condemning your unit, because then you always know something that you can call that way.
Mm-hmm.
So both players are sideboarded.
Absolutely.
We'll go back to the gameplay. Mickey will have initiative going into round 2. Can he force a decisive game 3? I mean, he drove quite a distance from middle of Iowa where Mickey lives to come here and play in Moline. Both of these players looking to ensure that they get the top 32 award. They're both in the 20s worldwide in points without a major left, because neither was able to attend Palm Springs, I don't think. I don't recall. I don't think Mickey went to Atlanta either, because he was calling Atlanta.
Yeah, Mickey was calling Palm Springs as well, right?
Yep, so...
Micah was at Atlanta, though, wasn't he? I think he was, but I'm not 100%. So both of these players are playing at lightning speed here. Pretty good opening with the Loopee Lookout into a
Ezra
Gungi, and then Ezra coming out. And I don't know what Mickey spent his 3 resources on there. Oh yeah, the
knowledge and defense. Knowledge and defense.
Knowledge and defense. Yes.
Also known as Yoda on the John.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Condemn taking Ezra into a sad state. But, of course, then we get a Shurret there to halt the progress of the Loopee Lookout.
All right, Ezra comes in.
Yeah.
I didn't see what he disclosed.
Shurret is able to make it so that Obi can flip more safely.
Yep. Now, Aura probably has an answer for the turret. We'll see if he can...
Certainly. I think I see a lost and forgotten in hand there, which could deal with it if he so chooses. he might have other options as well that might be a little bit more effective, maybe.
Yeah.
Or efficient, rather.
Blue leader comes in and takes care of the Loopee. Just going for
nice.
All gas, no brakes coming from
Nice.
Micah today.
Nice.
I mean,
of course, there's no target for the OB ability here because... oh, nice.
Yep.
So this is very good. It obviously brought in the interrogation thing.
Hold for questioning.
He's able to start... Hold for questioning, you're right. And starts to beat up on Micah's hand there. And get some knowledge of it as well.
Yep, and he gets the Kellerin. So now he's got Lost and Forgotten. You know, can he get stable? Because he's taken damage at this point. You know, he's taken 6 to base. Yep. And Micah's trying to get to 33 and into the semifinal as fast as he can before Mickey, the excellent player, you know, can even this and stabilize. Lost and Forgotten takes care of Churret, heals 3, down to 3, but now he's going to take some swings.
5 from the blue leader, back up to 8. And still a little bit to go before he can flip. Next turn he can flip and kill something. But Micah is wisely going quite wide here rather than anything else.
Well, he keeps getting shown a governor shuttle. You know, that's a hint. I think that's Crispy in the chat.
Looks like.
Because I believe his name is... Nice guy. Great player from TCG as well.
So,
and he says, just let Obi keep developing. So check out Eclipse TCG content for what exactly Crispy means with just let Obi keep developing. I mean, I don't know. Because there's not a board clear. Deidre's good, though. Deidre comes in and makes a spy. Provides
and takes
a body.
Out Yaddle. So no more heal. Not that there's anything to heal, but, you know, just in case. And we have had the aura flip as well, take out... sorry, not really.
Please, Yaddle. Aura comes in.
Another Yaddle.
Kills the blue leader. It should
kills the blue leader.
Should be 5 damage.
Taking...
Back, right?
Yeah. Right. Unless there was some debuff that I didn't see, but I don't think so.
It might just be dice on the wrong side. Something like that.
I think so. I do believe that's the case.
Micah doesn't let much past
retaliation.
Him. Yep. Yeah, retaliation, but retaliation not great.
Looks like he's resourcing it.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
or at least he's considering resourcing.
In this match, he didn't really, in the end, go for the tall Obi line. So.
Well, I mean, Obi's still there, and there are a lot of upgrades in the OB deck.
Okay, so we had
you might still get one.
We had Deidre clear Kellerin through Craving Power as the internet reloaded, and then Deidre attacks in and kills the small OB. We now have Amaz Kanata
and creates another
Big
spy.
Odie for 5, taking him to 24 damage on base. Micah's life puck has been asleep for 2 rounds.
Yep. No, he's getting up there, but now we see Mickey D have a pretty big board. A fairly sized Dedra there, and 2 spies, and also, of course, Aura herself. And he's still got 3 more resources.
All right.
Did Mickey claim there?
I don't know. I think he's deciding. He is attacking with the spy to Maz. Yaddle's coming in for 3. Crispy in the chat still believes. He probably knows something.
Yeah.
Aura comes in
Crispy
and clears the Maz.
Might know something we don't. Because 27 damage, it's only 6 to go, and that Micah does show 6 between between Yaddle and Obi himself.
Yeah, but there's a 7/7 Deidre Miro with 6 damage on her.
Right.
I mean,
yeah, it is. It is. And a craving power on her.
Yep. So, does he have another one?
Comes in, takes out Obi, creates another spy.
Yep, no, he has to sacrifice Deidre. Like a haymaker or craving power right there was what he needed. All right.
Yeah.
Secretive Sage, played by Micah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Lost and Forgotten.
2 removal cards here.
Yep.
Takes out Yaddle.
He's doing some work, hanging on like a thread. We got the Internet Warrior popping in for Micah Overlay, getting condemned. It's a bad day to be an Internet Warrior here at the Moline PQ.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and there is another Lost and Forgotten in Mickey D's hand there. He's still got the spy token.
Spy
coming in to take off the shield. No,
he doesn't.
Maybe
maybe he doesn't want. He just doesn't want to wake up that like puck, does he? All right.
No, yeah. So
can he get there? He's almost stabilized. What a match!
It is very, very close here to stabilizing, but he's also very, very close to not having any HP left. So, is he going to get there?
And it's another Maz Kanata continuing to pour it on for 4, taking him to 31.
Damage. Takes out the Mystic. Well, surely he's got that's Lawbringer.
Lost Tree Remembers. I think that's Tree Remembers.
Tree Remembers, yeah. It's Tree Remembers, yeah. And he's still got quite a few open resources here.
I don't know. He's
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 open resources.
Thinking about
them,
but
claims
he might be out of gas.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to find
a.
He needs to find a
Kelleran. 2
Kelleran.
cards in hand, right? Oh, a Kelleran would be devastating here.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 resources for Micah. So he'd be able to play something for 4 on top of that Kelleran. He's resourcing to 9 here, maybe. Yeah. No,
Obi?
He's not. He's playing an Obi. For 3. Still 5 open resources. There's a Lost and Forgotten in the hand of Micah there.
Cruel Commandos.
That is Cruel Commandos.
Shatterpoint. Lost and Forgotten.
Shatterpointed immediately. Lost and Forgotten.
The removal is coming fast and furious. He shows Lawbringer after Mickey claims.
Yeah.
Can he find that last 5 damage? We go into the next round.
We are going to... Staying on 8 resources, Micah. I don't know. Mickey seems to be keep resourcing here. He's
Blue-green
got
villain.
3 cards in hand, I think.
Just keep resourcing.
He does have 3 cards in hand. Or is that even more cards? Could be more than 3 cards, actually.
Oh, and he found him.
Here's the Kelleran. And
Homie 1. Kelleran back hits the field. Can Mickey find 2 answers?
That's a blue leader if he wants to go split lanes, but it's not ideal at 4. It's what he's doing. And he's...
You can play blue leader.
Mm-hmm.
Well, did he have 8?
Oh, he did resource then. He did resource.
He must have had 9.
So he's got 9 resources, and then he can play it.
Yep.
So, yeah. Now, Mickey needs 2 answers. He needs to answer 2 big units here. Is there a way?
He's thinking.
He is thinking.
Checks the discard pile, make sure that that's properly organized. You know,
yeah.
He claims.
Yeah, he claims and hopes to draw into it.
Draw into Lost and Forgotten, maybe. Yep, good
And
game.
He did not.
What a match.
Not. Good game.
So, Micah from Blue Milk
does
Gaming.
Indeed take it.
Yep. Wins over Mickey D from Eclipse TCG in an epic match. I mean, you can't get more meta than that, and everybody should be watching that replay. Tell your friends about that as far as these 2 decks, but I think both were played expertly well. All right, Joe, our man on the ground, is going to get our match switched over to the backup match. We do have 2 tables running hard all day, so we're not going to have a lot of breaks. This is Micah's list, though.
Yeah.
See what you did.
And it's he did bring in Lost and Forgotten, I think we saw. Other than that, I'm not sure we saw any cards from the sideboard. We did see Ray in his hand.
Yeah, I'm sure he brought in the Ray. Yeah, I think sure he brought in the Ray. It just didn't have the ability to play it. Okay, so
didn't get there.
I'm told our backup match is over. So both matches actually completed. Let me actually give you some results then from what I see. And then we'll be back with the semi soon. But this was our top 8, not necessarily in those orders. All right, so because the seeding changed a little bit after round 6. That was from before. But as far as the quarterfinal matches go, we have just saw Micah Overlay win against Mickey D on Aura Sing. And then
So
I know
means
that
we have a OB in the semis.
Yep, and I know that Brady on Aura Data Vault was able to take care of our Moth player, Chaotic Nerd. So that is off. The other 2 matches still going are Boba Vault versus Luke Vault. I think Luke's a little favored there. And Lando Lake Country lead mirror. So one of the Landos will make it through. All right, so we're going to take a quick break as both our matchups are over. But why don't you, before that, give people a little idea where they can get more Nordic content from you?
Yeah, you should check out our YouTube channel, of course. We're going to start up season 2 of the Jabba's Den series as soon as we get some more spoilers for the next set. And the Jabba's Den is our sort of zany hype series where we make weird decks of the newly spoiled cards to get everyone hyped for the new sets. So season 2 is going to start as soon as we get into that. Other than that, we always have the weekly podcast every Thursday. Still going strong every week for 2 years. We're at 115 episodes this week coming.
Nice.
So yeah, that is consistency for you.
and you had quite a few people play the London sector coming from Scandinavia. Did anybody dress as a Viking going into England?
I mean, the Nordic Knights is the Danish team. They do have Vikings on their shirts, but I don't think anyone is cosplaying, really. Unfortunately, we only got one of the Danes into day 2. Jeff Rogerfeld is in day 2. We did get one of our Swedish players who's not really on any team, Piotr. Fortip. He's really good player, really solid all-around player. Love the man, and he's got into day 2 as well. And then of course so good players from all over Europe. That's just exciting to watch the London sector now, to see a very different meta from what we've seen tonight here. A much harder lean into hard control with a ton of blue versions of Dedra. Yeah. But also a lot of Shui and some fast decks as well. So yeah, it's been a blast.
Absolutely. So everybody, Victor is a great resource for us. Providing commentary doesn't help with a lot of people donating their time and talents for it. So much appreciated to join us for the coverage today. Get some sleep, buddy. And
always fun to join in,
And I hope to see you guys, doing well in Prague. Find me some stranger promos out there.
I bet we will.
All right.
See you guys, and good night.
And we're going across the oceans here. We're gonna have an Aussie joining me to finish this up.
Yeah, I think I saw that. Clint is going to take up.
All right,
it's going to be early morning for him.
But yeah, he's been caffeinated. He thought it started 2 hours ago because there's an hour lunch break, so he's got a couple of caffeines. So this is going to be wild. We'll be back with the semis after this.
All right, very good.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
Hey, we don't serve their kind here.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
This is the way.
trap.
Hey, you don't serve their kind here.
I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope. Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
2. What's up, Star Wars Limited fans? It's Loopee here at Late Night Gaming, and I am joined with my friend from the other hemisphere, the southern hemisphere, Clint. How you doing, bud?
Best hemisphere.
Best hemisphere. The toilets do actually go backwards.
They do actually turn backwards when you flush them.
So
people think it's a joke. It's not a joke.
So yeah, love Clint. We did
Thanks for having me on, Loopee.
We did some.
You, I know you said you invited me on for some colourful commentaries, so here we are with the colourfulness and the commentariness.
And we're just going to go at it. So we have a great top 8. So time is now called in round. Okay, so the Lando mirror did in fact go to time. So as they sort out the breakers, I thought we'd talk about, what we do know and what the lists are. So this is the top 8 with the correct seeds. I had used the graphic from the round 5 standings because 6 wasn't available left, just so I had something. But the number 1 seed, Boba Datavault, beat Luke Datavault, which is a good play from the number 1 seed. Because Luke's supposed to win that.
It is meant to be the favoured one. I do wonder if just switching from the Lake Country back to the Data Vault and including the Craving Powers, which I'm going to assume he's running Craving Powers.
Sure is.
Has made the difference in that matchup.
Yep, could be. So we'll look at that list in a second. You all saw Micah Overlay from Blue Milk Gaming win 2-0 against Mickey D from Team ECL. That was a great match. So Micah will be advancing as the 7. We know that the Aura player beat Maul, Chaotic Nerd. So shout out to Chaotic Nerd on a great run. And the results of the Lando mirror are outstanding. We do know that it went to Game 3. So this is that Boba list. As you suspected, it runs Craving Power. But what's notable to the list from our current 1 seed, Jacoby?
Everything is red except the Craving Power.
That's true. There's some green in the sideboard.
There's green in the sideboard, but for the most part, it's literally a Lake Country list with Craving Power.
Well, it's got more things, though. So, having the extra 10 cards...
You're correct with the extra 10 cards, yes.
So, it lets you run things like Arvel main deck.
It's funny, though, that you get the extra 10 cards and you're still just jamming in more...
Red
cards.
Yeah. Well, you want a lot of red because you want consistency with BT1. Correct. You want consistency with Cyril. Cyril requires a significant red disclose. 000 likes red. So, I think he's intentionally stacking the deck with red cards, but it's interesting here. He's able to play Planetary Bombardment's main deck, which isn't always the case. He's got 3 Cinta main. So he's kind of got that Cinta punch in addition to Topple that you have to worry about. He's got a Vader pilot in there that he's able to get in. You see the Arvel's main deck. And then the sideboard's got some cool options here. I see a Salvage.
Yeah, I just saw he got the Salvage in there for just recycling.
Yep. So, the only thing better than playing a Devastator is then salvaging it the next turn and doing another 4.
Yeah.
Commence the Festivities. He's got some Saboteur available for him.
Definitely one of my favorite cards from Lawless.
Yeah, me too. The Krennic Shuttle is a good card against Obi. And you see the Terrantaic, which we've seen a lot of today. Another anti-Obi card. He's able to play 3 Planetary Bombardments post-bird. So there's a lot of burn in the deck too. If he goes into the control matchup. So it should be a good one. We'll be playing against the Lando deck. So looking forward to hearing that or seeing it. We'll have both matches on camera. Here's the Aura Sing that won. It's a blue-green. Somebody asked before. I don't think this is a control deck as much as it's mid-range deck nowadays.
I think people calling it a control deck is incorrect. At most, it would be soft control, but I think it's probably more leaning into the mid-range strategy.
Right, but trying to close with things like Purgle King, Cantwell's, Lawbringers. There are another couple of Annihilators there, but the hold for questioning I think is a new development. Deidre Colossus players have been using that, but boy, we saw that turn out well, and it has the ability to just kind of take that card that is needed from the opponent on flip. All right. We do now know that the winner was this deck of the Landomir. They just posted it, Steve Locke.
Okay.
So this will be advancing to play the Boba Data Vault. Any notes, Clint, on the Lando Lake Country? You said this isn't too popular down under?
It's not super duper popular down under. We don't see it a lot. I think the one that sticks out the most at the moment is probably the 3 aggressives and the 3 watch this. I was under the impression that a lot of lists had dropped down to 2 each of both those cards.
Yeah, I think it's people are going through it. I mean, sticking close to the Team ECL list makes sense to me, considering how well they did with it. But, it's really a punchy deck. I see the 2 Commandeers in the sideboard, which might come into play in this Boba match coming up. And
so we did have a Lando Lake Country win a smaller PQ in Australia last weekend, and he ended up running 3 Mandos in the main. He went really greedy on the top end, which obviously worked out for him in the end. But he found that they were really good into a lot of the ground-based strategies. It was just more of a medical.
Right. So yeah, this will be a good match. I think that'll be our first feature match is Boba Lando. Then we have Micah. This is the Blue Milk Gaming Obi list. Shout out to those guys, and they actually just released a Patreon guide there as to how to play this deck. But yeah, solid. I can see he made some nice changes for the meta here. I see a Ray popping into the list, which is anti-control, which we've seen a lot of aura. I mean, Ray's still a good card there. Mid-range soft control, although it be.
Yeah.
Ray is still a pain in the butt with all the blue removal not working on her.
Yeah. The interesting thing I noticed when I was looking at this list just a little bit earlier was he's dropped the Galens to the sideboard, which most people would be running at least minimum 1 in the main. At the moment, I run 2.
Right.
I'm not too sure. It's such a flexible card that puts in a lot of work, even in game 1s. It really rewards your matchup knowledge and just being able to play it at the right time to brick a whole turn, essentially.
Right.
But I can also see it going to the sideboard and bringing it in for games 2 and 3, and potentially this is a good stuff Obi list.
Yeah.
I like the Rexes over the Anakins. I play Rexes over Anakins.
And that's something that's very much Micah in particular. Micah is a big proponent of Rex and likes the 7 stat line, and he tends to beat you down. All right, and then that is it for our top cut. All right, so we're gonna get to the gameplay stream here, and we see the match coming down. So I'll update the overlay here. You say you've played some Obi. Know anything about the pressure points of this match?
For Lando or for Boba?
Either.
For either one? So I've found, and I'm sure someone in chat will correct me in telling me how wrong I am, but I've found a really effective strategy versus Lando is just going wide with Obi. And just keeping to try refill the board. So, because their removal is effectively, they've just got ambush units, and it's just making them get the least amount of value they can off their Qui-Gons, off their Mandalorians, off their Deppers, etc. So that's how I've found that I've been winning those matchups. I think it still is slightly more favored Lando's way, and you kind of need Lando to trip over itself a little bit to be able to etch some free wins there on it, which it can. I've seen Lando hit aggressive negotiations off the top more times than I care to count when he goes for the credit.
Yeah. No. Yeah, there are misses.
With the Boba matchup, I personally feel quite comfortable into the Boba Lake Country. matchup. I don't know about the Data Vault matchup with the Craving Powers, but I would imagine with the 10 card differential, you should still be able to have a little bit more variance on your side and be able to just kind of be the beatdown in that, or just like, yeah, be the beatdown in that matchup while restoring, because, you know, Obi effectively has a 34 health base if you can get like a Yoda's and an itinerant warrior off. So I found if you know the lines into the Boba matchup, it's a fairly easy win for Obi.
All right, so both players are looking at their mulligans. I see Jonathan Smith in the chat asked, how do tiebreakers work in the top 8 non-drawable rounds? They work, the process is the same after time is called. Now, it is a 75-minute round as opposed to a 55-minute round. But if it does go to time, which I don't know whether that happened or not, I know that Steve Locke won. I don't know if it was actually on breakers or not. But the biggest thing is that remaining health on base is the first tiebreaker. So, you know, for Lando Mir, it's whoever had more damage on their base would have lost. That's how the tiebreaker would work. We see that Jacoby, who has not lost today, is satisfied with this. He's running the Padme sleeves with Boba, which is a bold choice. Like that there for him. And then we got Steve Locke taking his mulligan with Lando, looking for an edge.
That's just card players, though, isn't it? The amount of people that I see that have mismatched sleeves or that aren't on theme when I see them on stream is actually quite high, and and my OCD really gets triggered by it.
And somewhere Corwin and Solo from our competitive team are smiling because Corwin is a multi-PQ winner, has played a lot of Boba. That's been his primary deck for a couple of sets, and still believes Data Vault is better. You just need to have knowledge to pilot it. Corwin actually day 2'd the limited Milwaukee Regional, but his deck made it to day 2 of Premier because our Jack Fitzgerald, Jack Attack the Greater, you know, who's a member of our team now, took his actual deck, the cards, and played it to day 2, having not piloted Data Vault before. But yeah, great player, and I think that it's closer than people do. I see a topple got drawn by Boba there. So
yeah, we saw a typical, a strong play from. Is it people Jacoby?
Yeah, it's Jacoby.
Jacoby?
Yeah, Jacoby Verone does the Boba pilot.
Okay, so we saw a strong turn 1 play, especially on the play with the what's his name again? The 2-cost 2/3 that does 2 damage on initiative.
Allegiant General Pride, my friend.
Allegiant General Pride. That's it. So you can tell I'm not a villain player. And then we saw that Steve just bounced it with the Axe Forget. So not exactly the strongest play from the Lando.
Yeah, but Arvel's a pretty good thing.
The Code Breaker or Faith in Your Friends to start with.
Yep, and I bet he wishes he had that Axe Forgets now, you know, because now Jacoby can kind of hold him hostage with that Arvel, and bouncing it doesn't feel that great either, you know.
No, because it just has its own play effect there.
Right. So Lando doesn't have the credit there. Video's catching up for a second. Joe's our man on the ground, has been doing thing. I see Austin was a victim of Jack Attack on his path to day 2. Yeah, Jack's a great player, and so is his dad, Evan. Doing well there. So Arvel really can. I mean, it's not there. Lando can play around Arvel. I mean, it's not so simple as you find Arvel and you win. It's not that strong of hate. But, I mean, it's a relatively respectable unit, and Lando's got to find a way to deal with it or make a second credit. Having played a lot of Yularen, which I main deck the Arvels because of the Lando Lake Country deck, I like to, you know, try to protect him with literally everything else, because if you can keep your Arvel ready, I mean, it really kind of messes with Lando's sequencing. Now,
it does.
We do know that Steve has a Bix, which can matter. I'm going to try to refresh the camera source here. Let's see if what happened. We've had pretty reliable stuff all day. Unit Monster has worked hard to do a server-based process for us, so you know quality has improved from what video can do, which is great. Yep. Right now it's locked, so Okay, so yeah, he says that he had to restart the stream due to a crash, and I might have to reload the URL. So we'll keep at that.
Look, it's a long day when machines on site, they start to, they gradually overheat, and that's when you start having problems.
Yep. And
the streaming rigs.
I can see that Jacoby played a FET's fire spray. We can have very, very slow, things by reloading that as the actual camera is coming back up. But we see that the fire spray has been played by Jacoby. Arvel has not attacked. It looks like Bale came out as well as Faith on Your Friends. So we can surmise from that that Steve Locke's for research turn was Bale, Organa, and Faith on it in My Friends. Faith is one of the most powerful cards in the game, and what makes
it is that card is bonkers. There's one particular player that plays at our locals. His name is Connell, and he's a huge proponent for Yellow Hero. Every time I play him, it's turn 1 Faith in Your Friends, without a doubt. He has that card in his hand every game, turn 1. I'm sure he tucks it up his sleeveless shirt somehow.
You got to have a gun show sometimes.
Exactly. And look, the guy does have some guns.
He does. Does he have as many tubes as Benthic? I don't know. He's probably got 2 tubes. So as we go forward, why don't we actually just pop into the deck list again, for a second. We were talking before about the data vault and the things that, can, you actually get from that extra cards in a way, right? Data vault decreases consistency, so you don't have topple as consistently as you do, but we do know Jacoby has it in this game. But that Arvel is one of the cards that probably comes in that Lake Country doesn't play in its main deck.
Probably not. And I think the other thing that I can see there in the middle of hiding in the middle of the deck list is the collateral damage, which is also very strong into this particular matchup as well. Just clearing off those spies that the Lando player might get from Faith in Your Friends as well. So just keeping the board clear on the ground side that he would have difficulty interacting with. So that's something that he'll want to be digging for the Arvel, digging for the collateral damage in the early game of this matchup, and just trying to bridge into that Devastator Planetary Bombardment. He probably wants to stay away from the Vader because the stuff that can just be easily bounced and lose value on it. So I'd even imagine that gets sided out in game 2.
Right. So, in game 2. I don't know what he all does. I mean, you might bring in salvage, just to have more burn towards the end of the game. Because
looping the Devastators might definitely be a game plan there. Just to apply more pressure to the base.
Right.
You might want to commence the festivities, just for extra pump damage.
Right. Yeah, because I think the Lando, if the game goes infinitely long, the Lando gets better and better, right?
I think yes and no. I think because if you can grind it out, Lando eventually will run out of threats.
That's true. All right.
But most of the time, Lando is inherently an aggro deck, so it does want to close the game out fast. And as I was saying earlier before, if you know your lines into the Lando, you can make them play suboptimally, like make them get really bad Qui-Gon trades, make them get really bad Mando trades. And if you're just holding on, versus Lando, I'll hold on to a piece of removal for 5 rounds. If I've opened it if I get it in my opening hand, I'll hold on to a Shadow Point or a Protect the Pod for 5 rounds, just so I can clear that first big unit.
Yeah, and looking more at this particular matchup too, I think the Lando's going to be able to improve pretty significantly into the sideboard because he's going to have the Commandeers come in and another copy of Blue Ace.
Yep, Commandeers, Blue Ace. He might even want to put the Light Maker in there as well because it can do two things. It can clear a big unit, and it can tap down the rest of the board if Boba manages to develop, 2 or 3 units.
Right, that makes sense. All right, he's restarting the stream again here. So,
have we gone through game 1 here? Yep. No.
No, the camera. He's actually having to restart the computer.
Yep. Sorry, no, I've got YouTube up on the side for the comments.
Yep.
And the stream was just a little bit delayed there going into the start of game 1.
Yep. Listen, so I mean, there's pluses and minuses to every way of doing everything. The advantage of doing things remote like we can, beyond being able to have commentators from Australia, which, nobody's going to be flying you to America. The other advantage is when the store internet, goes out or whatever happened there that required him to have to restart the computers there, is we don't actually lose the stream itself. We just, have to figure out things to talk about for a couple of minutes, like deck lists. So that's how it works, people. All right. So we are back. We're on, it looks like the flip turn for both leaders. I see 6 resources. Lando has flipped. There's 3 credits. He has Lando Calrissian, the leader. He has spent his 6 credits probably on Watch This. And he spent his 6 resources. He has the 3 credits left. He has N1 Starfighter in the space arena. Boba has not deployed. I don't know if he's dead or if he is delaying this for the beginning of the next turn because there's a center or topple.
He might be delaying it.
Yeah,
because it's not a very effective topple here.
So he has initiative after the Watch This. I imagine that we'll see Boba flip, deploy, clear board with topple.
It's kind of I'd like to see what was in the Lando player's hand, because if he had a Mandalorian that he could have played on 6 resources to clear the Pride and then capture the IG unit, that's a big tempo swing for the Lando player.
And we're seeing probably the most broken interaction currently in Star Wars Unlimited with Topple the Summit as Boba deploys. He does 1 damage to the N1.
He sent a Kaz.
Oh, he sent a Kaz. He's going for the throat.
He played center.
Yeah, he says, Lando, you're just a 4/7 honky in the ground arena. I don't care too much about you. I'm going to attack the base. I actually like that aggressive play from Jacoby.
Yeah, look, Lando's only there to clear smaller units. He's there for control. He's not there to push base. He's there to just keep little pesky units under control. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he somehow... He'll probably run into the Pride here. He now needs to play the control, the Lando.
Right.
So he's going to tap the Pride. Interesting.
So, how will Jacoby respond to the Mighty Liberty? Maybe, one of the best cards in the set, or the best card in the set, probably, from set 7. And it's
very strong.
Ironically,
very strong
the best Star Destroyer left, even though it isn't one. So, does he have an answer?
This instantly applies pressure. This is where
craving power.
Craving power. Or he's also got a Haymaker in the sideboard as well, which a Haymaker would easily clear this.
Right. I mean, even like a Krennic shuttle to shield your Boba unit. Well, no, that doesn't help because then Liberty attacks. Because let's see, Boba adds 5 health, so
because it clears the shield on the when it attacks.
Yep, that's exactly right. So
he's thinking about his plays here. He might not have a super clear answer. He might have just claimed for the initiative to try and dig for an answer, or just to be able to
trade.
Trade or remove this Liberty straight up.
Now, look.
Like this little stormtrooper in the corner, he's not doing anything. He's not pressing the base in any way. You're better to take the initiative here and have an answer for Liberty. He might have craving power in hand.
His job is to die. I mean, he'll eventually do indirect then.
Just as a side point, I do like those little credit tokens that Steve has. I have seen them online. I think are they from Buy the Same Token or?
I'm not sure, but if you hear that, Steve, watching the replay, you know, Clint approves of your token. So, nice play.
So he traded in with the Liberty.
Yep.
So he obviously didn't have an answer for it.
Other than that,
yeah.
All right, so it's
which feels terrible because if he just drops another Liberty or something, okay, so he's gonna watch this.
All right. Does he have Devastator now? Vader.
He's got the Vader on the ground.
So Vader is, you know, he's a pilot, right? That's why he's supposed to be in that. But don't forget he's a 7/7 ground unit.
He's the 7/7 beat stick.
Right. So
you're definitely not wrong.
That can be good.
Yeah, you definitely he takes the initiative here. He'll want to attack in with Vader first. Just hit 7 to base. He'll probably play Cinta even. What has he got?
Yeah,
he's got Charged with Treason. Oh, okay, so he's beguiled the Vader.
Right.
He's got the Cyril. He's got the Cinta that got bounced back from the Watch This.
All right, so Steve takes a good look at the cards, reminding them all.
It's not the strongest hand, like to redevelop with. Like all he can do is drop the Vader. You know, the Charge with Treason is good to hold on to if he gets mandoed.
Yep.
Because how many resources is he up to now? He must be up to about 8.
Yeah, I think that the players are going into 8.
He ripped off another Cyril. He's got the BT, so he can resource one of the Cyrils here.
Yeah, and what happens with Lando with all that tempo and all that bounce is you end up getting like action and resource limited. You tend to get a lot of cards in your hand, which, you know, is something to think about because Jacoby runs aggressive negotiations too, and runs it in aspect, and he needs to find that card to try to finish off this Lake Country.
Which is one of the downsides of having the extra 10 cards is you've got that extra, like it's a low percentage, but not hitting the actual card when you need it matters. Okay, so we're attacking with the Allegiant General Pride.
Yes, he is.
2 to base and then 3 indirect.
Yep, essentially, and that's good. All that extra burn from Boba, that's what makes that deck work. It's really good.
He's just chipping away, like, and that's what you've got to do versus these Lando decks. Is you've just got to chip away while managing what they're doing on their side of the board as well. So, you know, getting 2 damage in here, getting another couple here. If you can like get 4 or 5 points per turn, you're in a good spot. Just slowly applying the pressure. Okay, so that was always going to be the problem. This Lando is just soaking up the indirect, and now Lando's decided he wants to start applying pressure to the base.
Is that 25? Needs to do 8 more.
I would imagine that Steve's got a bomb in his hand that he can use to apply pressure, which will force Jacoby into a claim.
All right. It is the First Order Stormtrooper
2 damage plus 1 indirect
to base.
It does one indirect on attack, or is it only on when played and when defeated?
It does that on attack as well, yes.
Okay. Yep, so he's thinking about putting it on the Lando.
Steve has not used his resources.
I can't tell how much damage is on this Lando. Is it 4 damage?
Computer enhanced.
I think it's 4 damage on this dice. But Jacoby's used all, you know, he's got 2 resources still up.
It's 5 damage on Lando.
Steve, 5 damage on Lando. See, I would have almost been tempted to run the Stormtrooper into it just to force Jacoby to make a decision to remove the threat or not.
It was Rose.
Okay, so now the Rose.
Yeah, that was a good play because he played the N1 first to create a non-unique unit, and then he played Rose ready. So knows his deck. But only has to do 11. Has Cinta on the board. Does he have aggressive negotiations or not? I think aggressive negotiations is probably lethal. Does not.
He does not.
So Lando
Yeah,
takes
with
game one.
Cinta, 11. Yeah, he probably would have had enough with AN.
Yep. Didn't draw it.
He might have been one short. Because I think he had like 5 cards in hand.
So we can go back to the deck list for a second. Since we're in the top cut now, deck lists are open. So what are you doing if you're Steve into this Boba deck?
I think you bring in the other blue ace. You bring in the other blue ace. You bring in the light maker. You bring in the commandeers, and I think you call it a day there.
Yep.
I think you could take out the Deppers. I don't think you need the Deppers here.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Then
Boba.
You could probably... I think you take out the Vaders unless you just want that big ground threat.
Right.
But the problem is the Vader can, like... The Qui-Gon can 2-for-1 you there.
Yeah, I think the one that's clear to me would be the Haymaker comes in. Because that gives you answers to the Liberty. I mean, if you could manufacture more copies of Haymaker to add it in for this particular matchup, that's what you'd want to do. But he had to play into a wide field. I'll be interested whether he brings in the Krennic shuttle or not. I mean, the shield could be useful.
I don't think you do. I think you bring in the Planetary, you bring in the Haymaker. I think there's an argument for either commence or salvage.
Right.
Commence just to help like trade up a little bit if you need to. Or salvage if you want to try and get into a bit of a Devastator loop, as we talked about before.
Right. You might be able to cut.
Look,
you might be able to cut the Constable in some of the upgrade removal. Lando doesn't really run those.
No, you could cut the Constable. You could cut the System Shocks probably. Look, I think there's like an argument for keeping the Vaders in if you wanted to sort of like apply ground pressure, or you could use it as an upgrade on another unit to trade with a Liberty or along those lines. I think I'd be happy to cut them in this instance for just some better removal and burn damage.
Yep. All right, so players have made their sideboard decisions. Shuffling up, getting ready. Jacoby will have initiative, game 2. He's the 1 seed into this, looking to finish this very stacked PQ field. Looking at his results today, he was 5-0-2, and he's dropped 2 games all day. So now 3, with 1 loss in the semifinal. Steve has a lot.
I was going to say the weakness of this Boba deck into the Lando deck is that it doesn't have the removal that it really needs to combat with the threats that Lando has.
Right. So both players will be going here. Game 1 went to Steve in, I don't want to say super convincing fashion. I think in aggressive negotiations for Jacoby would have changed things because he had plenty of opportunity to land one.
Yeah, I agree. I think if he drew into an aggressive negotiations, he could have mathed it in a way that he could have claimed and won.
Right. Instead, we saw Liberty and a lot of watch this. Just
to be honest, like I don't think the Lando player like Steve had like a very strong game either. Like the only bomb we really saw was the Liberty.
Right. Though it got his leader. Plus the IG.
Yeah. He had to, and I think I can't remember what Jacoby had in his hand, and whether he had like possibly another line into dealing with the Liberty. But I felt like that's where the turning point of the game was him having to trade his leader for the Liberty.
Right. No, I agree with that. And then we saw Steve make a smart heads up play with the N1 Starfighter into Rose line as the game was as the game was coming to a close. But
and that was a tough break for Jacoby as well, because he couldn't do anything about it because he was dealing with the pressure that was already on the board, and he'd spent most of his resources, which allowed Steve to play the N1 and then play the Rose. Right. And there was nothing that Jacoby could do about it.
So we're going into game 2. They're deciding their resources. Austin says he's rooting for game 3. Who isn't rooting for game 3? Though we do have a backup match, so there's not going to be any more breaks. You know, if this match completes, we go to the other table. We now have coverage of all of them. We had a long break in the top 8s, which is unfortunate because the Lando mirror went very long. And past the 75-minute
Do we have an update on the? Do we have an update on the other table?
That's a good question. If you're listening along, Unit Monster, get us an update. I know that it's not reported. So.
All right. Okay, so very strong start for Steve here. Really looking for that faith, looking for that axe.
Yep. All right.
So we got the axe.
Got the axe. Cyril's there, but Cyril's going to get an attack before he can be bounced. And Cyril's attack, if he doesn't discard, does draw. I mean, this will come down to faith. You know, if he has faith and axe right now, that's very, very strong.
Which
for
it
Lando.
does look like he's got.
Yep.
Or is that commandeer? No, that's commandeer in his hand. Okay, so Steve's actually got a very strong hand. Just waiting for the stream to catch up.
All right. Okay. Cyril attacks to base, I assume, disclosing 2 to threaten the Master Codebreaker.
Yeah, I think you just have to apply pressure here as the Boba player. I think if you're trying to take efficient trades, you're probably just going to get a little bit too far behind.
Yeah, I mean, if you could get a value kill, that's a different thing. But I'm with you generally.
Yeah, look, I think this Codebreaker is kind of like one of those cards that needs to be killed on sight.
Cyril attacked the Codebreaker.
He gets so much value.
Yep. He actually cleared the Codebreaker.
Okay, he did.
And then
he did
not discard. He played a Gorn. That's
interesting. Which he brought in from the sideboard.
Right. So, yeah, and Decimator of Dissonance gets to come in. So
I wonder if he's just brought in the Lieutenant Gore just as a stat stick.
I'm not sure he gets. I'm not sure he gets to do that. Did he do indirect? I don't think he did. So I think the players noticed that already. Yeah, he's not allowed to play that because he didn't do indirect because
he didn't do the Boba ability, did he?
He didn't do the Boba ability.
Can you do that off Cyril? Does that count?
He should have. Yeah, he could have, but he didn't tap it.
It's a long day. We will make mistakes.
Yep. So, Steve catches a lucky break. Gorn comes in, kills Cyril.
Okay. Yep.
It's important.
So that's what I.
It's important when something like that happens is not to get on tilt, to use a poker term.
Yeah, I think that's probably the smart move because that's just gonna.
Yeah, you don't want Gorn out there.
Even though there is probably an argument just for putting 2 into base, letting him deal with it. Okay, that's a problem. No, got to hit the button on the bottom, bro. There we go. So the Canyon Frontrunner is going to do a good job of like keeping the ground under control as well.
Yeah, appreciate the life puck advice coming across the oceans.
Yeah.
All right, Decimator Dissonance comes down now for 4.
It's not like your phone where you can just tap it and the screen comes back on, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually interested, as a side point about these life pucks, when I'm over in Vegas, I'm actually interested in looking at the new ones that they've got, the pads.
Yeah. Well, look forward. We're going to do another planning session. We can adopt you on the team for for another. I thought our planning session worked very well. I mean, you played very well. You got
it was great.
Yep.
It was great.
Yep.
Just don't sleep. Sleeping is not advised before a big tournament. Some adult bevies also advised. It's all part of the planning session.
Oh, I feel like he just, he's leading into a commandeer here, but he's not going to do it. He's going to be X for 2. Does cost 2. He doesn't have Codebreaker out. There's BT1.
See, I wonder if he might have been better to play the BT1 first and see if he bounced that.
Well, regrets.
He definitely doesn't want to bounce the ship because he can commandeer it.
All right, so Steve.
Jacoby's slowly building the board here.
Yeah, it still wasn't attacked with that decimator.
He doesn't really have enough damage on base here at the moment.
That's Beguile. Yeah, I would have liked to see the attack with the decimator by now. And now it won't happen.
He's got the IG. He's got the HK. He's got the 000. And he's only got 3 cards in hand. Now he's got the 4. The Lando, Steve is just drawing all his, interaction.
Right.
Which is not terrible for Boba, because the earlier that he gets it out and uses it on the weaker units, the better it is for him in the late game. I know we all feel, when we get beguiled or axed and that, it's like, this is really annoying, I'm losing tempo. The way that you got to think about it is, the sooner he gets these cards out of his hand, out of his deck, I can play more aggressively later on with my bigger units, because he's got less chance of being able to touch them then. And so far, we've seen, two axes and a beguile, which means he's only got 1 axe, 1 beguile left, and then he only has to worry about the watch this, which basically takes up his whole turn. And you should still be able to chip some damage in.
Hey, he doesn't have a credit right now. So will Jacoby have an Arvel? Because that's really the last thing that Steve would like to see.
And he's reaching for those resources pretty quickly. So
Windmill Slam Arvel scheme. Cousin Richie says, "Heard Chef, does he have it?" I guarantee you, he did not take out Arvel on.
He didn't have
Cyber.
It in his hand when he got beguiled
That's
earlier,
true.
so he would have had to have drawn into it.
Rule number 1 of SWU is always have it.
No.
So if he always has it, it's good. He's punishing one without a...
No, looks like, unfortunately, he's going to get punished by that. He doesn't have it. And Lando's going to be able to flip here into 3 credits.
It might be worse. He might commandeer.
He didn't discard with BT1 on his attack.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, Jacoby might be slightly on tilt here. Or it's just a long day.
I thought he flipped it and then didn't do it, but you don't have to.
I didn't see it. Sorry, so I'm not too sure if he did or not.
BT1 is a May. He did flip Boba
just
onto the Punisher.
Just checking with the comments. A buddy of mine had the pad. It's just a bigger, more ergonomic puck with a bigger battery. Maybe some additional software features. I do like the idea of the bigger battery. What I would like to see is the software incorporate the base images in the background as well. And I don't know if the life puck can do this, but it can generate the force on the life puck as well, the force token.
Yeah, we'll see. Now, I will tell you that we got We're working on some stuff here. Just so we have our Misty PQ next week, which we're gonna do out first.
Yep.
But we do actually have some Android solutions now and iPhone app solutions that link with the coverage table. So they hopefully will be, taking care of the updates automatically and reliably. So hopefully that will happen soon. So shout out.
Is that linking with Tim's software or?
That's the goal. So Tim, had the audacity to get married and take a honeymoon. So
the audacity.
I mean, I don't know what's wrong with that guy, but we actually reached out to him. About our tools here that are running now on API tools with this ticker and everything. So we reached out to him like, hey, do you want to meet up sometime and do this? He's like, well, I might be able to. I'm just a little bit busy. And then we're like, well, what are you busy doing? I'm like, I'm on my honeymoon. I'm like, we can wait till after your honeymoon, dude.
The thing about Tim, I love Tim. Timmy V is the best guy you can ever know. And that is a classic Tim thing to do, is like be on his honeymoon, but still be like helpful and respond and all that sort of stuff.
Right.
Like he is like one of the best guys in the SWU community over here.
Right. But I'm married, so I advised him that he might want to lay off on the SWU charitable software development until after said honeymoon, and I think he listened to the advice. So we wish Tim many years of happy wedded bliss going forward.
He's actually coming over in a couple of weeks for one of our PQs from Perth, so I get to see him. Get to see him in a couple of weeks.
Well, give him a high five for me. Don't forget.
I will do. I'll give him a crisp high five from Loopee.
Yep. Do that, and I'll check up on you. All right.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, punishing
we'll
one.
We'll get him on stream round 1 for you.
Punishing one attacked. 9 damage now on Lake Country. We haven't seen a Liberty yet. Steve deciding what to do.
I actually really like this position.
It's going base.
That Jacoby is in now, because he's got nothing on the ground for the Qui-Gon or the Mandalorian. And I think if he can keep developing off the ground, so like just in space, and then have an answer for a Liberty when it gets dropped, he's in a very strong position. Because he's basically bricking, 6 of the cards in the Lando's deck.
Right. Jacoby taps 3. 000. Why not an evil C-3PO?
Great card. I love these 3 cost 4/4 stat stick cards. Like, I haven't dabbled into Eternal yet, but if I was to dabble in Eternal, it would basically be Sabine ECL with the Masassi commandos in it.
He's using charge to clear the N1 with Han along.
I think that's a great choice, because that means he can't Rose. Like, he's got all his resources. He's got enough resources to play a Rose.
I think that's exactly what was about to happen. Nice call, Clint. Nice call.
And interesting that he didn't just play the Rose.
Yeah,
because he's still got. He's still got 3 resources up.
He attacked with
Lando
instead.
Want to burn the credits.
Yeah. That's why you make the big bucks.
Maybe he's got the Liberty in hand. Yeah, he does. He's got the Liberty. He's got the Liberty. He's got the Blue Ace.
Now, Jacoby might have a haymaker, because if that answers the Liberty, that feels really good. Just
look, that or he's checking to see how much damage it does.
Is that 6? Can that kill my Liberty?
Yeah,
that's
exactly. Kill my Liberty.
I know exactly what he's feeling. I can sense Steve's emotions coming from Central Illinois. No, your Liberty's safe from that, but we'll see.
But if he's got a craving power or the haymaker, that Liberty isn't sticking around for long.
That's what he needs, no question.
But as we've already learned today, Data Vault giveth and Data Vault taketh.
That's true.
I'm sure Mickey D isn't in the chat because he's probably driving 3 or 4 hours home, but he knows all about Data Vault Taketh today.
All right, got an update from our awesome correspondent on the ground, Unit Monster. The other semi is 1-1, Micah and Brady, Aura and
1-1
and Obi. So there, Liberty comes in, exhausts Boba. Can Jacoby find an answer?
Okay, so they traded
leader with
got rid of the Lando. I guess he needs to get rid of the Lando because it's just constantly hitting him for 4.
Right. Well,
he's just chipping in the 4 damage every turn.
Mickey D is in the chat driving home. Mickey D, be safe. Make safe choices, my friend.
Did we say Tarkentown 3 times? Did we? And Mickey D appeared.
He's actually discarding me from here. All right. Mickey D, of course, a great Quinlan player and real life Foss. Class act. Oh, Jacoby claims didn't use a resource.
Maybe he's digging for the Craving or the Haymaker. Because the Boba and the Liberty would kill the Boba and Punishing one, wouldn't it?
Well, he's got to trade it if he doesn't have another answer, which is what has to happen here.
That feels terrible again.
Oh, I mean, he didn't do anything. He didn't develop anything the turn before.
That does feel like if that's all he was going to do was trade with the Boba, he should have at least just played a couple of units. But I get it. Like, I get not wanting to play stuff on the ground because then you're just susceptible to Mando or Qui-Gon.
All right. Well, he doesn't have a bomb to answer, because something like another Liberty or another Mando unit would have felt like the end of this game. But Jacoby still has all kinds of things to do. I see an Arvel in his hand. I mean, he needs to at some point play him below up a credit.
I think you want to be doing that first, just so he can't use those credits, though.
Yeah, because this is going to be Rose.
Yeah.
Still has 1.
Now you can't play the Arvel because the Rose is just going to go straight into the Arvel.
Yeah, I think
though at this stage, at this stage, if you're Steve, you just push.
I think you play Arvel and you blow up the credit and put it on Rose, so at least it trades. So Arvel Skeen hits the floor. He does have a credit that he can destroy on the other side, so that's good news for Arvel.
Well, he hasn't destroyed it, so they need to remember their triggers there.
What? You're exactly right. He hasn't.
The credit's still on the mat.
He hasn't disclosed it. I mean, it's apparently been a long day, but yeah, no, he has a credit there. Arvel is when played on attack.
Yeah, okay, that's actually a fair point. He had to claim, otherwise Liberty when attacks would exhaust the Boba again.
That's true, but I think it was the attack into Lando that I was questioning. Without playing a unit. I mean, what's in your hand. I was hoping he had a Craving Power, or I was expecting that. Given how
I feel like I think the comment there is correct. Is that he did feel like he had to claim, or else the Liberty just taps it. But I do wonder if part of it was he was kind of hard of the cards, looking for Craving Power or Haymaker off the top.
Yeah, probably. No, it's taking 27 damage on base. Can he find a way out of Lando's cinch here?
He can't even kill the Hauler with the.
And he just flipped.
IG.
He just flipped Haymaker to not get the 1 damage.
That is unlucky.
Sometimes the Data Vault give us, sometimes the Data Vault take it away.
That
AT Hauler comes in for 3.
Incredibly unlucky.
It is. Arvel can kill Rose. He has to kill the credit, though.
Yeah, he missed the credit last time.
He also missed
the
credit
he's
now.
Missed the credit both times.
All right.
Look, obviously a long day. Yeah. Everyone pour one out for our Data Vault fam here. It's
that's right.
People been getting Data Vaulted all day today.
And really a great run. Lost one game prior to cut. And Boba Data Vault, coming back, he's going to be able to play Vader pilot here. Does Steve have a response?
I think Steve can just claim here. Steve can just claim. I don't think he really needs to do anything. I mean, he's got at least one action in hand because Jacoby needs to kill one of these 80 haulers, but
yep.
There's no removal. What Jacoby's really missing is both games. He hasn't drawn into the Devastators, and he hasn't drawn into the Planetary Bombardments either. And he really needed the Devastators and the Bombardments to take control of this game.
Well, not only that, he needed a craving power. I mean, he wasn't able to.
100%.
He wasn't able to find the reason that you're on Data Vault either of the games.
Yeah,
and I think that's probably the beginning of Anduit.
Yeah, you might as well have just played a Lake Country deck then.
More faith in the friends. There's not anything that saves this.
That's just rubbing it in now.
Go in there, kill the AT hauler, kill Rose, do it damage there somehow.
Yeah,
with Vader.
He can't clear
the second damage goes there. Well, he's got a lot of researches, but how does he kill the spies?
Unless he's got a Devastator in hand that can help clear the rest, but I doubt he can do anything with that. Well, he only needs one unit to stick.
So let's think if there's any answer here. Oh, I just got a report that Micah has won the other semifinal, so we don't have a backup match, but we're going to be going to a final shortly after this.
I think we will be. I think this game is pretty much cooked. Look, on reflection, if Jacoby ever watches this matchup back, I think he'll be able to see that there probably were some different lines that he could have taken into this particular matchup, but I think for the most part, he just got data vaulted.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough when you don't have the answer. Yeah. It was Liberty both times that he was unable to answer anything other than killing his leader.
I mean, look at Steve here. He's just got in. He hasn't played. The only bomb he's played is a Liberty in each game,
right?
And he's just played two Faith in Your Friends back to back. Yeah.
All right. So
there's nothing you can do about it.
So don't go anywhere, folks. It's going to be me and Clint for the final, and it's going to be extremely soon because the other match just finished. Everybody wants to get home in Illinois, so they're going to start this right back up. But we do have just a minute here that we can go check out the deck lists for our two finalists. So let's do that. All right, so we saw Jacoby defeated by the Lando deck. We know that Micah beat the other Aura Sing, so has been assassinating Aura back and forth. So it's Micah Overlay from Blue Milk Gaming and Steve Locke piloting the Lando Lake deck into the final. So this is Steve's list, and I mean, I thought we saw him play very well. Tight lists without just kind of seeing the not Haymaker, the actual card, but Haymaker unit after Haymaker unit that Lando likes to do post flip. That wasn't really how those games went. I mean, he won through a lot of interaction. And
tell you what, I think Rose was the MVP in those last two games.
I don't think I disagree with you. I mean, Rose really did well. The 5 health was a problem because he had an Arvel there, but that only does 4 without the credit ability. But Rose really did do well, and we saw Steve making some good plays setting up the Rose with a non-unique unit. The spies are usually what turn her on, but
yeah, they do.
Yeah, they do. I have Austin. I have Austin Power spies. That's actually what's on my spy units. Yeah, baby. So Rose Rose would be turned on by the mojo. But, you know, it was the N1. He was playing N1s and then protecting them in order to do Rose. And the AT Hauler in one case. So, good play by Steve. And the...
Yeah, look, Lando's just all-round a solid deck. It's got lots of interaction. It's got lots of answers. It's got lots of disruption. And it's a very difficult deck to kind of play around.
Right. Yeah, no, it is. You know, it's a matter of, you know, you gotta have quite a bit of aggression, and hopefully some credit hate. You know, that's how you get it. But you know, the Boba just couldn't find its answers. You know, there wasn't the case that he was playing multiple bombs. It's just that he played one and he didn't have anything to do other than lose his Voltron leader, which then puts you behind.
Yeah. Yeah, but both times losing his leader to the Liberty was unfortunate. I wonder if in both those instances he would have been better to make Steve attack into his leader with the Boba.
Right.
Rather than him opting to make the trade and just like, okay, you're going to exhaust my leader, that's fine. I'm going to try look for my answer to deal with it rather than just, oh, I need to trade my leader for this.
Right, so that's there. Now, this is what Mike is bringing. So, thinking about this Lando match, what do you think the game plan is?
So I really like this list that the Blue Milk Gaming guys have come up with. I mean, this is what we're, you know, most Obi lists are now like a 2 or 3 card differential. I really like the Rexes into Lando. The Rexes are really good at bricking a Mandalorian turn because the Mandalorian can't trade with it. So on that 6 resource or that Lando flip, you can drop the Rex, and then they kind of just have to deal with it. It's a unit that they can't let stick around. And they often have to spend their whole turn dealing with it.
Right.
It's interesting to see that they've gone up to 3 Chariots, and that they've dropped the Galens as well. At the moment, I'm on 2 Calorans and 3 Yodas, but I think with the uptick in like sort of those soft control decks, I think there's an argument for a split of 3 and 3 of each. The most interesting change they've made is shifting the Galens to the sideboard. Not something I don't know if I'm prepared to do, but maybe they were just hedging that, you know, there were going to be less Landos.
Yep, and I think that he is definitely thinking less Landos because I would have the local meta on the same thing. But, I mean, he does have a pretty significant weakness in Game 1 because all of his Terramins are in the side and both of his Galens. So he doesn't have any credit hate to speak of. He just has to kind of brute force Lando down and pray he doesn't find a Mandalorian unit. That's probably it.
I think, like, you know, in my mulligan, I'm probably looking for... if I get a Lando in my opening hand, sorry, not a Lando, a Rex, Captain Rex, I'm probably keeping that. If I'm getting a Yoda in my opening hand, I'm keeping that. And just like holding it for 7 turns. So I've definitely got that Yoda to start helping to clear stuff and try and gains to stabilize there.
All right, and then we also have an update from the Minnesota PQ, the Thrawn Spawns, who were on Late Night Live last night. Getting the late night bump, the final there is Alec Rose from Thrawn Spawns versus Junior from Thrawn Spawns. So if both of your teammates are in the final, that's a good day. So
let's just pack it up, go home,
you know,
go grab a bevy.
So teams wondering whether you should come on late night right before a PQ. You know, just look at Thrawn Spawns. You know, here they did.
Has that been my mistake all along, Loopee? Is that before each PQ I haven't been coming on late night?
So what happened before you day 3'd Galactics? What team were you hanging out with?
I was hanging out with Loopee, and
that's exactly what you were doing. So, you know, come on, folks, get that late night bump. What are you doing if you don't? All right, we are back to the action, and Clint and I are going to bring this home. We have Michael Overlay, who comes into the round. That's peanut juice from Thrawn Spawns saying there. They know. I mean, we're going to have to shake those guys off before the next Minnesota PQ. You know, they're going to be wanting to come on the show. You know, we'll just book them now, Dano. Micah Overlay has one loss. He did lose to, I believe, a Vader. No, actually, he lost to the Boba. He lost to the Data Volt. That was his loss.
Interesting. Okay.
So he's now, should be probably 7-1-1. Against Steve Locke, who we just saw play expertly against the Boba Data Vault. Micah says, I know this Lando Lake list.
Yeah.
He's folding the deck list.
If I'm in Micah's position now, looking at like what I've main decked, I'd be just like, I'm gonna probably punt game one, because Steve now knows he's got no credit hate in the main deck, so Steve can just probably play fairly aggressively here, knowing that he's going to keep all his credits. He can just like generate a credit every turn if he wants to, just to get massive like credit advantage, and just then start playing his bombs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
surprisingly, Galen is actually very difficult for Lando to deal with.
Yeah, no, Galen's the best credit in Lando, I think, followed by Arvol. But it's got to be the right deck, like, because I play a lot of red, so I play a lot of decks with Arvol. He's extremely effective with Yularen, because Yularen, when it comes down to it, can action cheat to protect him. You know, it has a lot of stuff to where, you know, you can hold back that Arvol and really just torture Lando and make him work really hard to flip while you're winning the game and still doing some damage. But, you know, other decks not as solid. Here we have Terramin, which is just like a value spew credit hate. But we'll see that in the sideboard in game 2. Micah does I'd
be very interested to see what Micah sides like, because he must be putting in the 3 Tamarins, the Terramins, and the 2 Galens, and what he sides out for that. I think you side out lightsabers, the 3 constructeds at a minimum, because the lightsabers feel a little bit bad in this matchup.
Right.
I think you keep the Yodas in, but the constructeds I think can go. I'm not too sure what else you drop though. Yeah, so I'd be interested to see what he sides here.
And this is actually a pretty high stakes matchup for Micah, because he definitely wants to be top 32 in the world and get the free plane and hotel in Vegas, and 100 points really helps him out doing that, because he's in the 20s right now.
Okay, so he's got the Rex, he's got the constructed. Does he have a turn 1? Okay, he's got a... Okay, Maz is not actually super strong into this unless he opens with the Codebreaker.
Right. Now Maz is strong late because it's a pump. All right.
Correct, but if he opens with Faith in Your Friends, Maz is like average.
All right, guys, we got close to 200 people watching the final. It's Clint from the BDST.
It's the baddest batch. It's baddest gaming. It's whatever. We don't even know. We have an identity crisis.
We have an identity crisis. They don't know what it is, but do subscribe to his channel, providing some commentary to me. Co-piloting with Loopee from Late Night Gaming. We've been at this all day, and we are here to the final. This is for all of the marbles, the 100 galactic points, all of the prizes, that over-the-top games, which has got to be my favorite name for a game store yet. It's a reference to a Sly Stallone movie. For all the youngins who don't understand my thumbnail, you know, watch Over the Top now. I mean, it's one of those movies that's so horrible. It's so bad. It's actually really good. But as 80 as you could get.
I'm just doing a quick recap while these guys are starting. It looks like our friend RT Chomp GG won PQ with you, Lauren.
Attaboy, my man. I told him he would win. You know, I talked with him quite a bit on the KOTOD Discord, which I know you're on as well, about you, Lauren. So shout out to Chomp. You know, winning one for the ISB. Long live the Empire.
I think that's the second win this weekend. There was a win in Poland as well.
And you know who plays second in Poland? Also Yularen. We had
Oh, was it really?
we had Madison. There was one Yularen in the list. Played well. Actually rolled all over Micah as one of his game losses. You know, kind of had some bad luck in games 2 and 3. All right.
He said, I attribute it to about 98% luck and 2% playing the right cards.
Well, you know,
that's a classic. If you've ever watched RT Chomp's videos,
yes,
you'll get the humor there.
Yes, because it was 98% luck going undefeated the entire event. You know, it's not that the list is any good or that he's any good. You know, it was all luck. You know, you just go. I don't know if does that mean he didn't drop a game?
Look, when I go undefeated, I just say that I didn't drop a round rather than a game. All right, so Micah didn't mulligan. We see that Steve did. Looks like he didn't get... Ooh, it looks like Steve might have missed.
Interesting.
He might have missed on a turn 1 play. He might have gotten an axe, but it doesn't look like he got a Faith or a Code Breaker, which is very good for Micah here. No, he got a Canyon Frontrunner, which is absolutely fine. As long as he didn't get the Han. So he's attacking into... I'm assuming you just go base and go -2 to the Gungi on this one.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. So he's gone 3 into the Gungi, -2 on the Gungi as well. We're gonna. Okay. So he's gonna. Interesting. He went with the Maz in this instance, just to put 2 into base, get the Force.
Yeah.
I think Micah just needs to sort of aggro him down here, knowing that the longer the game goes, actually is worse for him.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think he still kills the spies because they're value killed. I imagine that had Steve went base with the Canyon Frontrunner, he would have cleared it with Gungi for the value kill. But
yeah,
he's not going to do that here. The AT Hauler is not what Obi wants to see.
Yeah, unless he's got the Protect, but he can't clear it for at least another round. But I'd say Maz is going to go in and kill the Frontrunner here. Okay, he's got the Itinerant Warrior, which is good, into the Blue Leader, which is actually also really good here. Yep, so he's clearing the Frontrunner.
Yep.
I think we just go 2 into base and then...
Right.
So this is really tough because
I think
if you buff...
I think that's strong, though, because Lando doesn't have things like Boba has, where like IG-2000 and Punishing Ones and all these things that do just a little bit of damage. You know, Lando is still going to probably have to hit a unit into that Maz to do something.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Micah can keep the pressure on.
This is how Obi... Yeah, this is how Obi does beat the Lando. It's just like the little incremental... builds. Okay, I think he's got to bounce something first before he...
No, he looks at the hand first and then he bounces.
Is it look at the hand first, is it?
I think so.
I always thought it was bounce then look.
I think there's an unnamed digital platform that it works that way.
But no, you're right.
It is look at the hand. Yep. No, I'll play correctly. It's look at the hand first. Yep. Also a great Destiny card, which I know you played.
Yes. Also, there was a little bit of conversation about Destiny in the KTOD Discord the other day.
Yeah.
About organizing. We want Jack to organize a side event at Worlds for Destiny.
All right. So Micah has taken 1 damage to his base. Done for to Lando. Lando's got a AT hauler and nothing else. I think this is okay. Now he's kind of on a clock because getting rid of that AT hauler is not super easy for Obi.
It's so okay. So interestingly,
I know he'll play Shatterpoint. If he has Shatterpoint, he'll play it right now. But I imagine he doesn't.
No, but I found it interesting that Steve bounced the Itinerant Warrior. I know he's probably doing it to save damage, but just being able to, he does have the Shatterpoint, but just being able to drop, he can just heal another 3 with the Itinerant Warrior by replaying it again.
Yeah, that is true. And I imagine exactly what he's going to do. So goes up to 14 damage.
So now here you're gonna Shatterpoint the Lightmaker. Yep.
You gotta, because you don't want that 7 attack and you don't want to. So actually kind of a good thing that he didn't Shatterpoint on the gun. He didn't have the force to do it. I just know that he took that line earlier against an opponent where he Shatterpointed there, but as I looked, he didn't actually have the force take to do that.
So we're in a tough spot here. Like, now you're kind of banking on Steve not having the Mandalorian or a Qui-Gon.
Praying.
Yeah.
So the best card that Micah could have is Turret. Because then he has to deal with that. And Mando unit.
Rex. And he did have a Rex. He did have a Rex in his opening hand.
Yeah, he loves Rex.
So
he's not going to be bouncing.
He's just going to slam the Rex.
All right.
The Rex will completely brick. Okay, interesting.
Yeah,
he had the Han.
And remember what I said though, that there's no chip damage. He has to spend 4 of Han's 5 health to kill that Maz Kanata that already killed the thing. Oh, does he have? He doesn't have Tamarin.
He's got the Rex, but he doesn't have Tamarin. He's got the Rex, which he can play.
Right. I think that's what he was planning.
I think he's considering just playing Maz just to get some extra damage in. But he really needs to get rid of this Hauler as well, which he's got no options to get rid of it.
Yeah, I think
once he flips, no, he doesn't have enough for Rose.
I think he's thinking of the sequencing. He was deciding when and how to do it. I imagine we'll see Rex, but I think he probably wants to see Obi out first. All right, Hauler takes him to 8. Has to do another 20. Actually 9.
He can't. Yeah, play the Rex, then you attack with the Obi to kill the Han. Pump up the Rex.
Makes the Hauler a Sentinel.
Makes the Hauler a Sentinel. Yeah. I don't. Okay, so he's gonna
attack with the Obi.
Yeah, he's in a pretty good spot. He's in a pretty good spot here.
Rex is in 8-8.
Rex loses the Sentinel for this phase, so if he does have the Mando, it means that he can kill the Obi or the Gungi and then capture the. Like, Mando is just a bonkers card. The fact that it can capture, yep, there we go. So the good thing is that he's got the blue leader as an answer.
Right. He's readying his units for him.
The blue leader here is really good. He'll trade it, but he gets his Rex back. He claims. He attacks with Obi. Puts 8, claims, can put 8 into base. And that has him in really close.
Mandalorian unit really coming into favor now, mainly because they just added a lot of other good cards to Hero Yellow. Mandalorian unit was always good. Not that Mandalorian. The one from Secrets. Cleaning up Navarro.
It didn't really see play. It didn't really see play last set, but yeah, now that we've got a, smaller card pool, these cards that were overlooked in the last few sets are now seeing play.
Yep. And Rex is back.
Yeah, you as the Lando player, I don't think you can afford to. He might claim here, like. Yeah, I think as Obi, you're taking a risk here because Lando might just claim and do the same thing again if he's got another Mando.
Yeah, because Mando.
But he's only got 2 Mando in the main.
Well,
so
does
the odds of him having it?
Obi's got 2 resources yet. He could have a Yoda lightsaber.
I would. If I was Micah here, I'd just be claiming, getting in the 8 damage,
right,
and turning the Sentinel
no,
on.
I think you're right, but he attacked with the AT hauler, so that's different.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
No, okay, so
he plays a secretive sage. That's greedy.
Yeah, I don't know if I love that, but then also I'm not in the top 8 of a PQ, so.
All right.
Yeah, no, Rex won't have Sentinel. I think Micah might actually have this one. Because he's going to pump 8 and put him to 31. Is that... No, that's not how math works. Is that how math works? Yes, 31.
That's how math works,
And then he has to clear then he has to clear the Obi, and I think he's got a Maz in hand as well.
Maz can't
with either the Obi.
Yeah, Maz can't buff Rex, but can buff Obi or a secretive sage.
No. So he's going to attack with the Rex first, and then regardless of whether he can clear the Obi or the secretive sage, he's got the Maz. He can use the Maz to buff the secretive sage into base for the game.
All right. Well, Steve, I think, has initiative. Wait, no. Micah has it. Micah has the token.
No, I think Micah has it.
Yep. So, 8 to base sounds good to me.
Can he stop? The only thing that would bail him out here is a watch this. He needs to watch this for the game, basically. Ooh.
Liberty.
Yep, that doesn't matter because he just Maz in for the kill. Yep.
All right. Great game 1. Back and forth. Micah wins by a hair.
Micah made that look easy. I'm not going to lie. He made that look really, really easy.
So both players are going to hit the sideboards. I think we've talked already about their plans here. Or did we? Did we talk about Lando?
We did. We were just so with the Obi. We're probably bringing in. Okay, we're on the Lando. With the Lando, I think we're bringing in the 3rd Mandalorian
and the depot for sure,
and the depot,
and the Lightmaker, I think.
And the Lightmaker, I think, just to apply more pressure in space. I agree.
Right.
What you would remove? That is the more. That's the. I think you can get rid of the blue aces. So you get rid of the 2 blue aces. Get rid of the 2 blue aces. Look, maybe you don't need like the 3rd Lightmaker. Maybe you're just dropping the two blue aces for the extra Mando and the Depper.
Maybe, I don't know. You're going down on first turn plays, but Bale's not particularly great.
Yeah, and look, he's got the Ascension cable in there, which would be for Sentinels. So
you have to bring in the Ascension cable. Yep, you're right.
Yeah, so maybe you do drop the Bales there for something like Ascension cables.
Right. I mean, Axe Forgets is essentially a first turn play.
Yeah.
As well, so yeah, no, I think it's there. And then Micah's list. I think we talked about this a little bit, but Terramin is his name. The creditate certainly comes in. Terramin is in the list. In the list for the matchup, and Lando and Galen comes in, right?
I would imagine though, but maybe there's a world where you just bring in the Terramins. I kind of like the Lost and Forgottens here, like as well, just as like an extra 1 or 2 pieces of removal for the bigger stuff to interact with in space. Because you're very limited to the shatter points and the... But you've got... The thing is you've got the third Yoda, so if you can get up to the Yoda, there is extra removal there as well.
Right. Yeah, if you have a board in Yoda, at that point, Obi's a monster. You kind of want your leader to be dead just so that he can exhaust and nuke something every turn.
Yeah. Look, not that it's relevant in this matchup, but one of the worst things that can happen is your Obi getting condemned.
Yeah. Yeah, so looking at Chomps, as you can see, I've updated the crawl.
I saw that.
But looking at Chomp's road, he actually went through 6 Lando Lakes on his way to the PQ win.
Crazy.
I was not kidding when I said my testing there was pretty positive for Yularen.
Look, some people might say that I've been giving the Yularen deck shit. I haven't been giving the Yularen deck shit. I think it's a really good deck. And I was having this conversation with someone the other day in the Discord, and they're like, "No, Yularen's like a top tier deck, like tier 2 deck." And I was like, "I think it's still like kind of a rogue deck because it hasn't really consistently won anything at the moment." My opinion will now change that it's now starting to win events this weekend. Like, yes, it is now like a contender there.
Hear it here, folks. Yularen is the best deck, says Clint. All right, let's go.
Okay, now you're putting words in my mouth.
That's on purpose. All right. All right, the round 2, or game 2, is about to begin. This is the finals of the Moline, Illinois PQ. It's Loopee at Late Night Gaming, joined by Clint, co-casting with me from the CST podcast. Check him out from Down Under. And Micah was able to...
Don't mistake that for BDSM either.
Get a totally different...
You might go to a very not safe for work YouTube channel then.
Yeah, and there's there's slightly less ball gigs on BDST podcast, though they use them from time to time.
Oh, there's lots of ball talk.
All right. We have Lando, Steve Locke, beginning with the Master Codebreaker.
All right. Very strong start there.
Yep.
This is a start that Obi definitely doesn't want to see. Especially if he gets the Faith. Which he doesn't. The Axe, we're okay with the Axe. Plays the Gungi, strong. It's going to get bounced.
Clint can actually predict the future with his, knowledge. I think you're exactly right.
Not my first rodeo.
And with initiative, Lando's scarier that way.
Yes, correct.
So,
that Maz is pretty useless at the moment.
So
because if he doesn't bounce this, I'd be surprised.
We've had significant subs sent to BTSD from the coverage already, but Doom says more ball gigs are unsubs, so you guys are gonna have to work on that.
Yeah, that's actually fair.
All right, so Gungi is just bouncing back and forth, bounces and is replayed.
Like that Axe Forgets when you can get it for 1 is absolutely crazy value.
Right. Especially if you can get a 3. I haven't played much Lando, but I play an Akbar Gambit deck that is this, but with a Swarm in the Space Arena. But, yeah, a lot of people will, forget about it, and drop a 3, or, God forbid, play a upgrade. It's not great.
He looks like he's got the Galen in hand as well. Did he keep Constructeds in? Is that a Constructed or is that a Yaddle? A Yaddle Prestige. Might be a Yaddle Prestige. No, it might be a Constructed Lightsaber.
Yeah, so Constructed, I didn't say one way or another. I'm not sure. We'd have to watch the Blue Milk Patreon guide for Obi as to what they do, but I wouldn't be surprised if they cut the Constructed, but it is also true that Lando doesn't deal with upgrades on the leader well. But
yeah, he can only.
Gungi
There's
murders the
not much
Codebreaker.
tap outside of the watch list. Yeah, I think that's a good play. I think getting rid of the Codebreaker so he doesn't get the value of Faith and Axe is the correct play there. Codebreaker you have to kill as soon as you can. And it feels bad because he's only a 1/4, but he gets so much incremental value over the game the longer he sticks around.
Yep. And if he doesn't kill the Codebreaker, eventually it can do things and just mess Obi's day too with finishing off a unit for essentially no cost. All right, so we go into the next round. Mike has taken 6 damage. The Han Solo pilot was strong.
He's got the Han on the N1, which, again, is difficult for him to deal with unless he has a Shatter Point or a... Interesting that he chose to resource the Gungi over the Mina there.
Yeah, and the Restore.
It could also be the card drawer as well.
All right. So we have upgraded Maz in the ground arena for Micah, which would be a 4/5. We have an upgraded N1 Starfighter being piloted by Han Solo, which would be a 5/5 space unit. Micah has taken 6 damage. Steve has 34 health remaining, and Maz comes in for 4, drawing first blood for Micah.
Yeah, the board state for Micah is definitely very different to the last game.
Deploying Obi, does he have that signals to me he might have a Yoda Saber or Constructed or both.
I think he's just got units in hand. He's flicking through his cards pretty quickly, so I can't establish what he's got in his hand, but my guess is that he's just gonna flood the board there. It looks like it's a Tamarin, actually.
Taramin's pretty good with the... Oh, that Taramin's really good right now. Windmill Slam. Let's go.
Pretty sure he's got Taramin.
Because Taramin can give an experience to both himself and...
Interesting.
Plays Yaddle.
Okay, so he's going to play the Yaddle.
The defensive play.
Okay, maybe... he does have the Taramin.
Yeah, he's going to play Taramin on the beginning of the next turn, I think.
Yeah.
All right, Beguile? Beguile what? You don't want to Beguile Maz. Now he knows about the Taramin.
Okay, so now he's going to force... Like, Micah has to claim here.
So it's Mina, Obi, Taramin,
I don't know what the other prestige card was.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I think it was Ezra, but I'm not sure about that. Okay, play Obi unit. That gives Steve the opportunity to claim.
Tough.
Yeah, no, it's going much better for Steve this game.
This is tough because now all Lando does is he just flips,
right?
Or he doesn't care if the credit gets stolen because he can still like kind of generate a credit. If he steals one, he goes up to 8. It means he can still play Mando. It means he can still play Liberty. He can still play all the stuff even if Micah steals a credit.
Yep, absolutely.
Or defeats a credit.
Yeah, I don't know that Obi was worth it, but like I said, we're not in the final.
No, I think he should have taken the credit there because then it would have forced. Now, how does math work? If he spends 1, he goes down to 5, gets the credit for 6. Then he goes no, so he could still do that anyway. I actually wonder if Taramin is like somewhat of a trap versus anyway.
Well, it's just so much value though because he gives an experience to himself and Obi if he plays it. So instead he has an upgraded Obi instead of the other upgraded Obi.
Yeah, that's also fair. Yeah. Because now he wants to play the Rex.
Yep, Cynical mentions that Micah is a judge. Micah is a level 1 judge.
Yeah,
that is true. All right, Steve.
It's really hard to play the Taramin on the 6-point turn because 1, you're only spending 5 resources. 2, you want to play the Rex.
Oh yeah, he needed to play Rex there. Rex needed to come down to block the Mandalorian unit.
Yeah.
I think
which is great because now Steve has to spend the whole turn dealing with this Rex.
Well, Liberty's not that bad, is it?
I mean, he's developing his board and on a side that, Obi has difficulty interacting with.
Mm-hmm.
Like this N1 has gotten like so much value already.
I think it's done all the damage.
Just punching for 4 every turn.
It's done 10 damage, and Master Codebreaker did 1.
Yeah.
All right, so we have. What is the answer? What is the answer, Steve? It is Qui-Gon. Qui-Gon's good. Qui-Gon trades with Rex, pushes the Obi unit back into the top of the deck or bottom of the deck.
Yeah,
goes to the top of the deck. Wow, what a swing!
Yeah. Because that's Micah's whole turn now. I mean, he can still chip in damage here. If the Lando takes the bait...
Ascension Cable!
Okay, he's
oh, that's strong.
Ascension Cable.
That makes it so Obi doesn't kill it, right? And he can't give an experience.
Okay, so he's going to go...
Another 10 to base. Yeah. Micah's going to have initiative, but he's going to take 10.
No, I think this is game over for Micah here. I don't see... If maybe the next turn was the Yoda turn, he might be okay, but...
It's not.
It's not.
It's not. This is the 7 resource turn. What he can do is play Keller and Beck, which does not help you much at all, because the best thing you could get is a Sentinel, and the Sentinel doesn't do anything because of that Ascension Cable. Great work by Steve making some adjustments for Obi, I think.
The only thing I can think of as to why he didn't play the Terramin over the other option is that he just wanted to play the Obi and Yaddle and go wide. Because the Lando can't deal with everything. It can only deal with 1 or 2 things. It can't deal with everything on the board.
All right, so Baz trades with Lando. The N1 will go in for 5, putting Micah perilously close to death at 26.
Does he have the Shadow Point in hand?
Yaddle.
He does not.
Well, maybe not. There's Lightmaker.
Okay, that is unfortunate.
Yeah, Lightmaker's pretty good right there.
Yeah, I don't see an out here for Micah unless he just claims so he can Yoda. Which now he's got multiple ways to. So actually, I was watching.
So he can heal 5 and kill Lightmaker, and then the N1s deal a total of 8. So I think that gets him there. So Yoda doesn't get out of it.
I was watching. What PQ was
I watching?
Well,
Hold on,
yesterday?
He's got a little more restore. So.
Okay, so he's brought in the Lost and Forgottens as well. But he can't do everything.
Will we be going to game 3?
I don't think he really has an out here. I think we're going to game 3 here.
I think that's what he's thinking about. But we'll see.
I was watching a PQ yesterday, and it was... I can't remember which PQ it was. It was either the New Zealand PQ, which I think it was the New Zealand PQ down in Christchurch. And it was an Aura Data Vault versus Obi. And this Aura Data Vault had another intro battle to Hoth card in it, the Desolation of Hoth, which is the 6 cost card that defeats 2 units that cost 3 or less.
Yeah, and my teammate Poem likes that card, and it is a good card.
That's actually kind of a sneaky good card.
Right. Especially in the upgrade heavy meta.
In this situation, in this situation where he's got the 2 N1s out with the Han on it, that 6 cost will just clear 8 damage.
But the good news is for everybody, we have a decisive game 3 of the final of the Moline. Who doesn't love a game 3 in the final? I mean, we don't want to see one deck roll over the other. We want to see a back and forth battle. I mean, will it be Micah
I'm just gonna
piloting Obi, or will
I'm just
it be
gonna
Steve
duck for a couple of minutes. I'm just gonna duck for a couple of minutes.
All right. Well, I'm going to stay here and hang out. As we talk about the final game 3, the chat. So who's going to win, chat? Is it going to be Micah winning, or is it going to be Steve? We'll see. I don't see either of them sideboarding for the play or the draw. I do think some Landos will take out the pod racer ship when they're on the play because it's much worse. I think the initiative made a big difference that game because if you remember, it started with Master Codebreaker and then into Axe, and the Axe was able to bounce Gunji, and I kind of stopped. But we have a couple of votes. We got a couple of votes for wanting a game 3. So yeah, we all love a game 3. We got about 200 people watching live, so shout out among this. This is both on Late Night and Take the Initiative. Rebel Trader did some of the rounds before with me. Check out those matches. We see, actually, some of the local players rooting for Steve because Micah kicks my you-know-what at every event. Chocolate Chip, great fella. I think that's Adam Reynolds' brother. Says, we don't love a game 3. He's rooting for Micah, the Wisconsin boy. I don't know if everybody knows where Steve Locke is from, or if he has a team or anything like that. Let me know. I don't know. Have not. The name doesn't ring a bell.
And we're back.
Yep. Cynical says, I like Obi-Wan a lot more on the button. Okay, we have Secretive Sage, the Lizard Sage, come down for Micah, followed by N1, followed by Acclaim. Both of these players stay fast. We'll try to keep up with you. Welcome back, Clint.
As C Raptor would say, needed to take a bio break.
I was the bad Beckett Green. Hey, we loved your Beckett Green spice, buddy. Check that out, round 2. He exploded all over Micah and got a game off him, so that was good. It was unveiled might into Ascension Cable on the Beckett flip turn. Get wrecked, Obi.
Oofed.
Oh, Steve Locke is Mickey D's buddy. So probably playing Mickey's Lando Lake Country deck. Mickey played Aura, did very well. Ran into Micah in the top 8. A banger for the ages. All right. 2 damage on Steve's base on Lando. AT Hauler in the Space Arena. We're going to get Han Pilot.
If we have a Shatter Point in Micah's hand, this is going to be advantage to Steve. To Micah, sorry.
Because I think he actually might even replay that to put the pressure on if he does have Shatter Point.
Force.
He does not. He has Churret.
No, he's got a Churret.
But that kind of locks down the ground arena because Churret is very good. Yeah, shout out Adam Reynolds from the Late Night Competitive Team. Apparently made a top 8 at the Minnesota PQ. Probably got taken out by somebody on the Late Night Bump from Thrawn Spawns. Ironically.
I believe I read somewhere that Justin and Mike were in the top 8 of their PQ as well.
Yep, good guys from KTOD. If you haven't checked out Mike's video on Kaz Data Vault with the guy from Connecticut, do that. One of the better episodes of that I've seen. Expert stuff and really some insights into deck building that Kaz built because it was a ground up build. So good video.
Yeah, there was a Kaz Data Vault that top forward in the Melbourne PQ yesterday, I believe.
Yeah, it's a good deck. It's not an aggro deck. It's a mid-range deck for sure. 15 damage on Micah's base. Lando just pounding the Space Arena. More AT holders. How many can we have? Okay, Yoda Saver comes down and gets some health. Down to 12 damage on Micah's base. He's done 8 to Steve. He's representing a lot of damage still. I think that he can hit for 6, 5, 11 this turn.
Timmy Valletta has entered the chat.
Tim Valletta
saying that Chirrut is my favorite card. Timmy V, Chirrut is my favorite card if it's on my side of the board, not on the opposing side of the board. Then it is my. Then is the card I hate the most.
Yep. Both players just swarming an arena. It's close. This is where that extra health from Lake Country really comes into play.
This is where he's got
and one
Mike's got the Chirrut down, but I think what he really wants to see is an itinerant warrior here.
Oh yeah, I mean he just needs to
help give him a bit of a buff.
Yep. And we know that one card, which is actually the most played card in the list today, but one card that's not in the Blue Milk Gaming Obi list is Hyperspace Disaster.
Oh, see, that one's been in and out of my list.
Right. So,
but in this particular instance, yes, you really probably want to imagine Hyperspace Disastering that board and being able to play the two haulers after that.
Yep. Well, but I think this is a good interesting line by Steve. Looked like he was going to attack. He was going to attack with that ATLer first. Why?
Okay, so interesting that that kind of signals that he doesn't have the watch this.
Yeah, watch this would be game over.
Does Micah have? He's got 4. He's just too short. Does he have a Maz in hand? Is he showing lethal? He's got 3 plus 4, 7. Yes, that is how math works. 7 equals 34.
Yeah, no, he needs to do another 7.
And I don't think Steve has an answer. Does he?
Beguile?
He's got a Beguile. Okay, that's rough.
All right, so we got.
What's he got? He's got the Tarraman.
Blue Leader.
He's got the Yoda and Blue Leader.
Yeah, it's the Judge Promo Yoda, I think. He doesn't have the Internet Warrior, which is rough. All right, so this is where
He's going to bounce the Chirrut here. He has to bounce the Chirrut here.
He has to bounce Chirrut, but that's kind of a foregone conclusion, I think. Sage in for 3 to 30. So now the sequencing becomes a problem. Doesn't Lando almost have to claim? Oh, and he's thinking about it.
What are we on? 6 resources? Because the Lando hasn't flipped yet.
Yeah, so he took it back. He does Blue Leader to kill the ship.
Interesting.
I mean, if Steve has aggressive negotiations, he claims.
I think the play was the Sage into the base, and then actually maybe if he had aggressive negotiations, he would have aggressive negotiationed with. No, he would have done that turn 1. Yeah, he got it.
All right, Steve.
He got it. Did he rip that off the top?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think that was in his hand. So what an epic final. So Steve Locke from Iowa, Mickey D's buddy, on team Mickey D's buddy, wins the Moline, Illinois PQ, piloting Lando Lake Country. What a great run by Michael. We saw him consistently play through the day.
Yeah, he did.
He was.
I think he ripped it.
He was on stream a lot early because he seemed to get paired into whatever matchup we were looking for, for the spicy decks. But what a great run. He'll be okay.
Yeah.
He's.
I just rewatched the top deck, and he top decked the AN.
He did top deck the AN. All right. Well, thank everybody for joining us. Clint, can you plug BDST one more time while everybody's subscribing?
Yep. So if you haven't heard of us yet, we are a podcast located in Sydney, Australia. We try and stream as many games as possible. PQs throughout the land of Australia. So you'll probably catch us if you're in America or Europe, late night your time, but normal time our time. We have a podcast every 2 weeks that we release. It's mainly focused on the Australian / oceanic meta, with a little bit of talk about the wider meta as a whole and how it affects the Australian meta as well. We talk shit. We are probably a little bit more X-rated than everything else that you listen to. But come give us a like, give us a subscribe, and come join in the fun.
All right, and he's going to be packing up here, but biggest shout out to Unit Monster Joe, who drove down with the video rig and actually has figured out this server-based stuff, so we're not on Ninja Video. The quality was excellent today. This doesn't happen without him, but very happy to get your coverage. Really enjoyed this PQ. I got to call a lot of games. It's been a while since I got to produce one, and we had a lot of good meta matchups in the end, followed by really expert play of both the Lando Lake deck and the Obi-Wan Kenobi deck, which are probably the two best decks in the format. Thanks everybody for watching. If you watched this long, you are my hero, and we'll be back with the big Madison PQ next week, so don't miss out. This is Loopee signing off.